Sup. Hey everybody. Hello. How are you doing? A little bit different, darker look today. Got the glasses on. I am Miss T and I'm a racing historian in some fields. I know a little bit about a little to do with racing. Little to do about a lot, probably. Actually, you get there. Anyway, I had some eye work stuff that I did, so I'm not going to show you my ugly eyes, and I'm not wearing makeup today. I got my hair in a ponytail. That's how cash this stream's going to be today. So anyway, let's go to Richmond. Enough about my eyes. Enough about my... Oh, and I left my mouse over here. Hold on. Okay, got it. I hope I didn't type a bunch of crap. And I need to bring my stream up here because I'm like wicked off. Wicked off today, but that's okay. It's sweaty. I went to the doctors this week. Been chilly. Chilling out a little bit. Oops, wrong button. Wrong button. So anyway, I see some of y'all on the sim are in Richmond. So I think that that's a good idea for us. Let me turn my volume down, jump into my chat in here. Decided this might be an easier way to put my Chromebook on my table. And let's see. Like I told you, this is a cash stream. Hair is up, bathing suit on, just a chillin', going to Richmond like a race fan. Welcome, race fans. I worked in racing, so I didn't get a chance to be a fan for a long time, and now I get to be a fan. And I'm all right with that. Anyway, hold on. Let's go to Richmond, and I can start watching a race, because that's what I was doing before. I decided to say, hey, I can go online. Even if I got ugly eyes, I'll put sunglasses on. I look like I've been punched in both eyes. It's freezing off some xanthelasma is what it is. So, let's go racing.
3 at Dale Earnhardt. Over Dale's shoulder, the diminutive warrior, Mark Martin. And the Robert Yates 28, and its new pilot, Dale Jarrett. And there are new names and new numbers, none tougher than the young gun from Indiana, Jeff Gordon, already in victory lane this young season. We have a new star with an old name, Bobby Labonte, off to a great start in the Joe Gibbs 18. Maybe the biggest question mark, what's happened to the number 2? Rusty Wallace crashed at Daytona, had problems at Rockingham. He comes to Richmond today looking for answers. We're at Richmond International Raceway on TBS Sports for the Pontiac Excitement 400. Great to have you with us live. It is getting to be a nicer day than what we've seen any other time this weekend. A little bit cloudy, but temperature a little over 50 degrees right now. A very good day to go Winston Cup stock car racing. Great to have you with us today. I'm Rick Benjamin. Welcome to TBS's live coverage of the third race of the 1995 Winston Cup season. Normally, I'm inside the SDP Pit Communications Center. We'll get there in just a moment, but since the weather has improved so much, we thought we'd step outside and show you exactly how nice an afternoon it has become here. Friday, it was terrible. There was snow here in Richmond. It snowed out all the on-track activities. Yesterday, the weather wasn't much better. No precipitation, but very cold, very gray. We did get the Busch Grand National race in, the Hardee's 250 that was won by Kenny Wallace, and we'll tell you more more about that a little bit later on. Today, things have improved a lot. It is dry, it is clear off and on at least, and it is considerably warmer. We've got 38 drivers lined up ready to do battle for us here, over 400 laps in just a couple of moments. Many of these drivers are hoping to really begin their season once again today. Of course, Sterling Marlin won at Daytona. Jeff Gordon last week at Rockingham.
Hey, Jarhead, good morning.
Very well here.
I had a little
tough early season.
asthma fit there for a second. I had to go cough it up. Good to see you. Gosh, I was maybe here. I don't know. Don't remember.
10 top fives, 4 wins. How imperative is it going to be for you guys to finish well?
I was at the second one definitely, but I don't know about this one. But this looked like a good race.
Daytona last week at Rockingham, but we had a problem with the head gasket deal.
Oy.
We got it fixed right now.
Hey.
The car's handling good. We're ready to go. Got a good qualifying run. Looks like the weather's going to hold off.
Okay, good luck today. That's Rusty Wallace. He should definitely be a threat. Now let's go up pit road on the front row to Dr. Dick Bergeron, who's the editor of Stock Car Racing Magazine. Dick.
Well, Bobby Hamilton's going to start on the outside of this front row after a career-best qualifying
Little
run
darker
yesterday. Well, starting up front,
room today.
finishing up front's quite another. How are you going to get that job done?
Well, I don't know. A lot of the Pontiacs were real tight yesterday evening, but it looks like we might get a little bleed through the sun today. If we do that, I think that'll help us. The crew done an excellent job overnight. We all met and had dinner, made some changes to the SDP Pontiac. So if we can just get that tightness out in the middle of the corner, we can lead a lot of this race, but I feel real good about it.
Well, the youngest driver in the field today, 23.
I hope you have a good day racing.
Who's going to start on the
Oh,
pole,
my
and
eyes.
The roll Gordon is on. At Daytona, he won the first leg of the Busch Clash. Then he went on to lead.
I have this stuff that grows on my eyelids on the inside corners from the inside out and the top out, and it gets so thick sometimes it like itches and
how will the weather affect today's
like
race?
just very uncomfortable. So I got the freeze can and froze it 2 days ago, so now it's looking yucky. So this is the reason I'm
I don't know if the sun
not wearing makeup and
in and out
said
like it
screw
has
it,
been all day.
put the hair
We're
up.
gonna battle with that, but right now, we just got to see what the race is going to do. Yesterday in practice, we were pretty good. We weren't the best car,
It's
but
not a
we know
beauty
we got the
contest.
best on it.
It's all
We
about
know we can
brains.
do it. We did it at Rockingham. If we can just have a race like that again, we'll be in good shape.
So they just came out of Rockingham. This is the, see, Daytona, Rockingham, Richmond, and then Atlanta I played last time. But I wanted to sketch back to Richmond. Even though my dad didn't have a car in the race, I want to see this stuff. Good old Dale.
I do. Make it tough on my nerves, my team's nerves. But, we just didn't qualify good. I took it real easy and too careful, I reckon, qualifying.
Thank you.
We just have to race.
I try to at least
Right, Dale, thanks a lot. He hopes that the law of averages is still on his
keep
side
a
today.
lighthearted
Rick Benjamin.
All right, thank you, Steve. We've heard from a couple
attitude.
of drivers who will expect to play a key role in today's Pontiac Excitement 400 here on TBS. Many other stories will unfold, of course, across the upcoming 400 laps. To call all the action for us, the voice of Winston Cup Racing on TBS Sports, Ken Squire. Ken?
Well, thank you very much, Rick. A couple of days ago, we thought the biggest story was going to be the running of the first Virginia Iditarod. Boy, it was a snowy thing. Gentlemen, start your sled dogs. But things have worked out.
Hell yeah. I used to actually mush dogs. I trained raised and trained a team for dryland mushing.
Up here, Ernie's the winner a year ago in this event, and if anybody can talk about
I trained them on my four-wheeler.
these days. And
It's a hell of a
watching him
picture.
get through these
I might
crowds, you
look
gotta
it
have
up.
security at least 6 deep. So many people are interested in him. But what about Rusty Wallace today? Here he is, 2 races into the season, and you got the feeling that it's getting to him. I actually had that feeling at Daytona.
Well, I tell you, we got to remember that Rusty had a bad part of the year at the last part of the year last year, and he had 5 or 6 or maybe 7 bad races to lead up to this year. So we got to really remember that. Plus, he's had a bad start this year. And
Let me show you me mushing. This is the really fun stuff. I'm gonna
put his chin up and
try to find it.
listen real hard, and Rusty's gonna be a real good factor in this race.
Indeed, this is the track where he has done so well, and of course his short track history speaks for itself. Now Chuck Bound is along as well, and he's hoping that he's going to be back driving very shortly. I want to talk to you about Earnhardt. Here he is back in 26th spot today. That never seems to pose much of a problem for him. In fact, qualifying isn't a big deal. Winning's a big deal with him.
No, that one
starting
looks
out back as many times as he does, sooner or later,
newer.
the bowling ball, or the old bullet, as they say, is going to get you. His luck's been phenomenal this far back in
2010 to 2015.
You're exactly right. The best qualifier,
I worked with Mushing,
through the pack.
a team.
A lot of times in Winston Cup races, we'll see a big problem in the early going in the middle of the pack. And I talked to Richard Childress, his car owner, this morning, and I said, does it make you nervous when Dale starts in the back half? He said, every time. I know those odds are against us, and he's just hoping today that he'll pull it off again and won't be any different.
It's one of the 38 stories we'll be watching as they get ready to crank them up here at Richmond, Virginia. Rick?
Thank you, Ken. The sun has gone back behind the clouds, but there is still some blue sky out over Richmond International Raceway. We'll be back to bring you the green flag of the Pontiac Excitement 400 after this.
The Pontiac Excitement 400 is brought to you by Smooth Busch Beer and Easy Drinking Busch Light. By Pontiac, we are driving excitement. By Castrol GTX, engineered for greater protection against breakdown. And by AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts.
The field has fired up on pit road here at Richmond International Raceway. 38 Winston Cup cars ready to race 400 laps for you today. It's turned a little bit gray and a little bit cool once again. Hopefully, though, we'll have no weather problems to wrap up this weekend of racing here at Richmond International Raceway. Welcome back to TBS Sports. I'm Rick Benjamin. Let's show you our AutoZone race analysis. 3/4 of a mile, the length of the oval here at Richmond. And the 400-lap length of the event will cover 300 miles today. 14-degree banking in the corners here, and a record purse for this event, more than $1 million. $1,055,000 to be exact. Now, some speed marks to pay attention to. The pole here a year ago, Ted Musgrave in the Family Channel car, 123.4. Jeff Gordon, with no practice yesterday, beat that by well more than a mile an hour. 124.757, a new track record in qualifying. Pleased to have last year's winner of this race, Ernie Irvin, with us topside today. The driver who's going to try to add to his win total among active Winston Cup drivers, Darrell Waltrip, has been to victory lane here 6 times. He'll be hoping today to make it number 7. Let's take a look at the rest of the starting lineup today. Let's go back topside to Ken Squire.
On the pole at 124.7, that's Jeff Gordon, his 4th pole, and alongside is Bobby Hamilton with his best qualifying effort ever. For row 2, it's Rusty Wallace and Ted Musgrave ready to roll out. In row 3, Derek Cope and Ken Schrader. For row 4, it's Dick Trickle and Sterling Marlin. Row 5 is Mark Martin, who won this race in 1990, and Lake Speed. Row 6 is Robert Presley, fastest of the rookies, and Rick Max. For row 7, there's Dale Jarrett and Morgan Shepherd. Row 8 is Brett Bodine and Mike Wallace. Row 9 is Darrell Waltrip and the runner-up last week at Rockingham.
Oh, shit. I was off. I'm sorry. Damn.
Row 11 is John.
All I said, I'm sorry. Thank you. I was thanking you for appreciating what I've done to my stream. And what I was saying is this I got from Dollar General, because they usually give it to a bar, and the bar was, I guess, not having a wall space or something. And I said, can I have it? And they gave it to me. I said, my son I races, it would be a good backdrop for him. And then I took it because I bought him a Ford one.
It's Michael Waltrip and Steve Kinson.
And now this is 95. My dad's no longer with Joe.
Randy LaJoy and Loy Allen Jr. 5 preliminary laps before they turn them loose.
Yeah, I appreciate what you like about that. So it's good to be in Daytona, and all I do is ask. I mean, I ask places if they have displays. Like, okay, they also had a Keystone car, the number 2 car, like a cardboard fold in whatever and make a car. And it was about this big, and it was cool as hell. And I couldn't have that one. They said, no, we can't give you that one. But I do ask. All I can say is no.
the 7th.
Winn-Dixie has a hell of a display right now for racing.
Before we get to the
Twice the size of my room, probably. It wouldn't fit in my room.
dead last is another one of those.
And it's got flashing headlights. It says Coca-Cola and Diet Coke. It's not any specific race car, though, but it's pretty cool. It's like I said, a room-sized divider. It's got to be 6 feet tall. That team I will score for in 96. So as we get past 95 into 96, I'll be at the track more.
Had a good qualifying run.
Now, at this time, I was moving up from Daytona to Mooresville during these few races in the beginning of 95. So I was really not in Mooresville until April, and this race is about early April.
Last year's winner of the September race.
So
There he is, Texas Terry Labonte, ready to do.
because we didn't have a car in this race, I wouldn't be there.
Took the spring race to 9th position before it was over. And here's Bill Elliott's number 94. The battle of the fast foods out here today. Two of them side by side.
It's my fan. It's blowing over there. I need it blowing on me. If this fan is vibrating my mic, I don't usually attach fans to my stand. Both have rubber feet, so I don't know if you hear like a brrr, like, and it's annoying, tell me.
A lot of pressure on this race.
And I will move.
Driver changes in the wind. A lot of frustration with so many good.
I'll move my
here
fan location. It's blowing like right here.
Driving it active, number 32. We understand
I don't think it will.
Chuck, real soon.
Yes, I'm going to be back out there.
Now it's not blowing on the mic anyway.
All right, field ready. Here we go.
Here we go, green flag at Richmond.
He jumped out. Man, he really took off there. He just caught him a little bit of sleep, nailed that gas, jumped off to the lead. He's got a good.
I hope this goes into the nighttime. I'm not sure if it does, because I wanted to catch a Richmond under the lights for y'all. And if this one isn't, I'll do the second one. I would say I'm definitely at the second one. Maybe, well, Jesus. I remember sitting on the hill in the truck, so yeah.
Take that lead back at the end of lap.
I was at least at the first 96.
He hasn't led in a while, so I'm sure he's going to jump in there and try to lead a lap, and it looks like he's going to.
That was back when my husband and I liked each other, and I would travel with him.
That wall comes up in a hurry, doesn't it, Ernie?
Sure does, you know, and Rusty got the preferred line, and he's going to lead.
All of a sudden, he stopped having me travel with him.
I'm sure that's going to make Rusty.
I got curious,
And that's the
but not curious enough, apparently.
Back in October at Charlotte, Chuck.
Who would have thought that car?
I was one of them wives that got the few random phone calls on my answering machine from women saying, "Where are you? You haven't called me in a long time." Blah blah blah.
He started in the interview saying if he could push out of the middle of the corner, he thinks he can lead a lot of this race.
Or, "Hey babe, come see me." I called it back once.
Right up there, thank you very much.
It was an interesting conversation.
Coming up on Terry Labonte. Just in front of him, Jimmy.
I said, "Why are you calling my husband?"
Around down, ready down the main straightaway to complete lap number 4.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
3 spots.
Okay, have a nice day.
It's a little bit early to really take advantage of that outside lane. I don't think there's a lot of rubber out there yet. He's abusing the tires pretty good, but he is making it work. He's gaining on him inch by inch.
But yeah, we would travel until 97, 95 to 97. 97, he met someone at Goodyear, and I didn't know it.
You know, I've raced with him a lot.
Oh, don't be me.
He's after us to try to get it out of that lap traffic or the slower cars and get up into the guys that we normally race.
Go.
Back there in 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. What a struggle there.
Bud Moore's car in that 15 was pretty. That quality care paint.
Martin was one of the cars. He's an in-car camera today, and he's one of the cars that really ran good in practice. And,
Uh-oh, Bodine's blowing up.
Tire down.
Left rear
Oh, tire.
Jeff Bodine.
Oh, yeah, tire.
Well, that's too bad. It doesn't look like he's going to
I will work for him in 97.
green and change it. He'll be
I'm glad I got to meet him because, like, he was always our modified competitor, and he was like, "Boo, Bodine." We weren't allowed to boo. My parents did not allow us to boo because the way my dad worked in racing,
out in front.
he could be working for that guy the following week, possibly. So we just weren't allowed to boo because it could be our bread and butter, is what Mom said. So.
They did have difficulty getting the car up on the jack because of that left rear tire being flat.
But yes, I will end up working for Bodine, and nicest man in the world to me, to be honest. So, even though Dad and him were competitors, it was nice to cross the fence
We're at lap 9, working lap 10.
and see
Wallace out in front.
who he really is. And Rusty, he was a really cool guy. I worked for Don Miller's museum as a volunteer when it first started up, the North Carolina Auto Racing Hall of Fame. I was there when we poured the big Winston gold emblem, black, gold, and red emblem on the floor at the North Carolina Auto Racing Hall of Fame. I should probably show some of that stuff. I have it on my YouTube. If you go to my YouTube, it's a little better organized. I worked on that a little bit recently, so it's more racing, and all my playing with my puppy dog stuff isn't taught because racing is what I do.
That's into 19th position now. As he and Terry both.
Terry, what a beautiful paint job that was. That 5.
Spotters, I presume, are absolutely key on a 3/4 mile track like this, Ernie.
I tell you, the spotters have really got to keep a good eye on the racetrack and in front of their cars and all.
Scoring here too.
So, if somebody dumps some oil down here, you can sure wreck in a heartbeat.
I was a hand scorer for the team. Every team had to have a hand scorer in the booth with Morris Metcalf and Marlin, I don't know his last name.
And on the outside, Brett Bodine in the Junior Johnson car. Good skirmish there.
Right now, Dale's just having to wait and see which of these two are going to go, Spencer or Bodine. They're too wide in front of him.
Spencer in the Smokin' Joe's, I believe. Travis Carter. And the 11 is Bodine, and he is in Spencer's old ride. That was with Junior Johnson.
About this racetrack, it seems like if you abuse the tires at all, they just never come back. Like when Brett.
So Earnhardt's back in his Busch car. No, this is Cup. My bad. I got confused. Last time I watched was Busch and Skinner was in it, or Jeff Green.
Now, shot on the inside.
Spencer slipped up just a little bit in the middle of turns 1 and 2, and Dale took advantage of it.
Kinzer's in this one.
It's really good through the middle of the corner, and that's what it takes to go fast here at Richmond.
Bodine definitely lost a few laps.
He is turn number 2 out here, Ernie.
No Lucky Dog then. They raced back to the yellow, I believe, still then.
It just completely flattens out, and that's a place that you usually end up getting loose. And Dale's car looks real good through there. And we're gonna have to wait and see where
we got a 1.5-minute ad running for the moment.
Hard up to 17th, and here comes the 24. Gordon looking for Wallace again. Meanwhile, Randy has this report on pit road.
Hi, Stella.
We've certainly documented Rusty
Hey, Mommy
Wallace
TV today.
first 2 races.
Yeah, you
He
wagged
lost
your
the bullet
tail.
yesterday in practice.
You good girl.
He broke a rear end gear.
Hi.
And if that practice was 15
You
minutes
want a
shorter,
snack?
it would have happened right here about lap 5.
Back up.
Trying some new graphics for you.
I'll be right back. I gotta give her a snack.
Of laps and of the field as we go through the race.
Back it up.
If you like it as something a little different, let's see how it works out.
Back up.
So, it's the Pontiac Excitement 400, and right now it's exciting watching Rusty Wallace try to hold off Jeff Gordon. Back on TBS Sports, Richmond Fairgrounds, Richmond International Raceway. You're watching Rusty Wallace trying to hold off Jeff Gordon, and there's the 3rd place car. A bit of a surprise now as the number 12, Derek Cope, in the Bobby Allison colors. Moving well through the field, takes over in 3rd. Bobby Hamilton to 4th, and falling back into 5th is the number 6 car of Mark Martin. There's Mark, rolling on to 5th. Just behind him comes Musgrave.
Mommy's klutzy. Mommy's a nerd, Scout.
Looks like Jeff Gordon's able to close back up a little bit on Rusty Wallace. Rusty had checked out. Looked like he was threatening to pull up. I think he's coming
come back to Gordon a little bit now.
Yeah, he sure did. You know, I've been watching my stopwatch, and Rusty's backed up to about a 23 flat, and you know, I think the race pace is going to be a little more than that right now, and that's Jeff Gordon's looking at that.
Take a look at number 3, Earnhardt, still on a roll. He is now up into the 11th position. He's traded spots with the 28, Dale Jarrett, as he comes from 26 spot, and Lake Speed right in there as well.
It's amazing. You know, I was just telling Chuck during our commercial break, you know, you're riding along as fast as you can go, and you know Earnhardt started 22nd. You look in your mirror, and it's like, wow, he's already here, and it's not. It's lap 28, so it's amazing.
Richard Childress following every move of his car, number 3. He's standing by with Dick Berger.
He's standing way high up on a toolbox here in pit road, Ken. Richard, I'm wondering, is it setting your heart to flutter watching Earnhardt pass all these cars?
Well, you know, it always makes, you know, keeps us concerned whenever we're trying to come up through the field. But, you know, he's good getting up through traffic, but I think we'll be okay.
Well, it's a good ride watching him run.
Going after 10th position, and Schrader is Earnhardt from 26.
I think Earnhardt's already out of the woods as far as worrying about an early accident or whatever. These cars are sorted out and spread out enough right now that he's up there almost in the top 10 and got things well under control right now.
Coming around to complete 30. There's your battle. Schrader gives up just a little the inside. You don't have to give up much to have a handful of Earnhardt.
Dale can still keep that thing right down on that bottom of that inside part of that racetrack. And, you know, that's the key here in Richmond. He can do that after 31 laps, a hard running like he's been doing.
Redneck engineering in my house.
That's a lot of the way his car is working.
10th, Earnhardt.
The thing is a lot of the fans need to look at is the way Dale's car.
There we go.
He gets through the middle of the corner, and that's what it's all about.
Yes, Deli, there's food in your dish.
The racetrack we run at, the middle of the corner is the thing that we fight on all day long in practice, and you know the thing we want to get in the race.
Okay, got my mouse, got my keyboard.
So now Earnhardt turns it up.
When you live in a small quarters, I have my computer right underneath my monitors on the desk. But for me to be in this little corner,
in the quality care Ford,
I have to string all my wires across the room.
Really enjoying that team so far. And he's gotten off to a pretty good start. He's been pretty competitive, but had a few little problems here and there, but I think he's excited about everything.
Ernie, how far do you go and get full bite on these tires? You know, we're up to 33 laps complete now before they begin to...
We're basically starting into that. You know, now the chassis are gonna start really playing a good effect, and you know, right now we're gonna start seeing some cars get loose up off turn 2 mainly.
That's right. Sachs was driving then. I think the 40 Kendall car. See, I keep an eye on a lot of the modified guys because, of course, that's my. I'll tell you what. I can feel that fan vibrating my mic. That is not
have come back a little. He's reeling them all there right now, including Trickle, the 9th place car.
Is it's
I've been sitting there clocking Earnhardt some, and I've been talking to Rusty Wallace some. And when they get a clear track, Rusty and Earnhardt are running, you know, close to the same speed.
I think I've crossed under every wire I possibly could have with my fan.
Turn 2, he's back at the moment in 22nd position. How tough is Dale Earnhardt here at Richmond International Raceway, Ricky?
As long as...
Well, Dale's tough anywhere you go, you know. If you're up there good enough to race Dale, then you know you've got a car capable of winning. That team is there just about week in and week out. So we hope we can get cars prepared for the days when we go up there and race Dale. I probably enjoy racing him more than I do anybody else because it seems like it brings out the best in me. Like I said, we've gotten into it a few times in years past. But in recent days, you know, Dale's raced real clean, and I return the favor back to him. So it's just good, hard racing.
And Ricky Rudd is real smooth on these flat racetracks. He won up at Loudon, New Hampshire last summer, and that's similar to Richmond here. And he knows how.
Now it's not vibrating the mic anymore.
He's moved from 30th up
Better idea.
second position.
I'll tell you what's surprising me, though, up in front, those Fords. You know, those Chevys have dominated the last 2 races, but here they are, first and third, Wallace and Cope. Now Cope is sliding back a little.
Remember all the crying about Chevy being faster, we can't win, Ford being faster, we can't win? That got y'all that next-gen piece of crap. Careful what you wish for.
So, getting down to 40 laps complete, this time by Rusty Wallace continues to dominate in the Richmond Pontiac Excitement 400, but the man everybody's watching is Earnhardt.
A huge crowd on hand despite the chilly weather at Richmond International Raceway in Richmond, Virginia for the Pontiac Excitement 400. You're with us live on TBS Sports. Great to have you with us today. Rick Benjamin of the STP Pit Communications Center today. We told you
I might have been there on Saturday.
green today.
I remember snow,
To try to
like
qualify.
feet of it,
Who failed to make the program today. Gary
in North Carolina one year.
in the Jimmy Means car. Steve Grissom, who was in the top 10 at Winston Cup points after 2 weeks. He didn't qualify.
Well, three times in my 30 years there. Every 10 years they'd have over a foot of snow.
Hard here yesterday. Billy Stanford.
Kenny Wallace,
who won
Jones.
yesterday's Busch Grand National race. He didn't make the show either, so a lot of drivers had to go home early. Jeff Bodine.
Yeah, my dad wasn't working with anyone at this time. Well, he was working with this young girl, Laura Lane, in ARCA, but they didn't qualify. They really,
As he works to the outside.
the team could have been funded well,
A
but it
couple of laps down.
didn't seem to be.
50 lap mark, and Rusty Wallace working through
I
lap.
think the guy had money, but
Not a yellow yet.
Dad was helping out a
Benefit shows so far this afternoon.
hometown friend.
Thank you, Rick. And 2 laps down is that
Kenny Bouchard at this time, but they didn't attempt qualifying for this race. I think they tried to run a few big ones like Atlanta and Daytona.
laps after he had fallen off like that.
Not successfully, though.
Now there's our new graphic giving you the standings.
And then Dad went to Moroso
Where those leading
after Atlanta.
in the field. And when you see that come up, it'll have a lap. It may be a lap or 2 back from where we are on this 3/4 mile track, but we'll give you some of the depth so you know where your favorites are running and keep you updated as much as we can throughout the afternoon with that.
You know, the kind of pace Rusty Wallace has been setting, we're about 50 laps.
You biting your food, Scully? Or is the kitty biting your food?
They're wishing that
The kitty's biting our food.
come down pit road and make some adjustments to their race drivers, try to get up there with that.
She went potty. She's sleeping now. Maybe she just was saying hi.
Marlin.
Or there's a storm in the area and she heard thunder. She gets a little mental on that.
We're about to put a lap.
My fur kids run my life
16th
in a good way.
finishes in the first
They keep me
of the year.
motivated.
Boy, we thought this was going to be an advantage for Jeff Gordon if there was a lot of green, but it looks like once again it's an advantage for Earnhardt.
Well, they still had pretty limited practice here, you know, with the weather. They did get a full happy hour last night, a 1-hour practice session where a lot of adjustments were being made, but Earnhardt's a veteran. He guessed pretty good at Rusty Wallace.
Seemed to think in 95 I scored at Hickory
Randy LaJoy, a lap
for L.W. Miller.
He started.
I don't think we mashed buttons for that ticker up top anymore, but the transponders on the car are giving you that rundown.
That's a pretty good car right there, top.
In the booth, we used to mash a button in addition to writing it on our timesheets.
On these 3/4 mile racetracks.
That's the 27th position.
And that would give you the tower in 96.
At
That
53 laps.
we had this little
Bernie Urban, you surprised?
ivory-colored button on a wire, and
Q stepping over the line.
No, I tell you,
that's how you got your
Richmond's one of those racetracks that
tower on the side that showed you where people were running.
and you know, before somebody has a problem, you know.
It was done
Busch race yesterday, and a lot
with us manually mashing.
and you know, now we maybe we're going to see some of that. Now we're having Kyle have a little bit of trouble, and looks like they're pushing the car off, trying to get it to start, and that's not a fun thing to do.
Vapor lock.
About 50 seconds already, and things aren't working. Here's Randy.
When you can't push it.
Shifter, Kyle Petty, difficulties after getting off to a pretty fair start this year. They tried to get the car into gear, broke the shifter, cannot shift it, gonna pull it behind the wall. Kyle will probably have to work on the car from inside while the guys go underneath. Tough break for the Coors Light driver.
The 1986 winner of this.
Boy, there's a lot of people standing there
The wall. Hard day.
in that entrance where the cars pull in. That's not a good place to stand. Hi, Penny.
All week and
How you
have
doing?
a shifter break. It's not Kyle's fault. It's just some part.
I'm glad you streamed yesterday. It was good to see you during the day.
Now we got Mark Martin, and he's up into third, and he's
Yeah, where those cars pull in, like, say they blow a motor and they're trying to coast, they've got the car shut off. They don't really want to slow down because they don't want to have to push the car to their pit
I think it was Kyle
garage
about him
or stall as this track.
Drivers to their
So not a good idea to stand where the cars come in because
once he gets
you got to well, unless you really paying attention.
But look who's coming. Dale Earnhardt's caught Bobby
But
Hamilton.
like I said, those cars will come rolling in there at about 30 miles an hour off power. Some don't have brakes, some do. I mean, it's just not a good idea to stand at the entrance where the cars come in off the track. That was just the one biggest
second time on the 11 car.
Pet peeve I had because I've seen people just miss getting clipped.
60th lap, folks.
Also this morning, the driver of that 11 car there.
Being in the pits is nothing like it in the whole wide world. It's the greatest thing in the whole world, I think. But you gotta have your heads up because it's not a safe place by any means. It's flying hot crap of everything all the time.
And then had an engine broke a timing chain yesterday in his effort for 3 in a row. So Bobby Hamilton falls back. He's to 6. And here you see Earnhardt.
I got all in the mood to stream. I was watching a Busch North race at New Hampshire that a guy just downloaded yesterday. It was very interesting. Had top 3 running at the time were
4 seats.
Only one's alive.
5 months ago, weather.
It's awful. All of the racing people that I grew up with, they're all croaking.
And down in the
either getting, accident croaked or
shift is
old age croaked.
I can tell you about on that car 42.
But we got
there it is.
It was Ted Christopher was leading it.
Coming in the pit road to get tires. It's just a look.
I love those old ball shifters. Those are so cute.
Desperately wants to get back out on the track. They went to the truck to get another shifter to replace it. I'm telling you, this crew is they're broken hearted.
Poor Kyle.
Obviously, Kyle's been working out during the winter time because break that shifter out.
That exercise will get you, Ernie.
Yeah, it is. Mark Martin keeps doing it, and he's still leading, so or running in the front.
Joe Nemechek about to go a lap down, and that number 87. He's running 24th.
Rusty's leading, which was a real common thing back then.
In the lead lap at lap 68. And down on pit road, we note that Jeff Burton has brought in the Stavola, number 8.
The 87...
That's at lap 6.
When it got the Burger King, Mikey Boisinger was the crew chief, as far as I know.
Yesterday in the Busch Grand National race, we had a lot of people.
And
tires were wearing out in about.
He was really new, but he was mentored by my dad there for a while.
Ricky Wright.
My dad trusted Mikey with a lot of stuff in the crew.
Early today, Billy Engle, the crew chief, said, "Boy, Ricky's doing all he can. We're gonna make a 4-car thing."
Fun fact, I don't think people know, my dad was offered a
stop on 4 tires.
A job with that team there.
That's getting it.
But because my dad had come out of IMSA, being GM sponsored with Pontiac and Chevy with Corvettes and Pontiac Fieros, all of that, he was extremely loyal to the GM guys. And that started way back when he was in 1982 in Cup with the JD Stacy 47. The manufacturers did a lot, back then, and then he solidified their relationship in the GM camp with going to IMSA, and that's all manufacturer stuff and
this week
manufacturer funded.
We had the race yesterday.
So he
much rubber on the racetrack.
Didn't take the job with Tide because it was Ford.
Well, there's Tide.
That's how brand loyal he was back then. Oh, Jesus.
Almost took out
back then
the car number 24 of Jeff Gordon, and somebody did get a piece of it. That's Joe Nemechek's car that's in trouble.
That looks like Nemechek got.
He should have let them go. Oh, my God. Guys, to go down a lap is no big deal.
Gordon sure had a close
because
on that one, we'll see it on the replay, and it's amazing. Nemechek, it looks like something stuck in the back of his car, and I don't know, I didn't really see him actually get into Jeff Gordon.
Got a replay here for you, Ernie.
there we show Rusty Wallace.
He was trying to not go down a lap and all that good stuff.
Rusty's
Mayfield stuffed him.
Gordon slowing down and wham.
Boom. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Did hit the back of
Joe
Nemechek did hit the back of him.
Joe had just gone down a lap. That's a really bad break for Joe all the way around.
The 11 got into him hard because he busted his radiator.
What it looked like.
Pit road's where the action is. Let's go to Randy.
Rusty Wallace is in. First car in on pit road. Billy Wilbur works on the right front tire.
Billy Wilburn. I knew who he is by sight.
On the left side.
Like I said, I volunteered in '95 at that museum.
Rusty down and away.
Across from Penske.
Damage to the front end of Jeff Gordon's car.
And because I was a volunteer, I got to go to a couple events. One of them was Rusty's birthday party. We had it at the museum.
These tires rolling around on pit road, and Gordon just got one.
I don't think Jeff Gordon had any damage to
I think that's where I
the back, and the back doesn't play much
knew
as long as that
who Billy Wilburn was.
and it looks like the rear spoiler is.
Billy Wilburn also drove, I think, short tracks a little bit himself.
Coming around, you take another.
Maybe, seems to me, sprint cars, maybe. Don't hold me to it, but I knew he was from another form of racing and became a crew member.
Rest of the field is on pit road. Jeremy Mayfield is now in. Jimmy Spencer's in. Jeff Burton back. Craven. Mike Wallace. Brett Bodine. Jeff Bodine. All on pit road. Kinser's come in.
I tell you, I think the only problem Jeff Gordon's got is in his mirror. Dale Earnhardt coming up, and it's amazing how he's come through the traffic. And you know, he did it last week. He's done it a lot of weeks, but this week's been the most dominating thing that I've seen him do.
This incident took place at lap 73.
Always the fans look like they're having fun. I never got to be in the bleachers after I was 16. I just went in the pit area, but
Back to Richmond International.
I did go in the bleachers 2 races, but they weren't cup races. One was the Indy
Wallace on the outside of
car races at
triple alongside.
Charlotte in '96.
Second, Doyle Ford.
We were in the first turn, and then
Off into turn 1.
another time was at the Charlotte dirt track. I was in the stands, but since then I haven't been in the bleachers ever since.
Maybe 12 car lengths going into 3 with Mark Martin coming right back.
I envied being able to be just a fan sometimes and
Chihuahua, and somebody said, is that because it's
all of that, but I really was glad. 4 wide.
It was 4 wide something on this on car number.
Yeah, he's broke.
The field's got it. Oh, that's unfortunate.
He must have a flat tire or he lost an engine. Flat tire. That rear tire is flat. Oh, that's costly. Running that restart in front of everybody, but the experience.
Dad built some parts for Mark Martin's kids' go-kart. I remember that.
It's something different, and it's unbelievable because now we're starting to see something.
I think Jeff Bonanzo may have been the bump.
Ooh, listen to that car.
Valve corral. Sometimes that
It sounded like mine when it broke a coil pack.
go flat quick.
Randy Pemberton is standing by with Mark Martin.
Well,
Good old Randy. Miss him, too.
change the left.
All my friends croak.
Change the left front. Wow, that tire is absolutely destroyed as Mark Martin goes a lap down. Troy Martin changed the tire, and they're gone and away. Wow.
11.8 on pit road. Well, they call this guy a Chihuahua because you've been pushing away and he keeps on coming back at you. We've got a long time to see if he can do it today. We're at lap 83 of 400 as Mark Martin gets out here. He'll be defiant and he'll fight right to the finish. There's no one with more heart than this guy.
Hi, Cezanne.
Well, he's got one
Where's your kitty food?
way to go.
Did you bite it in Stelly's dish?
Should get some opportunities to make that laps up and get right back in the.
I've got the coolest cat in the whole wide world. Come here.
Oh, we've got
Come see Mommy. Mommy, hug you. Can I pick you up?
spinning around is Dale Jarrett.
Come closer.
Caution is not.
I'll pick you up.
Track is clear and it keeps on going. That was wild. He got it all the way around.
This is my baby.
On the track.
I heard Greedy Me talking about kitties. This thing is such a sucker. She is such a sucker, ain't you? Her name is Cezanne. She got a boy's name from a famous artist, Paul Cezanne.
Is down in turn number 1.
She looks like someone threw a bunch of paint at her, and Paul Cezanne painted in those colors.
That was
under the car.
All the golds.
It was up in 4. We got a piece of it for you to look at.
Looks like a part of a bumper.
of a car.
You happy now?
Fiberglass.
I gave you a drink.
He spun around. I didn't see what started it.
Can't really tell what started it, you know.
My cats are like, they just come up just to get that reassurance, and then screw you, Mom.
Not got them hot enough to actually get a lot of grip.
Or maybe he got hit from behind.
Just like real kids.
You don't know. The restarts, the traffic.
Looks like a little bit of
yeah, somebody got the left
something
rear
with the left rear.
A race car.
With Ray Evernham. Ray, how about that car? Is it all right?
Yeah, it's just got a little sheet metal in the back, I guess. There was a wreck up there. Jeff slowed down. Somebody got in the back of it, but it's all right.
Rick Benjamin.
All right, Dick, we're here at the SDP Pit Communications.
He was a hell of a modified driver, too, that guy right there. Modified builder and driver. He got in a fiery wreck at Martinsville and said enough of that driving stuff.
How to obtain that.
It was a scary wreck.
The official directory is your complete racing guide with track maps and information on seating charts, driver information, and a whole lot more. The official directory bringing us our track description here today at Richmond. 3/4 of a mile. The turns are banked 14 degrees. An 8-degree bank on the front stretch, which is really semicircular almost. The back stretch only a 2-degree banking, and it's 860 feet long in that.
I appreciate everyone coming and watching this race with me. I like watching old races.
Weather and
like I said, it's still part of my racing research on my father, but my father wasn't working this race.
3, 4, 5.
This is just a race I wanted to see.
At 3:03.84. Pick up your copy of the official directory before you go racing your first time.
No plot intended. It just I wanted to see Richmond.
In car number 6, Dale Jarrett back on the racetrack. We go on board with
these are the A cars in your iRacing. I think y'all at Richmond with some of your cars. Actually, these would be the Gen 4, to be honest.
Randy Pemberton is standing by also on pit road. Randy?
Well, I'll tell you, I miscued on that. It was Richard Malentine changing that left rear for Mark Martin. They got the tire back over here. Guess what? Broken valve stem. I don't know if we're seeing a pattern here or not. Both he and Dale Jarrett came in and pitted under that caution, and we're talking about 4 tires for both of those automobiles. I've also noticed the fact that a lot of buildup on these tires. Jack Roush looking pensively up here, sitting on top of the toolbox.
Cat in the hat.
For these guys. Going back to green, Ken.
After a second caution.
We had characters back then.
And the leaders look like this. Wallace in first. Gordon in.
Fans liked
in between them. Lloyd
characters.
Down. And Earnhardt finds himself.
Fans would buy Jack Roush hats from the novelty stands.
He's going to get it. He's got second position. He's got a lap car between himself and Rusty Wallace. But you can bet Dale Earnhardt wants to get up there and get his 5 points to go in as well.
Ford in first. Chevy in second.
You can bet Rusty's not going to let him lead a lap if he can. He's going to try to do everything he can do to lead all he can.
Wallace trying to repulse Dale Earnhardt. Boy, what we have seen this a few times in this racetrack.
You know, I tell you, we watched this again last week, and you know, Dale and Rusty had some great races going through traffic last week, and you know, they all finished in a different spot, but it was some good racing.
The Napa standings back through the field. Try to give it to you in more depth after that caution period. As they were then running.
Derek Cope side to side with Jeremy Mayfield. He's a lap down, and Derek's in the 4th position, wanting to get up there and get Gordon a run for 3rd.
Joe Nemechek continues to dart in and out of the pits here as he tries to get his car back together after he got really collected in the back end of this car, number 24, Jeff Gordon.
Jeff's car didn't seem to be real strong on the restart. Maybe it'll come on another 4 or 5 laps. These guys play with their tire air pressures quite a bit when they put on a reset during the caution periods. And sometimes it takes them a few more laps to come in than another guy. So I don't know if he's just not quite as strong as he was, or if he's waiting for the come in.
Saw Ricky Rudder.
It was really common for less than 10 cars to be on the lead lap. So you still had good finishes if you went down a lap.
Bobby Hamilton in 13th.
But this was back in the day when you definitely had to race for your lap back.
The cars that caution sure does look like it.
No lucky doggies.
I want my money back.
I'll tell you one thing, with the in-car camera shot, it looked like he was pretty smooth on the steering wheel for Dick Trickle. He'll fall on one as much as anybody, and it must not be driving too bad because his hands weren't jumping around like they usually do.
Next time by, 95 complete, and it's a clean shot for Earnhardt as he goes after Wallace. Again, there's Trickle looking for Bobby Hamilton.
Dick Trickle is in Bud Moore's car.
Working right there in 15th, you see Ward Burton in the Hardy's car.
one tough customer right there.
Into that seat, doesn't he?
Wow. Nice guy.
Very well, isn't he? But that's pretty...
Another friend gone.
Years ago, he used to really have those hands going around.
Yeah, where's his coffee? Where's his cigarette?
I tell you, if we get back on Rusty Wallace, he's got to look in his mirror because
I was honored to
really bearing down on him, and it doesn't look like he's
give him cigarettes when he asked.
a little better than he is.
I smoked back then.
Lighting's right or something. You can really see him working out there and see him.
I don't smoke. I quit in 2016.
TV puts
never worked for me.
on you, doesn't it?
There he is, 53, looking like he's 34.
It was so easy to smoke when you got free cigarettes from Winston.
Excitement 400, Richmond International Raceway. Doesn't get better than this.
Ooh, a little touch. A little touch.
Beep.
Hello?
Take the groove.
Hello?
Beep.
Oh.
That's what's going to be fun. If Dale's going to take the lead here in a second, Rusty's going to come right
As long as Rusty don't try to clip the nose, he'll be fine. Just cross over.
I'm going to get on your corner panel a little bit.
Riding like that's just going to wear Rusty's car out.
That's what it's all about right there.
They say you can run anywhere, right, Chuck? Anywhere on this racetrack, except right here in 2. That's a little touchy.
It's a unique racetrack for it being relatively flat, only a 3/4 mile. It's the best 2 groups.
You know you can't clear it. Don't do it. You need 3/10 to clear.
Seeing a great show right now, folks. Here on TBS, Earnhardt versus Wallace Chevrolet versus...
Good battle. I don't think Rusty can win, though. I'm thinking that's wearing his car out pretty bad.
Let him get away with whatever. And here comes Gordon coming up behind him. It's going to be a 3-car battle.
See, allowed Gordon to catch him.
That gives him a clear.
Now he's got to deal with 2 cars, not just one.
Using them tires, too.
Yeah. He's got a 3-car race for the lead.
This is what it's all about in racing, you know.
Now 3 cars.
Right now, Dale Earnhardt.
Because you got a lap car coming up.
You know, I know he would be, and probably Rusty Wallace would too.
Well, that number 3 led the 99.
Rusty's thinking he's going to pin Earnhardt down.
We got a lap car coming up, Jimmy Spencer.
But it's Spencer, so Spencer will block you both.
Oh, they're going to go 3.
Nope.
Look at that. Are they going to make it? Rusty's going to try to box him.
Yeah.
They're going to be 3 wide coming down the back straightaway.
Jeff Gordon says thank you very much. Ooh! How about
Told you.
That was the break Rusty needed, though. He's able to pull out on Earnhardt right now. But here's Gordon with a little bit cooler tires.
Barely. Well, I guess. This early, is that really worth it? To prove you can?
I believe he got his bonus points.
I went over to see Earnhardt this morning, about 2 hours.
I don't know, man.
Sound asleep, having a nap, all by himself. Actually, he had the TV on. I think he was watching the Clint Eastwood movie and dozed off. He's not dozing now, folks. He is Clint Eastwood.
He's smiling right now, because this is what Dale Earnhardt really thrives for, is having a good race. And, you know, he loves to be in the thing he's in. I think he's going to try to pass him on the outside now, because he's tried the inside. Rusty's going to give him the outside, and let's see what he's got there.
Make him work?
That's for sure.
Run those tires down? I bet the crew's a little interested in how this thing is going. They haven't left for a while.
Well, they've got their own monitor.
They're watching that RCA deal. They're being able to hear us. Hey, guys, can you hear us?
They're not going to admit it.
They're enjoying it just as much as we are, though. Even though they build and prepare that car, it's fun to see this door racing.
So are 74,000 fans here, and they're going to add another.
Earnhardt's definitely faster.
But I understand they're sold out already for that show in September.
See that car jump when he come out of the turn?
A bit of an enigma. They call it a short track, but it acts like a super speedway, doesn't it, Ernie? I mean, really, you say that sounds like a publicity line, but this really does work like a super speedway.
Hey, you know, my thing about this racetrack, I really feel like it's a short track. You know, it's just a lot like Wilkesboro, a lot like Martinsville. We got trouble with Jeff Gordon. He's either had something break or something, and coming off turn 4, slowed down totally.
Jeff Gordon, the winner last week at Rockingham, the man that set on the pole with a new record, pulls it in.
He slowed down a lot coming off turn 4. It's like he just popped out of gear or broke a motor or something.
It looks
just
like he's under no power whatsoever. I don't know if he's even going to be able to get back to the pit road. They may have to bring out a caution to push him in.
They'll have to bring out a caution, I think. And you know, hopefully Randy will be able to talk with Ray Everham and figure out what the problem is.
Yeah,
right.
Lap 10, I don't know. At this point, he's come all the way around. It looks like he's got a little fire in there. Not very much.
There's Ray Everham there.
Jeff Gordon, 7th in points, trying to get it back on pit road. Big change in this race, folks. No change up front. Wallace versus Earnhardt. More shortly.
Oh, that's a bummer. Wow, this is a long race. Woo.
40 years ago at Richmond, they were ranting and raving about Tim Flock when he won the Grand National race here on his way to winning 18 events in the season in a Chrysler 300.
I met Tim Flock in real life. He passed too.
Rusty Wallace.
Met him at an event in Mooresville. The brand new Citizen Center was built, and they actually had a raffle, I think, for Toys for Tots. Is what we were there. They were raffling off sheet metal and stuff of different cars. Every team donated something.
Out here in the cold to be able to watch.
That was from the North Carolina Auto Racing Hall of Fame. Sponsored event.
That inside, that's his best chance. He tried the outside a few laps ago. Couldn't get it done there, but Rusty's car is awfully good at the outside.
Tim was very tall and wore
Get a report down there from Dick Berger.
white and red. Like white shirt and red pants.
He's out on pit road. It's running as if the thing is out of gas. It's got fuel pressure, but it's not got the right amount of fuel going to the carburetor. This is the sort of thing you might have happen to you on a Sunday afternoon drive, and you pull into a gas station and say, well, fix this thing. Well, there's a lot of things that could cause the problem he's got right now. Every time he steps on the throttle, the engine slows down and dies. Right now, the engine has died on pit road.
Fuel pump.
Bypassing the fuel filter. They are many, many laps down, and they do not have the problem fixed.
I tell you, Earnhardt and Rusty, it's amazing. They're still side by side. Rusty's not going to give up. He's going to run as hard as he can on that outside to make Earnhardt earn everything he's got.
24, now 7 laps down. Talk about wrestling. Look at these two trying to get a hold on the other one.
I think the rest of the field is loving this because it increases their chances of staying on that lead lap. You know, it's got to slow down about 3 or 4 tenths a lap running side by side like that, but they're both so strong they can still maintain a good lead.
I tell you, they're still stretched.
How long do you suppose they could run side by side without clipping each other eventually?
I think in 4th place or 3rd place.
Someone's gonna make a boo-boo.
Keep pulling away.
If anybody thinks this is planned, it's not. This is just NASCAR stock car racing at its best. It just happens. These two know how to do it. They get their cars so well that they can pull this off.
I tell you, this is one of the only racetracks we could actually watch this in because at Richmond, the outside groove later in the day seems to start coming up and, you know, able to start running better on the outside. And Dale, the reason Dale can't get by him is because he can't use up the outside to work up. Just like right there, he tried to maneuver around.
Thank you for telling me too that I had that subscriber mode on. I didn't realize
She's getting a half a Carly
how it got on there. I must have typed something in the wrong spot.
right now. Let's put it that way. A little rub, he'd have it.
But I'm glad you're listening, Jess.
Little transition.
Did you see me up on my roof
3 seconds.
cleaning the camper?
That crew in 3rd spot. So it's not.
We did just fine during the hurricane. We just got brushed by the edge of it. Enough wind to just make my plants a little tore up.
First.
But nothing, no damage, no flooding.
Marlin, Labonte in there as well as we look at 4th, 5th, and 6th. And they're both Labontes there.
That's the good race there, and you can see the 3rd position. But this race for 4th on back, they're all bumper to bumper, nose to tail.
That's a good race. That is a good race. But there's a great race up in front. These 2 guys are just dishing it out for the lead. There you see Sterling Marlin. And you see Bobby Labonte, Terry Labonte right there. Jeff Bodine giving us these shots. Remember, he's a lap or 2 down, had trouble early.
Come off. Had a valve stem pop off too, just like Jeff Bodine.
Yeah, the Marcus car's running good, but he's down at least 1 lap, I believe, to that. He had to lift most of the way around the racetrack on that flat lap there. I think it was a pretty quick pit stop, but he really cost him. You got to limp around there.
Now Sterling Marlin high, and that's going to change those positions a bit.
Bobby got the hole on the inside, and his brother Terry follows through, and so does Mark Martin. Sterling falls back to 6th position.
Bobby Labonte having a very good ride. He's got off to a great start racing 18 car this year.
He had a 2nd place finish at Rockingham and was running real strong at Daytona until he got in an accident late in the race.
Had that big crash. How about it, Bobby Labonte? Tell us a little bit about this Richmond track and how you react to this 3/4 mile racing facility in Richmond.
Interstate Batteries crew, we've had to work a little harder this weekend. It seems like my first lap of practice didn't go very good, and bent the left rear quarter panel on the left rear of the clip a little bit, so we've had to straighten it out and didn't get no practice. And got a little bit yesterday afternoon, so we kind of got behind, real early. It's just, feel like we got a good race car. We just want to make sure we go out there and run every lap today.
Run every lap they are at the present time and making a good show of it. And Mark Martin trying to make up some laps. Look at him come on. As good a race as that is, this is the great race. How about this? For a moment, Wallace had him covered, got in front of him. Earnhardt snookered him, came right down to the bottom, ran wheel to wheel him off 4, and they're back at it another lap. And again, Wallace pulls him.
I tell you, people at home, this is not a replay. They probably walked off and got something for the refrigerator, and it's happening again. We're sitting here watching it. We can tell you that it's not a replay.
I think Dale will get behind him now and then, follow his tracks, cool things. Get a little bump right there, cool things off a little bit, and then give him another run.
Dick Berggren.
Well, Jeff Gordon has pulled his car behind pit wall. He's not been on the racetrack since you saw him last. Jeff, what do you think is wrong with his car?
Yeah, I really don't know what the problem is. Things seem to be running out of fuel. The more I get the gas, the more the car, wants to die on us. It's a shame, man. The car was running great. We didn't have the best car out there, not at the time. We had some time to work on it, but we could have had another really good finish, but this is going to ruin it for us. But we'll get back out there. We'll find out what the problem is. I really don't know.
The more he pressed the gas pedal, the more he wanted to quit. Maybe it's dumping fuel too hard.
Thanks to
carburetor issue.
Now that he came out at lap 108 and the field is at 131, so they're showing Gordon is next to last. 42 Kyle Petty went out at 106. Still trying to get out here and score some points. We'll take a look at the former winners and where they're running here in a moment as we give you this service and take you back through the field.
As they're putting a lap on Steve Kinzer, the World Outlaw superstar. I'll tell you, that's got to be about like what Michael Jordan's going through, trying to go from basketball to baseball, to go from World Outlaw sprint cars to these Winston Cup cars. Heck of a race car driver, but it's just a new learning process. It's tough.
There are those past winners where they're running currently in this race. Wallace has the advantage. Pulls away for the moment by 5-6 car lengths. They have completed 135 laps, this time by Rusty Wallace's folks showing some optimism after all the frustration that goes well back into 1994. From the steel aerial platform here at Richmond International Raceway, the Pontiac Excitement 400. An overall view of this great racing facility that the Sawyer family has been building on for years and continues to add to. Now take a look at this battle for the lead. Rusty Wallace for the moment stretching it out in car number 2.
And wow, look at that lead. He must have 5 car lengths. That's the most he's had since the restart.
Oh, that's getting dull out there. Only 5 car lengths. Holy smokes. Take a look at this battle. Here is Mark Martin. Still trucking, still trying to get back. Lost those laps, came in unscheduled stop. He can be a factor before this is over. At lap 142.
He's right behind Terry Labonte, and Terry Labonte's had a great run. He's been coming to the front all afternoon. And I think Steve's got Terry's crew chief with him.
He has Gary Dehart. Now, Terry Labonte won this race in September. Started 24th today. He's currently 4th. Gary, seems like the longer you run, the better you get.
Yeah, but right now we're a little bit loose. We need to make another adjustment on the car, but it seems like the leaders are a little bit slower the longer they run than we are, so we hope we'll get better.
They sure are working on it. Take a look at Terry Labonte here. Winner this past September.
if you can stand the car just a little bit loose like that, sometimes that's a blessing, because generally in the long runs with these cars have a tendency to tighten up. And if you can stand it a little loose in the early going, sometimes you're really good later in the day.
He's in fourth. Derek Cope having a marvelous ride. Stays up.
The cars tighten up because the fuel load goes out. As the fuel load goes out, it creates more wedge. A car over wedged will push going in and be loose coming out. Or loose going in and push coming out. I'm sorry. You'll push coming out because the fuel load has changed your weight percentages.
Yeah, Ricky's gotten off to a good start for her first year in Winston Cup.
So in the beginning, they set it up so you push go in and loose out, so it balances itself
He's impressed me
through the race or through the fuel run.
Being lapped by Rusty Wallace. Looks like he's found it here thus far in Winston.
I tell you, Dave
has 2 wins here.
Yeah.
Top 20 are down 1 lap.
Won a race here, and
or after the top 20.
You know, Dave's got a great spot.
And the race is a third over, maybe.
I know that he'll be happy we talked about him. He's in 19th right now, and just holding his own.
So that means,
Talk about him, you go back to
theoretically,
2 here when he beat Richard Petty.
There'll be less than 10 on the lead lap at the end.
And had Bobby Allison
statistically.
76.
I still remember one of the races that Dave had won here. I don't remember what year it was, but actually one of the races I was watching from my TV set in California.
That was on the old bull ring, the little half mile that was so exciting.
I used to figure it as well when they qualified. Like, if you qualified 10th and half of the cars have already run, you'll probably be 20th, basically. It's how I used to, like, just kind of calculate in my head before qualifying ended. If we qualified 5th and half the field was gone, I'd figure we'd be about 10th. You know, just averages.
It's amazing. There's not much room to put much more grandstands. Gonna have.
It was pretty accurate.
All the grandstands will be good.
Don't tell the Sawyer brothers that. They're going to go higher. Oh, yeah. They want 100,000 here. They said they want to get to 100,000.
Oh, we have a wreck. Todd Bodine has just backed in.
Uh-oh. Hold the brake. Hold the brake. Hold the brake.
Caution out. Third time.
We'll have to wait for the replay, and hopefully we pick this up. But I don't know if he had any help or just lost it, but he definitely got the back end of the car on the wall pretty good. It's flattened up. Looks like a gremlin.
Looks like a gremlin. The Factory Stores of America, Todd Bodine. You know, he's had a
first caution in a long time.
Some of the time last year.
Third caution in lap 152.
Yeah, he's had some accidents.
Pit stop time.
He's been running good. He's been fast. If they could just figure out how to get to those checkered flags, it'll come. Todd will figure it out.
He's also shown a lot of style. He made a save down there at Daytona that put him right up there in the top of my list.
He sure did. It was incredible, especially in the Busch Clash.
Here's Randy.
That was wild.
Well, Robin Pemberton and the crew wait for Rusty Wallace to enter his pits. You know, these guys were discussing originally of pitting on lap 185, but suddenly the chatter down here picked up the pace very quickly, and they were talking about coming in even possibly earlier. They thought Cass would take them that far. The right side tires are already on. Billy Weber comes around to the left front. Left side tires going on. I think that they were running just a little low on fuel. They probably had about 20, 25 laps left. Rusty Wallace down and away. Dick Berger, what's going on down pit road with Dale Earnhardt?
Well, this caution flag was perfectly timed for Earnhardt. Rusty went by him. Earnhardt really needed to pit. He had just radioed to his crew saying that his tires were going away. He has beaten Labonte out of pit road. Richard Childress was wandering around here moments before this pit stop. He has taken a very active role in deciding what is going to be done tire-wise to this automobile today.
So the pit road is where the action is right now. Bumpers and jumpers down there, all pulling in, jumping over that wall with 65-pound tires and all that.
It's Phil Martacci. He's freezing. See him? Chilly, chilly.
Back at Richmond International Raceway. Great to have you with us today on TBS. Let's show you the Auto Week weekend racing. Will begin with yesterday's Busch.
Virginia in
it was the Hardys.
April was chilly. Terry
Labonte there on the lead row.
Oh, this was the race before.
Tracy Leslie Everyone.
Dad was not in that either.
Leslie's car started smoking early on there. Chad Little had won the first 2 Busch races of the year. These cars had very little practice. They were very loose. Little had problems early. Watch this. A full 360 off of turn 4. Roof flaps come up. He stays straight, keeps going, and came back and had a chance to win the race. Perhaps the most amazing thing of all. Got down to the checker flag last lap of the race. Randy Porter in car number 48 there. Spinning, whacking the wall hard. Phil Parsons also involved in it in the 99. Parsons lost a good finishing spot. Porter's car heavily damaged. Parsons in the 99 just barely got to the start-finish line and completed the race yesterday. Finished 14th, 1 lap down.
98.
Finished. Kenny Wallace was the winner over Terry Labonte. Johnny Benson, Mike McLaughlin, and Jason Keller. If you're an NHRA drag racing fan, sorry, this week's Winston Series event at Houston was rained out.
Speaking of raining out, doesn't look like North Carolina races are going to be in too good a shape this weekend.
Michael Andretti will have the pole over Gugelman, Boisel, Gilda Ferrin in his first start, and Paul Tracy will start 5th. The Indy Lights qualifying order, Greg Moore and Jeff Ward will be the lead row. Pedro Chavez and Robbie Buell back in the series this year, and Doug Boyer. Auto Week, Bruton Smith announcing, too, that the Texas Motor Speedway complex is going to be built. It's going to be built on Ross Perot's Alliance Development.
Just don't like that they conned us out of our Wilkes.
60,000 seats. We're back.
That was dirty pool. I think hopefully Marcus, his son, learned his lesson.
Thanks a lot, Rick Benjamin, as they came back. Wallace, Earnhardt, Terry Labonte, Derek Cope, the front 4, Bobby Labonte, Dale Jarrett, right back.
Need our
again.
Roots, tracks. It doesn't have to be the same week that Texas was. It's not either or.
Ward Burton 10th.
It was
Bobby Hamilton, Dick Tripp.
have them both.
Elliott 13th, John Andretti, and Rick.
I don't know what they were thinking other than dollar signs.
A lap or 2 backwards.
Remind me of that Richie Rich with the dollar sign cartoon in their eyes.
Get these great pictures out of Dick Tripp as car number 15.
But we proved that NASCAR roots do matter.
Lake speed. Yeah. He's bearing down.
Another glance in the rear.
He's looking at us. I don't think so.
A few weeks after this race at Hickory, Dick will borrow a cigarette from me on pit road.
You saw an eye on Bill Elliott right behind him.
And Jeff Burton made a little move on him there. He's coming up on the outside. All of this is back there in 12th, 13th, 14th position.
Do I go inside or outside? Is Nina Check going to get the job done up there, or do I need to take the outside lane with Jeff Burton?
BRB.
16 cars on the lead.
While this runs out, I will watch from the side. I just got to go grab a snack.
150.
Well, a drink, actually.
You may have Bodine officially out, too. Todd Bodine now. It's not official at the moment. Ooh! Bill Elliott came off the corner and got some tire marks on the 94. But he's still moving along. He and Jeremy Mayfield flying together out of 4th. Take a look at this one. Here is that 28 car, and what a run Dale Jarrett has made. Remember, he had trouble earlier and spun back on the 85th lap. And he's pulled himself right back into this race into 5th. He gets along with 18 and makes that shot through.
He must have that car working to his liking, because he was on the tail end of the lead lap not long ago, like you said, when he spun out. But he's gathering it all back together now and finding himself in pretty good track position. I think the first 5 cars after that caution period came out of the pits just as they went in, but now they're starting to mix up as Jarrett's working his way up there. I think the next one he's going to be looking at will be Derek Cope for the 4th position.
Well, there you see Dale Jarrett in the car number 28. And after the first 2 races of the year, what are your observations, Dale Jarrett?
We expected to win the races, or at least one of them, but we're missing a little bit on the handling part as far as me getting comfortable in the car and being able to relate to the guys. I'm not happy with my performance yet. We come out of it with 2 top 5s, so I feel good about that part, that we accumulated a lot of points. So we're still in that battle, and I think we've got a lot more for them.
I tell you, it's a long season, so you know, they've started off with a great start and 2 top 5s, and you know, just hopefully get better.
I know how you do not like to talk about the 28. It makes you a little, you know, you want to talk about other cars than the car that you're involved with. But Dale made an interesting point. He had trouble getting used to this thing. He said it felt twitchy to him still, and he didn't feel he had a solid handle on that car. And yet today, that thing is running on a rail.
I tell you, this is an identical car from what we ran here. And, you know, here we got
Bobby Hamilton and Ward Burton.
Yeah.
Battling for 10th position. Ward looks like he's going to take a look under Bobby. Yeah, it looks like Ward's going to get that 10th position. Well, Ward's an aggressive little race driver. I've run a lot with him in the Busch Series, put a lot of tire marks on him and vice versa. He'll drive it as hard as it'll go. You can be assured of that.
He hasn't had a very good run in very few of the races. So, you know, now we're seeing it again. Ward's a good race car driver. And,
it's kind of hot and cold. You know, it seems like he either really has a strong run or it's awful. It's just not much in between for Ward.
Todd Bodine is becoming the second official retiree of the event. He and Craig will be the first two out. 11th spot is that 43 car, Ward, and there is Darrell Waltrip, who's had a miserable start, and he's looking very good right now in this 17 car.
Yeah, actually, Darrell had a good run going at Daytona, but he had transmission failures. But boy, he had an awful week last week at Rocky.
Up to 9th.
It's a good run today for Darrell. Darrell likes Richmond, though. He usually runs pretty good here.
Steve's got Todd Bodine in the pits.
The car was handling terrible. I was just trying to stay out of everybody's way, get as many laps as we can, just finish the race. That was the main goal, finish the race. I'm going to win it. I was giving everybody plenty of room. I don't know what he did. I was in the second groove, and he just run right in the back of me. You know, maybe his foot slipped off the brake or something, but it's a shame we can't do anything right. I mean, I'm just trying to ride around and get laps, just can't even finish. Tough day in the office. Thanks.
Todd Bodine.
You know,
from the event.
Luck plays a little bit of part in it. Just like last night, Rusty Wallace's rear end happened to burn up just before practice was over, and that could have just as well happened today in the race. Had it rained the last 10 minutes of practice or something like that, they wouldn't have caught that. But, you know, it's just right place, wrong place at the right time at the wrong time. It's just part of the deal.
Take a look at this little struggle. There's Sterling Marlin down. Schrader is in there. Mike Wallace. It's back there in 7th and 8th.
And Mike was running decent, but he did make one of those early green flag pit stops, so he's some laps down. But it looks like he's able to race pretty good with Sterling and Schrader.
Yeah, he's back in 29th spot. But the 7th place car is the 25 of Schrader, and the 8th place car is the 4 of Sterling Marlin. And then you see Darrell Waltrip hanging right in as we get toward 200 laps complete in this one. Present time, 175 will be complete this time by. Moving in toward the halfway mark in the exciting Pontiac Excitement 400 at Richmond. You're riding with Randy LaJoie in the MBNA bank cards car. He is currently being shown in 30th position, running a few laps down, 3, maybe 4 now, 4 laps down to those leaders.
I think that little hose kind of getting in our camera view there, I think that's what hooks to his drink bottle to where he sucks out of that for fresh cold water during this race as you dry out.
Today I've been looking through the pits, and I still think they're still working on Jeff Gordon's car. Man, that's a shame.
Had one change of position. Ward Burton is again pulled up. He's gone to 9th. He's pushed Dale Earnhardt back into 10th position. As you watch Randy LaJoie, another of those rookie candidates this year, he in the Bill Davis car. 184.
Yeah, I thought that was that 22 was Bill Davis.
He's led all but 6 laps, staying up there.
And again, he has one of those huge 5-car length leads. Yeah. As Terry Labonte's trying to get up in the middle of this one now. Taking over where Jeff Gordon left off, I guess, in the other Hendrick Cup.
Get a little more on Jeff Gordon. Let's go to Rick Benjamin.
Ken, we're told that what they're trying to do now in the 24 pit, or actually in the garage area, is change the fuel cell. Dick Bergman told us how it was a fuel problem that caused the engine to quit in the 24 car many laps ago. They tried the fuel filter, they tried the pump, now they're changing the fuel cell. As we look back up the racetrack a little bit and take a look at some of the other cars, Rusty Wallace still your leader. Terry Labonte now tracking down Dale Earnhardt as a battle for second takes shape.
31 minutes so far on the 24 cars. Take a look at Labonte coming after that free. Talk about chases. We've got him here today. Rusty Wallace stays in front. He's had second in this race the last 2 years. He's putting his foot down today. And so is number 12.
There's stuff on the floor.
What a story.
Trying to move with my feet.
28 car. Dale Jarrett comes after him. Battle for third. Let's get a story on this 12 car. Derek Cope,
my work car bag.
Jimmy Fenning standing by on pit road.
Well, Jimmy Fenning, it looks like an awfully good day, and you still got more in that thing, or what?
Yeah, Derek's doing a good job today. Now, last set we were a little bit loose. Now we're a little bit tight, but we got a long ways to go. We'll just keep tweaking on the car, see what we can get out of it.
How about the tire wear today? Is it going according?
It was sniffly today.
The tire wear today, is it going according to plan?
Well, tire wear is pretty bad, but you know, we run about 80 laps and the car starts going away, but it ain't bad. Goodyear's got a good tire.
And that seems to be happening to almost everybody. Randy Pemberton.
Well, Dale Jarrett certainly had a great run here on the short track with his new team. When these guys pitted, or they spun early on, they were as far back as 20th, came back, and now they were challenging for the 4th position. What they did on the last pit stop was lower a little air pressure, and this team was high-fiving, but I got a feeling the car is starting to back up just a tad right now, so they'll keep working on the 28.
It's hard to see Randy because he's right here giving Derek Cope all he wants at the present time. In that top 3 as they stand on the track, Rusty Wallace has won 4 times here.
Hope I typed that right. I don't have my reading glasses at work.
Once at Richmond, back
You like to play with sounds? Those are my sounds.
The only one missing from that group is Ernie Irvin, the guy that won.
Mostly derived from comedy movies or old-time comedy. I love comedies.
In here, right?
Yeah, everybody.
Laughter is the best medicine.
Larry McReynolds.
You showed him.
And music soothes the savage beast.
We came away with a victory.
Here's the 4 car. How important is Larry McReynolds?
I tell you, I think he's one of the best crew chiefs on pit road. And,
why?
I don't think I have the sound like this
him going
song requests on because I don't know how to turn it on.
Basically done last night. I mean, basically,
and
everything was.
It might crash my whole video. I don't know.
It goes over
I think I attempted it once and it was kind of skippity.
Ward Burton trying to move up on Sterling Marlin for the 8th.
I've used a little more of my computer memory.
All these race cars.
I have found some of my...
Teams may have the same pieces and parts to start with, but those team players have a whole lot to do with the success of the race team. I mean, it takes a good driver.
My latest book edits, so I kind of lost them for a minute, to be honest.
To get out here and win these races.
On the computer. OneDrive kind of takes over everything, and tried to get rid of OneDrive and lost almost all my pictures.
Well, I tell you, you have to run hard all day. You can't.
But I have them all backed up on other things.
The car's got to handle real good, and we're gonna go after it. We need to come out here to lead the points and do the best we can do. And today's my little girl's birthday, so we're gonna win.
All right.
So any of my documents or whatever on OneDrive, I have to reinstall OneDrive to be able to get access to them because they've hijacked them.
You know, Sterling had a really good run.
This is a long-ass race.
And now the 28 car we're looking at.
Let's fast forward so we can watch
again
the other Richmond race too, or Hickory.
Derek Cope. And, you know, that battle's just like Rusty and the battle up front.
Yeah, it looks like Jared will get up there and really...
Oh, that's a pretty sunset. Look at that. Ooh.
The Pontiac Excitement
Tell you what.
is brought to you by...
sunset in them eras is so beautiful.
Or something. And now again, this year, it started off on the first 2 races. You know, we had a wreck at Daytona.
Budget-wise, my internet is priority this month, so I don't have premium. We may get commercials I'll have to skip.
I thought they were looking for something more. I had heard that.
When you're old, you have to kind of juggle what you can.
Gaskets. I'm not sure if it's debris on the grill causing the head gaskets or if it's internal problem.
Yeah.
No rest for the wicked.
And we've gone halfway in the race, and you can see his lead still
halfway.
Second.
Coming up to lap one of the rookie contenders, Robert Presley.
Let's see if we can fast forward to any incident stuff, because we just watching them go round and round right now. Well, here's a pit communication of what's up.
Draft 400 will wrap up our season with the UAW GM Quality.
I want to see that. What events are coming up next? Because
TBS Sports.
Let's see.
And in Richmond, we have a full calendar of events also in May, coming up in a couple of months, the 4th through the 6th, the Electric Vehicle Grand Prix. Now, these are formula cars, open-wheel cars, powered by electric motors. They've run a few races.
See, now, this ain't nothing new now, fellas.
Here to Richmond, June 7th.
Electric vehicles were around before gasoline vehicles in 1800s.
The Formula 4 2000s. They've had a couple
Just saying.
cars here on display all weekend. It's been quite a sight. September 7th, the NASCAR Super Trucks come back for their shootout event.
That's my birthday.
The Busch Grand National car, the Autolite Platinum 250. Ken Squire?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing those Silver Crown cars down here.
I need to see that again.
It's 3/4 mile track. Well, here you see Earnhardt's.
Well, I know what the order is.
Looking up. There's the number 5.
Spam with a different logo, Spam on the front.
Second.
They ended up going away from the New Times Roman font to like a Arial font, real bold.
We're cutting down the
Spam, tall and
cars in the lead
narrow.
lap. And that 18 is on the tail end of that lead lap. And there's the 24 car, 45 minutes in the pits, 117 laps down. Jeff Gordon's back out there again.
Bummer, but he's back out.
Exactly what went wrong. They changed so many things on that car. They looked at the fuel cell, they changed the fuel pump, they bypassed the fuel filter, they changed the carburetor. Everything in the fuel system was changed, but they think it was the fuel pump, and it took a long time to change it. It's the sort of thing you expect.
Totally, because when you step on the gas, it's supposed to like regulate how much fuel comes, and it said it was dumping.
Labonte's going to have to hurry though.
Well, it kept conking out. Too much fuel, it's liquid. Fuel is vapor.
Should be coming.
The liquid fuel itself will not burn. It has to be the vapor. So it was too much of a liquid mix, not enough air mix somehow.
Labonte's rear view mirror range, but Rusty has faded just a little bit.
That air fuel mix is very important to keep it vapored.
Pitting right now, so we're going to start having some good flat times.
This may force the leaders to come in as well. When Rusty pulls this off, he's going to run so much faster when he goes back out.
Every ignition in the pistons is gas fumes, not gas liquid.
Bit of a push. It's finally come where the track is just getting a little bit greasy.
Okay, we got green flag pit stops coming on.
Just the air pressure.
Rusty pitting first will keep his lead because he won't lose no time to the other leaders. You always just got to stay on your plan. If a caution comes out, you're hosed, but
Bobby Labonte on pit road. He spun this car on that first.
There's only 20 cars on the lead lap, so if 20 cars pit, this is a place where being a lap down or so, you can gain.
Came in as if he might be a little thin on fuel. You see,
if you pit a couple laps before everyone, you're gaining about half a second a lap because your tires are fresher.
Mark Martin on
or more, maybe even a second a lap.
To get back in this.
So you short pit to get that gain back on your leaders.
Being shown one lap down to the leaders.
That's why in the pits we always timed our car and the leader's car. And if you're losing too much to the leader, you gotta get new tires so you don't lose too much. Yeah, if the yellow comes out, you hose, but you can also gain quite a few spots back if you time it right.
Dick Frickle coming in.
Now you got Dale Earnhardt just coming on pit road, and that's the slowest thing you got to do is go on pit road.
Tomorrow is grocery shopping day, so I'm glad I got to stream today. I'm probably...
It really is. Your spotter usually reminds you just to help you out.
Probably gonna stream as long as I can, even if I have to.
I know we got Andy Peterson changing front tires there.
Don't see
take breaks or something, but I'll still keep this stream up. I don't anticipate much I have to do today. For a couple hours anyway. Might have to run out tonight.
Lap 241.
And there's the problem they keep saying they're having with the tires going across pit road. Earnhardt had a 19.2.
Be interesting to see with Rusty being the first one already on his new tires, which are usually a pretty strong pace. He may end up with the lead when this all shakes out.
See, you don't have the tower yet that tells you where everyone is. It has to wait.
Dale Jarrett.
Or else it'll be all screwed up. Because it's only transponder to the start-finish line. When transponders in 95 were very new.
Green, Waltrip in and out.
They're magnetic. They clip
outside of the front row and
to your car. Think behind, like
car number 12, Dick Burke,
to the frame right in front of the rear tire or something is where it's at usually.
Check is back in, and Ward Burton has lost a wheel off his car. They didn't get the lug nuts on. It's fallen off. You see the tire there? Right rear's missing.
That's a bad deal.
Never make a bad situation worse. Get the tire on the car.
They just can't get the jack under it and sit right on the rim.
Take your penalty.
No chassis adjustments for Sterling. He likes it the way it is. They do work on the air pressure just a little bit. Left side tires on. Derek Coates in the
That was a hell of a team right there, that number 4.
Down here, just about the same time.
Ward Burton still working the back end of that one. That was costly.
Ward was on the lead lap in the top 10 too when this all happened here. That's too bad. Looks like they put a flat right rear on it.
It looks flat.
They put a flat right rear on that car. Now he's going to have to come right back in. Oh, that's just too bad.
They grabbed the wrong tire.
Oh, man.
That's called don't make a bad situation worse, people.
Look at that thing.
If they were focused, they would have put the right tire back on, not pulled off the dead one.
A good run for John.
Oh, my God.
You know, it's a great deal. Those guys have only been working together for a few races, and you know, John Andretti's doing a great job. Now they've been stretching their pit stop, so it's going to actually put them behind. If a caution comes out now, that's going to be a good move. But I think they'll be coming in the next couple laps.
God, I bet they're like just... They just fell apart, man. They just fell apart.
And the panic and the excitement of trying to get the car up just grabbed the wrong tire.
That tire still had a sticker on it. I was seeing it going out of the pits. It still had a sticker on it.
It might have been a left front or something.
Maybe a piece of the fender or something cut it down.
Well, his first Winston Cup start was here just 1 year ago.
Yeah, kind of looks
time at Richmond, and boy,
from before. Well, it did have a sticker, no joke.
I'm wondering if it was cut off some of that metal around that fender.
Maybe they dropped the jack and there was a sharp edge of sheet metal. Sheared it.
Yeah, that sounds more appropriate.
But it happened just as he started back out.
Yeah. Looked like it was flat when it went down.
Yeah, they dropped the jack and must have just punctured it.
So there's John Andretti, who stays out there, has not pitted yet.
Keep calm. Finish your pit stop.
2:48 in the event. It is John Andretti in first place, and Terry Labonte is in second. Steel aerial platform. Giving you a gander at the 3/4 mile Richmond International Raceway. They keep adding seats at every event, and they're still sold out. And for good reason. You don't find much better racing than you'll find here in the heart of Virginia, the heart of the Confederacy. Richmond, you see Bobby Hamilton, who was starting outside of the front row, and you see right behind him that number 5 car, who is now the leader as John Andretti has pitted. And he came in, inheriting that first spot once again for number 5.
Bobby Hamilton's run strong all day. He's in the 11th position on the lead lap. He does not want to go down a lap right now.
Well, he sure needs a caution. Then that Pontiac hanging on just in front.
He needs it
quick. Those Hendrick Chevrolet.
Terry has really got her dialed in now. The sun's come out a little bit stronger here lately.
Seriously?
It looks like it's helping Terry's car.
Don't get too close.
Just a little bit.
What's the sun do to you out here, fellas?
You know, just every car seems to react too different. Sometimes if you're a little tight, it just seems to make it push more. If you're a little loose, it just seems to make it be looser. And, you know, the sun, it's still so chilly because I don't think it's going to matter much because, you know, we're only talking about 10 degrees of sun, you know, and it's only still 40, 50 degrees.
Great show. Wayne Sawyer, one of them.
See, most of the people have made pit stops.
Draw crowd, don't you? He says he's not sold out for September. They got a few left, 1 or 2, but you better hurry. They haven't even started putting them on. April 29th, they're going to start putting out the tickets to that new section they built. What, 8,000 seats? They haven't gone on sale. Everything that's here is gone, but there's some new seats being built right now, so you want to be ready on April the 29th because they'll go in about a minute and a half. All right, take a look here at Schrader in the
Righty, let's see what the rundown is. They're up to P35. Okay, now we're P1.
Said much about that Budweiser car, which now finds itself in the 4th spot up among those leaders. And one of those Hendrick cars having a great day.
Kenny's, you know, he's a steady competitor. He had a strong run in the points last season. He's been on a little bit of a dry spell since the win, but that's just coincidence. He's run good enough.
Go party.
Should have happened recently. It just coincidentally hasn't. He's a strong runner.
I'll tell you, you got to realize Rick Hendricks has got a lot of motors too, because Kenny Schrader, Jeff Gordon, the 18 car has got a Hendricks motor. And then plus the car that's leading.
I shall be right back. My puppy is asking to go potty.
Right. As well, the 29 car. He's had some good runs this year.
That was a real surprise at Grissom. If you're just joining us, not in the show, did not make the cut.
Dale Jarrett's working at it, keeping it up there in the thick of things in the top 5 again. Fifth position, going around Joe Nemechek. As far as I know, Brett Bodine is still in that 11 car, flew and all. I don't think he's gotten out yet. He's still here in that thing.
Yeah, you know, when you get the race going, it doesn't matter how bad you're feeling.
That's
you just
right.
keep in that car.
Broken bones and all. It just doesn't seem to matter whether you're sick or hurting or whatever.
Take a look at Derek Koch running back here in the 6th position. There he is, number 12.
The main Intel Ford, is that what it is? Yeah.
Yep. Bobby says that stuff works, too.
Putting a lap on Dave Marcus.
I noticed Bobby's mane was starting to look better. Yeah.
Yeah, there you see
Derek Koch. Sterling Marlin.
And right behind him is Mark Martin.
Mark Martin
trying to get that.
Yeah, he scrambled back to 14th place. Still a lap down.
He's running good. Yeah. I mean, you know, Mark had that valve stem. I don't know what the valve stem problem was, but you know, I don't know. I haven't heard of anybody having valve stem problems, but we've had 2 today.
And early on in the race, they happened back to back within a matter of just a few laps. A little further back, 8th and 9th place there, you see Labonte in the 18. And there's Waltrip right with him. 17 and 18, 18 and 17, fighting for the 8th position. Bobby Labonte has it for the moment. An old DW.
And those guys aren't far from going a lap down. You know, Terry Labonte is only a matter of a few seconds. And they can see him in his mirror. And it's amazing because Terry's got a good pace going.
It's that George Jones song, Don't Throw Me on the Junk Heap Yet. That's what Darrell's singing right now in that car 17 as he comes after 30-year-old Bobby Labonte. All right, Darrell. Got a youngster out in front of you who's looking good. How about it, DW? Tell us about these young kids.
There's some talented young guys out here right now, and you know, the Burton brothers, and of course Jeff Gordon and Bobby Labonte. It's the future of the sport, and I think every week they get better, and that's all they really need is more and more experience, figuring out these 500-mile races, 500-lap races, whatever they may be. I think once they get the patience down pat and how to run these long races, then they're going to win a lot of them.
Daryl needs to get some new sunglasses because it looks like two spoons hooked up to each other. I mean, what the heck? Come on, Daryl.
Granny glasses. NASCAR people.
Everybody's got free sunglasses, and I know Daryl could get them. He must have paid for those.
He's going to pay dearly when you get done with it here. Oh, bad one.
Oh, we've had a wreck.
Oh, 28's in it.
Dale Jarrett and
26. Is it Kinzer?
That is Steve Kinzer.
Sorry, that's 33.
Oh, okay.
33.
Robert Presley.
Yeah.
It looked, I don't really want to comment on before it's happened, but it looked like the 33 car must have broke a motor or something.
Caution out. This would be
a pretty
lap 270, folks.
Pretty serious wreck there. It looks like the 33 car's got some serious damage.
Fourth caution.
Dale Jarrett's trying to drive his back, but he's got some pretty serious damage too.
A lot of damage.
And Robert Presley came up out of those Grand National ranks, grew up in a great racing family.
We can see him move. He's climbing out now.
I may have commented early on that. It doesn't really look like he's broke a motor. I don't really know what happened. Hopefully we'll have it on camera.
There's Dale Jarrett, number 28, headed back in 6. Had spun early in the day and got right back into this thing. Leaders pitting. Wallace, Earnhardt, Terry Labonte, Schrader, all on pit road. Let's go to Steve standing by. Steve Burns, Terry Labonte's pit.
It's Terry Labonte's pit. Carter Richmond is here. They made no adjustments on the last pit stop and will not do so again. Let's go to Dick Bergman in Earnhardt's pits.
Well, in Kenny Schrader's pit, he was 4th when he came in here. His best finish ever in Richmond was 8th position, so he's having the best day of his entire career here. The amount of time, however, between he and the other front-running cars, particularly Earnhardt, is very, very small, and Rusty has beaten him out. Slow pit stop for Schrader. 25.99 for Schrader. Up to Richmond.
Well, you talk about fate. Dale Jarrett ran over some debris, and that's what happened. Blew the right front. They've got some heavy damage on the right side. Larry McReynolds talking on the radio to his crew, trying to get the toe set, to say the least. They got some cutters going out now. So heavy damage for Dale Jarrett. Went down a lap. He's going to go down another one here, guys, on pit road if they don't get this out in a hurry.
It don't look like they're going to get it out. It's not going to be a quick one. You know, they may have to change the tie rod.
Take more than toe in. That thing's been pretty good.
Larry's already actually got one made up. Kenny Schrader had a bad stop, but he sure is running good.
Let's go to Rick Benjamin.
As we watch Ken Schrader work his way around this oval in the Budweiser car, Schrader on his way hopefully to his best finish ever here at Richmond International Raceway. Schrader under caution, as is the remainder of the field here this afternoon. And Ken Squire, I think Schrader could be in line to be a contender before this one's over.
Indeed, he can be. He's right up here in the top 4. And while we're talking about the Budweiser car out here, let's talk about the Bud Who Won, a regular feature in our TBS telecast of Winston Cup racing.
Hey, race fans, Budweiser asks who won? March 8th, 1992, Richmond International Raceway. Bill Elliott in the Budweiser 4, the 11, and the 28 of Davey Allison starting on the front row. They flexed plenty of early muscle. But soon, their rearview mirrors were filled with green and orange. Alan Kulwicki in the number 7, and Harry Gant in car number 33 battling their way to the front of the field. But who won? Here's the list of contenders, the winner when we come back. If you picked Bill Elliott, you're right. Here's how the events transpired. The 28 of Davey Allison and the 33 of Harry Gant battled furiously in the early going, but they both faded late in the race. In the end, a dramatic 2-car battle between the Budweiser 4 of Bill Elliott and the number 7 of Alan Kulwicki. Elliott and Kulwicki dusted door handles over the last few laps. But in the end, Elliott prevailed by an official margin of 18 inches. Who won? Brought to you by Budweiser. For that clean, crisp, cold taste, nothing beats a Bud.
Back with you again with Rusty Wallace being shown as the leader out here with lap, 276 now recorded. In the second spot would be Earnhardt. Labonte would be 3rd, and Ken Schrader would stay up there in the 4th position. So we're under a caution once again here at Richmond. Hard hit. Let's hope that Robert Presley's okay. We're going to get more for you on that story. Here's Dale Earnhardt, car number 3, a serious contender to win this one. Earlier in the week and in the past several days, there's been a story out about how NASCAR may have been showing some favoritism that's been giving a call to various drivers out here. And Dale Earnhardt was asked about this, and he gave us these comments. Thought you might want to share them with us.
I think there's mistakes made in racing on every level, and whether it be a competitor or NASCAR, everybody makes mistakes. But as far as saying, you know, you can go by 400 pounds lighter or light this race, or you can run a big engine, I don't think that happens.
And we're back with you here at Richmond, and you heard from Dale Earnhardt, and I'd like to ask the both of you, Ernie Irvin with us today and Chuck Bound, your feelings about that there are times when they might try to favor one team over another. Chuck, you've been at this for a while. In fact, you were one of the ones they said this about a year ago.
Well, you know, this business seems to thrive on rumors. And last year, driving for Bobby Allison in the Winston Cup Series, we didn't have a sponsor. And each week, we seemed to be qualifying pretty good and won a pole, and we're having some pretty good runs. And rumor was going around that, well, NASCAR is letting them use big motors so they can qualify well and do this stuff to attract a sponsor. Well, I've never gotten one of those calls in my life, and I don't think it goes on in this business at all. It's far too competitive. There's too many people watching you too closely.
But they said that about you.
Yeah, the rumor went around, but the truth is,
they're trying to help Allison.
Yeah, when you win a pole, your engine's torn down, it's checked out, and if you're wrong, you're out. That's what I think.
Heck, I tell you, you know, the 9-to-1s right now that people are running in the bush with an open carburetor makes about 40 less horsepower. But at Richmond, I don't think you could tell much difference. And me and Chuck are in some odd seats. We're normally out here at the racetrack, you know, sitting
starting rumors
in another seat, starting rumors, you know. And I really think that I'm glad to be here, but we're getting ready to go green, and this is going to be exciting.
I'll tell you, I think Gary Nelson has really turned the screws down so much that a lot of folks are looking for any reason. If you ever gave Junior Johnson half a chance, he'd own the whole deal. I have trouble with that one. We'll see. We're back under green, folks. It's lap 280 as they take green.
Like Rusty Wiggle, pretty good getting into the first turn down there, and Ted Musgrave's gets off.
Yeah, Teddy's got a great car today, just got behind. And, you know, I'm sure he's going to hold on to everything he can right now and try to hold that, and hopefully he get a caution.
That'll put 10 cars back in the lead lap. We had 9 as we went to resumption of the race.
Oh, look at this.
The riders
come on, guys, keep it straight. Looks like Mike Wallace is waiting pretty good right in front of him. Mark Martin seems to take a little bit of time getting up to speed.
I tell you, that's the thing, because the tires are so cold, the weather's so cold, the tires got to be hard to be able to do it, and it takes some time to get the heat in them.
You see all the rubber on the windshield already. That's just coming off the other cars in front of him as the day goes on.
Look at that 3-wide banging. Wow. There's Mark Martin's car. There's Jimmy Spencer.
But look at that windshield. It's starting to get a lot of rubber in it. That's a normal thing for here at Richmond. Boy, look at it. Oh, man.
Wow. Let's go to Steve Burns. He has Robert Presley with him.
Can you ask about Robert's condition? Robert, you're okay?
Yeah, we're doing fine. You know, they just made us come over here and let them check us for a second. So, you know, just one of them deals. I think Dale blowed a tire, and we just happened to be on the outside and both got in the wall.
Okay, thank you, Robert.
That's what you call it, the wrong place at the wrong time. Just outside of somebody, they blow a tire and take you with them, but that's part of the deal.
That's what you call a champion in the making. You look at Robert Presley. All right, we're back under green. We're at lap 283 of the 400 to be run. And it's Rusty Wallace, Earnhardt, Labonte, Derek Koch, Schrader, Marlin, all up there. DW, Waltrip's in this lead lap. We get ready for an exciting conclusion to the Pontiac Excitement 400.
The Pontiac Excitement 400 is brought to you by Splitfire, the patented performance spark plug, and by Purolator. Legends live on Purolator.
And by Pyroil, quality automotive formulas from the makers of Valvoline. For performance products, there's just one name, Pyroil.
The heart of the Confederacy, Richmond, Virginia. Our steel aerial platform giving us this view. Richmond International Raceway. TBS giving you this view of Rusty Wallace as he continues to try to get himself a victory here on the 1995 season. He's leading over Earnhardt in second. Terry Labonte in third. Derek Cope maintaining fourth. Ken Schrader in fifth. Sterling Marlin is still sixth. Seventh, Darrell Waltrip. Long time since Waltrip has faced a victory. Rainy day in Darlington. 92 was the last time for him. Take a look at these four cars in that struggle further back.
It's fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. All four to get that number 4 position. Trevor's going to try it on the outside.
I tell you, we're getting down to just show us your stuff now, and you know, there's only 105 laps left, and you know, yeah, I wonder if Darrell's got them sunglasses on. I know he wouldn't be able to drive in them things.
He doesn't wear those much around the garage area, does he?
I don't blame him because everybody teases him.
Well, Darrell's doing a pretty good job today. He's staying in there.
Yeah, I tell you, that's a great battle right there, and you know, not far behind him, Bobby Labonte is running, and
Derek's been out running these cars
caught him down
all day now. All of a sudden, they're coming back to him. Maybe that sunshine's made his car change just a little bit or something. But he pretty much had these guys covered today. But
and Bobby Labonte looks good. That 18 car down on the inside, he works a little better on the bottom. But again, there's that opportunity to use a whole lot of racetrack. Take your choice, throw it in there, and see what comes up.
And then we got Dick Trickle. It's a whole line of them right there. Man, it's amazing.
It's a 5-car battle for 4th position.
Now, after watching those guys run side by side for, 30 laps out there, how can you say now they're going to go out, and then now we're down to that last. Now you really got to show what you've got. It looks to me like they've shown everything all afternoon.
They're showing it all day. You know, that's just the thing you say that, okay, if you got anything, let's show it. But those guys right now are battling and racing as hard as they can race. If they could lead, they'd be leading right now.
Hey, take a look at Dick Trickle back here. That's the battle for 11th as he fights with Mark Martin. 15 and 6, their own struggle. And it's a beauty. Dick Trickle and Mark Martin, 4-11.
Starting to pick up a little bit of glare in the windshields at certain points of the racetrack, too, as the day goes on here. At least that sunshine goes out. But a little bit of glare over there in the 3rd and 4th turns.
We haven't seen that sun in a while, so
pretty sight,
it's nice.
Glare is welcome.
But as you folks watch at home, what's your top speed in those straightaways, Ernie? How fast you get, 140?
Yeah, around there. I don't know exactly, but it's fairly fast.
Sliding those things in there on this 3/4 mile track. Back with the leaders. Here we go again. Here comes Earnhardt. And lap 102, they had that big go. Not ready to do it again.
It's a familiar sight. We've been seeing that a lot today, and you know. But the only thing is we got Teddy Musgrave that's a lap down. But the leaders have not been able to put him back a lap down. So you know, those guys are wanting to get him a lap down because they're saying that. Man,
did y'all see my puppy knock the wall down?
Gonna be a contender. Got Terry Labonte just.
She had to go to the bathroom.
Those 3 cars have been the dominant race cars today.
Poor thing.
Also, he won the last race here, and so they must know the setup for him.
You drove your first race here, what, in '87?
I think so. Yeah.
Is this one of those tracks you write down as a favorite? Is this one of those tracks you write down as a stinker, as difficult? I mean, how do you think about this place?
Well, Richmond is one of the tracks that I never had a lot of good luck at. I'd break or do this and do that. And I remember last year on the tour, and we wound up 4th one day in a nighttime race here. So, oh, man, maybe Ernie can drive this place. And so that was kind of the rumor that I couldn't really drive at Richmond. And so when I come up here with Larry McReynolds, and here,
Rick Mass.
Looks like he's cut down a tire. Looks like probably the right rear, it looks like. And 14th in trouble. He was 14th just then.
Well, he's had some tough luck. So many good runs go away for one reason or another.
This is one of them tracks that you just keep on plugging and you hope that your pit strategy
but the big rumor
will get you out of like wherever you're at. If you're in 20th, you might get 15th or something.
That was the deal.
But that was exciting.
They ended up getting
but then they said, like, the fans, it was just going round and round. But I think that they didn't give enough credit to the fans, knowing strategy matters and all that. I think it just didn't give your announcers enough to talk. Oh, Jesus.
To pick it up.
Announcers enough to talk about.
He hung on her. Look at him. Now it's going to be 3 wide. He hadn't lost it yet.
Some of that Franklin, Wisconsin dirt tracking by Musgrave in the 16.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see Ted try to shut the book door down this time. I don't believe he'll stay out there. Give the else running room.
Real hard.
Oh, yeah. You're just a troublemaker.
Yeah, that was me.
That will be you. We're all looking forward to seeing you back out there.
I think that before, remember, like 100 laps in, there were about 20 on the lead lap. Now there's only 10.
Ooh, full chat.
Doesn't take much of a touch to do that. I mean, if you're so close to the edge in the first place.
I just don't think blocking's a smart idea with Earnhardt behind you.
Back to this thing. This is just great racing. We still have 9 cars in the lead lap of the Pontiac Excitement.
Back in the 80s, mirror drivers were not looked upon as being the epitome of the driving skills. In fact, the really fast drivers really would talk down about mirror drivers. So it's not a good policy to be a blocker. It's the same thing as a mirror driver.
What brought out the...
It just doesn't earn you respect in your racing community as far as the drivers goes. It's considered a dirty move. To throw a late block is even worse. You take out a bunch of people, which is like idiotic. In sim racing, it's one thing. I mean, racing's expensive, but it is nothing compared to how much in real life cars cost. So if you ever get that opportunity, don't throw blocks. It's not worth it for one position.
What happens next? This will get...
Go faster. That's what
there he is.
The clue is. Go faster.
Here come the...
In fact, my ex-husband drove late models and street stocks
Mr. Excitement
up in the New England tracks, and he asked my dad once, I keep getting hit in the back. What do I can do to not keep getting hit in the back? My dad said, go faster. Don't let them get to you. And I know that's a big, tall request, but it's the truth.
Like we had a good shot at winning.
They can't hit you if they can't get to you.
I think we was like 14th or 15th. We kept getting the car better and better, but, I was just going to try to finish 10th, 11th, or 12th, somewhere in there. But I guess it broke. Something happened.
Thank you, Rick.
We'll see Rick Mass back up in front.
It seemed like he just pulled into the garage area, and here he is already in street clothes. That was a quick change.
Rockbridge, Baths, Virginia. Rick Mass. Okay, getting set for a restart. Now Terry Labonte up in front. If you're wondering why, 17.5-second pit stop put him there. Randy?
Really sort of a question for up there for Chuck Chuck and Ernie Irvin. I saw fuel samples being taken here in Rusty Wallace's pit on this last stop. Is that common? Are they checking to make sure that fuel is all right for these cars in the last pit stop?
Are you talking about NASCAR checking fuel samples?
Yes.
Yeah, that's nothing that I've ever seen.
That's news to me as well. I've seen it do it after the race to make sure that you didn't add something in there. But as far as your own team doing it during, I'm not sure. Maybe there's suspicion with the Jeff Gordon problem earlier. Maybe somebody thinks something's a problem.
That's right, because...
They might be just checking to see if it was a bad can of fuel or debris in their can or something that clogged up.
I've never seen a problem with
the fuel pump on Gordon.
Yeah, their own little hot stuff to it. Sometimes that'll lead up the inside of the fuel cell. I've seen it. I've never done it, but I have seen it.
We're checking it out, but there was a problem in the 24 one time. They had a fuel situation, but everybody else is running pretty well out here today.
They do check fuel samples for alcohol or, other additives.
To try to get his lap back, that's something Mark's been fighting for all day.
But checking during the races sounds like more making sure that it's not contaminated.
Showing in 10th place, 1 lap down to the leaders. And the leaders are...
Most of my experience was on pit road, whether it had been at the short tracks in New England or...
was into 4th and number 4.
Which we called the pits. Since I was 16, so I've got a lot of experience in the pits.
Lap number 318. Bobby Hamilton stays up in the lead.
It's weird. I have like a sixth sense that I can just tell by the sound and the rhythm of the race that a caution has come out.
As he tries to move around.
Or that somebody dropped a cylinder. Or it's just weird. It's cool. You just hear a different
in the Pontiac
rhythm and you know something's up.
Going for 2 in a row.
Not necessarily a bad thing, but I don't know. I can just.
Promotional fees.
It's a good skill.
Steel Power,
I guess.
Makers of a full line of outdoor power equipment. Powerful, easy.
I've been to 56 tracks last time I counted.
By the official directory
in my life.
Your complete racing guide to order. Send $21.95.
Thousands of races.
The P.O. Box 100191, Atlanta, Georgia.
From
384. And by
61 was drag racing, 62 to
back at Richmond, packed house. 74. 1,000 fans.
Was modifieds right from the birth of them, like just past the beach time.
September 9th.
But the jalopies. My dad built a lot of early coupes.
Put them on sale. September the 9th. We'll be here to see it.
For a lot of champions, man. He won championships.
Nothing quite like.
First one in '65 at Hudson.
Hamilton, who is up to 7th.
And he won the Busch Grand National Championship in '92, but he's won like like a New England All-Star Series. They won that. He won 4 championships in a row from 68 to 71 at Seekonk Speedway in the Class A, they called it, which is modifieds today.
What's going on here?
In fact, they ran that same car.
Fuel and
Hi, Chocolate.
a while NASCAR comes by and checks and just gets a little fuel sample from each of the teams and checks it out, make sure we're running legal, and we always are.
You wouldn't think anybody fool around with the fuel, would you, Chocolate?
Well, you know, we don't. You know, we use Unical pump gasoline. That's all we need to use. It's the best stuff in the world. We just make sure nobody tampers with it.
That's the story on pit road.
I'll tell you, Chocolate Myers must be getting a check from Unical.
Yeah, that's right.
And then in
make a great driver, wouldn't he?
82, after the modifieds, my dad
I hope you're enjoying those new graphics, folks.
Got hired to work for a J.D. Stacy team in Cup for Ronnie Bouchard, which those 4 championships at Seekonk were won by Ronnie Bouchard. And so our family goes way back with Ronnie. In fact,
a great race further back in the pack. Look at Derek.
I have a photograph of me at 10 years old, which is in Victory Lane when we won our 4th championship. That one will be easy for me to show y'all.
Right up in front of him. And there's John.
But I'll do that after. But after
for position. All in the top 10.
After the modifieds in 82.
And one of the folks we haven't talked
Dad went, I mean in 81, Dad went south in 82 to work for the J.D. Stacy team. Well,
Jeremy Mayfield is superb run. He's another young star you're going to be hearing more about. There he is.
That was the number 47. I got emotes.
His best run ever, his best career finish is 18th, and that was last week when he ran at Rockingham. And look at him go now for Cale Yarborough.
Trying to see my emotes with glasses on is a little bit
kind of a coincidence. The
difficult, but I think it's this one.
Have had their difficult times at
maybe,
but Cale Yarborough,
nope.
what's your pick?
This one.
You have strong.
Oh, that's the right one. And these were the year before. Dad helped some.
We may have to be car owners.
Yeah, this is just.
I don't think so.
I can't tell.
I'm ready to trade this microphone in for a second.
I see what I do.
I think I'd rather listen to a crew chief holler in my ear than some producer.
Boy, I'm glad you didn't say another announcer. All right, we're 3:36, folks. We're getting down ready to decide this one this afternoon. 3 folks up in front.
I'd hit the wrong one.
Just a superb race with Labonte up there and Wallace and Earnhardt. And we've got some other struggles on 4 or 5 cars a little further back. Let's go to Dick Bergman for this up.
Here's Stacy's car.
Kyle Petty is wearing an unusual
The year before was this one.
kind of horse collar, and it runs underneath the
And that was 81 and 82 that we went. So
left and right, and also on the back are wires that come into this thing. The object is to keep the driver's head on his shoulders. Now, it turns out that these guys can hit the wall so hard that their head actually tries to pull away from their shoulders, causing neck injuries. It's called the Hans device. It's been around for a few years, but
yeah, that's it.
Cup stock car racing, and this is
that was 82 in the first picture with the 2 of them, and then 81. But my dad started working full time for that
It's one of the things
team
a lot of doctors look at it.
in 82.
No, we think it should have because the Hans device something really good.
Actually, the July Daytona race, they finished 3rd with his very first.
It's real hard to put
fully in charge of that. He worked with David If
and things. So
and a few others were helping out.
with some other things to
I
maybe
think he met Jake Gilder during that time.
more suitable for it.
But all I heard was Bob Johnson quit, and my dad, they wanted him to take over, since him and Ronnie also won championships. Bob Johnson won championships with Ronnie in the Purple 17 at Stafford.
Smaller and
so he had a rapport with Ronnie as well.
It's a little hard to get in those cars. With
Ronnie was smooth, man. He was so smooth.
You guys, compared to the drivers 10 years ago, you're a whole lot.
He had really good instinct.
Looks like you work out a lot. What about it, Bound?
One thing I remember about Ronnie is he hardly ever wrecked.
Earnhardt
It was just
working out today.
He just had that
age is
either luck or instinct.
You know, it's just to keep
He's almost never wrecked.
competition so tough. I would say probably 90% of the drivers out here do at least some form of a workout to stay in top shape.
But after then, when my dad was there in 82 to 92, I was married to a driver that we had a team together of late models. So I wasn't at the track from 82 to 92 unless we made special trips to a few, which we did. We went to a few.
With Chuck Bound and Ernie Earth.
We went to almost every New Hampshire because we were from Massachusetts, and we were running
That's not true.
Monadnock Speedway, still running today, great track. We were also running Westboro, not still here today. We used to run a 6-cylinder against the 8s and get the 6-cylinder bonus every week on that. That was a good check.
Here under the lights.
And then
Trying to make it 2 in a row.
we raced Claremont.
Spot is now Earnhardt with 3rd spot Wallace.
And that's still there today. In fact, the owner of Claremont, this is a kind of interesting thing. I believe, well, he's the owner of Hudson, and he's the half owner of Claremont, and he wants to get an iRacing
Between those two, 12 and 18.
league, which they would have to scan some tracks of,
just a little bit behind,
like the New Hampshire, Massachusetts
Looks like Earnhardt's actually
area, you know, the
down a little bit now. Or actually,
different tracks that we ran in that area.
Yeah.
And I'm talking maybe, like, he would have to have Hudson scanned and Claremont scanned. They
about 3 laps.
also would have to scan Monadnock and maybe Star, which is Epping, New Hampshire.
Looks like
I think it's those 4 tracks that would be
come across on the bottom.
considered for that league. Something to do with the New England.
You know, that 5 car is the same one we've seen run so good here last September, but it was
Maybe, I'm not sure, late model league. They run modified, tour type modifieds.
Randy has
They each run open shows with
Guys up in the booth. Rusty is now
the tour modifieds
he comes off a 2 right.
twice a year usually.
Doesn't want to turn for him. You remember earlier they adjusted a half a pound of air pressure in the right rear, trying to loosen him up just a little bit. He's as tight as he's been all day long. They're struggling right now.
That's the problem, you know. You cut
Adding a half a pound to the right rear helps the car turn out of the corner. To do with the rear has to do with coming out of the corner.
the same set of tires. It'll be a long run on them.
It's like rolling a can of peanut butter versus
Or whatever.
a cone, an ice cream cone. The two dramatic. No stagger to all stagger.
And
what makes it run around that radius best?
One here, Kenny Wallace,
and
really close to the same.
The temperature determines that too.
In the right front, as far as it.
I'm half wondering if the end of the year Richmond is the one under the lights, because this is the early one when it was cold.
You see them run like they will on September 19th. Let's go down to
Let's see, 2 weeks.
Some of the guys here in the pits, Gary
2 weeks after Daytona.
News for Dale Earnhardt and Rusty Wallace. Terry called in
March-ish, I bet.
and said the tires
Let me see.
absolutely perfect.
I couldn't read it if I tried.
Boy, isn't that a great call? Hello?
Have you ever said that?
Victory Lane?
I've never had anything absolutely perfect.
Yeah, March 5th, 95. I was definitely still in Florida.
Just now, catch Dale Earnhardt just about pop tail.
Because I didn't rent my apartment till April.
Tires must be absolutely perfect too.
A little hold up in traffic there for Terry.
Yeah.
Which enabled Dale to close right in on him, but it's hard when he's still black clear right now. There's 40 laps left, but it's not over yet. It'll be exciting. As Michael Waltrip gets lapped, and we're coming up on Bill Elliott.
Back in the day, everybody that worked in racing
Make it exciting.
lived in country club apartments across from the golf course on Old Brawley School Road area, like toward town.
Excitement 400. So that's why it's so exciting.
There's your leader, Terry Labonte.
Mayfield's manager lived in the apartment next door. It was sitting like
And closing in.
2 apartments per like
4-car
patio, and he was next door.
358. There's third place. Rusty Wallace trailing in third. You see the rookie lap car right behind him.
Randy LaJoy behind.
So in 96, I'll fly on Jeremy's plane because they had a space open and I needed to get to the track to score.
Trying to make a move on Michael Waltrip.
So
And there
that was arranged.
Waiting on the 4-car now to come through. Big gap here. Yep. Sterling Marlin stays 4.
Sterling is really cool.
Mark Martin right now. Down 2 laps. He's made up 1. It's been tough to make up anything here at Richmond.
I think Mark only went down 1 lap anyway, so he's just been down 1 the whole time.
Saw when I went on break that there was a caution and Robert Presley got schmucked. But
take a look further back. Still at it.
There you go.
Made for pretty good racing.
Lake Speed trying to get under Lake.
Lake's a good racer.
Lake Speed in that 9-car is in 17th position.
He's a great guy too. I'm glad that he does karting with his son now. Still races.
Spam light.
At times.
Yes, sir.
Spam light. Oh, we got so much spam. I got pretty good at cooking it. If you sliced it really thin like a bologna and fry it like a fried bologna, it was good. Not want it thick.
Is Hamilton in the 43 car.
Or I took half-inch cubes and made them like a
lead lap, and that Waltrip has fallen to the tail end of the lead lap.
A stir fry.
Bobby Hamilton still working the petty number 43. Then a couple of spots behind is the 17 Darrell Waltrip staying in the lead lap as we go down toward the finish. Getting around Joe Nemechek. 87 got hammered early in this race, but it stayed out there and kept on running. It's running 341 laps complete as the field is at 364. So we'll pause, take this break. We expect there'll be one more assault and a big one. It'll be put out by Earnhardt as he goes after Terry Labonte. Watch and see.
You think Earnhardt's holding back or sandbagging, we called it?
Richmond International Race.
Saving.
Looking down on this beautiful facility from our steel aerial platform.
Getting a little close to Terry and making Terry run and then back off and make Terry run again.
Got his hands full at the moment. We'll get back to the battle line.
Oh, cool. Look, IndyCar list.
The IndyCars, the kart
Jacques Villeneuve.
Series opening up their season at Miami, the street course by the bay there today.
Mauricio.
His second career victory, only his second season in IndyCars in the players' car.
Mauricio Gugelmin.
A surprise finish in second.
Bobby Rahal. Oh, I met Bobby.
A couple of years he gets third. Scott Pruitt.
He was in the pits at Monadnock one day. It was cool as hell to see him. Scott Pruitt's driving the new
gets fourth. Christian Fittipaldi.
IROC
His first start for Derek
cars on
Formula One ranks. Maybe it won't be
those different exhibitions.
What happened to
exhibition races.
They did not finish.
Christian Fittipaldi's
15 laps down.
Relatives are all driving.
We're told. So the IndyCars getting their
Pietro and oh gosh, I always forget his name. It's a cool as hell name.
Darrell Waltrip.
Pietro and
toward the conclusion here at Richmond International Raceway. Ken
Waltrip in the 8th position.
Begins with M, I think.
Tearing up the inside of turn 4, about to put him a lap down.
But follow Fittipaldi brothers on YouTube and you'll watch them do their F1. They're like in, well, not F1, they're road to F1. They're like in F4 or F3, I think.
8 car got a consultation.
Enzo.
Just brought it in.
Enzo and Pietro.
Jeff Burton.
I like seeing legacy families race.
For the Richard children.
It means a lot to me.
Well, 25 laps to go.
Because I saw Emerson run.
You know, he's awful strong right now. Our car just don't work as good up high in this traffic. We just have to see he's awful strong.
Caution flag held.
Well, I don't know. I'd like to race, see what he comes out there.
Also, the Fittipaldis do some iRacing, which is fun to watch them when they do that, but they've been so busy with the F4 or F3, whatever they're doing.
Hurt Ernie, he was willing to put out a car and put your number on it so that Robert Yates could stay up in the points. I just thought that.
Yeah, Fittipaldi brothers are on on Twitch and on YouTube.
You know, it was something.
Like to watch stuff they're doing. It's
updated
quite often.
Yeah. So that was a great.
They do speak Portuguese, but it's not that hard to understand.
Back in second.
What's going on if you know racing?
That he doesn't have any more that he can give out here.
You could probably put a translator on your.
As we saw him last September.
Captions. It's worth it. They have really good filming.
Did that look like he got caught up?
With Pietro and Enzo.
I don't know. I think Dale Earnhardt's giving it everything he's got, and Terry Labonte's giving it everything he's got. And Terry just appears right now to have a little more. The car seems to be getting through the middle of the corner a little better than Dale's.
And he
like Tony Kanang speaks that same, so. You know, it kind of, when you speak racing, it translates itself, most of the words.
20 laps to go, so, not far to go. If he had anything, and he would do it now.
If you're just joining us yesterday, Terry Labonte came home in second in the Grand National race. Kenny Wallace won it.
Both people have channels. If you said,
down to the bottom
can you
of this one.
Repeat that in English, they would. They would have no problem with that.
Get back inside of Dick Pickler for a moment in car 15. Boy, look at that one. All torn up on the left side. Still out there. He's in 13th spot. He's a couple of laps down, but he's still giving that Bud Moore Quality Care Motorcraft Ford a good stout run. He's been up there in the top 15 most of the afternoon.
I wish they'd show that camera. Look at him. There he goes. Now watch. He'll look at us here in a minute.
Mr. Trickle.
Yeah. He heard you.
Yeah,
sure.
Oh, he's taking a little drink under the green flag there.
He was looking in his mirror.
Fresh cold water.
See if he had enough space to get a drink.
Yeah. Dick's been known to smoke a few cigarettes there.
If that was Curtis Turner, you'd know that he wasn't reaching for the water bottle.
Oh, my goodness.
Definitely.
Dirty little secrets.
He's the hero of a lot of folks. 53 years old, and he said, hey, with this ride, I'm 34. He said, I went fishing, and I just caught the big one when he got that ride with Bud Moore.
Facts.
Back up with the leader, Terry Labonte, zeroing in on win number 14. We're at lap 383.
to be win number 2 in a row. That's a feat that I don't think a whole lot of people's had.
Had 3 wins last year for Rick Hendrick.
In his first year with them. That's what's impressive. Now he's dialed in and used to these guys. He could have a very good year and be a contender for the title.
And two, you also got to realize Rick Hendrick, they had the pole here. They won the race last week, had the pole there, and then also now they got the car that's looking like they may win it here.
I hope y'all stay high and drive in North Carolina. It looks like it's wicked.
Stays up in front.
That's Tropical Storm Debbie, though most of the rain was supposed to get us, and it jogged north just a little bit just before it landed, so we got just barely grazed with some rain and wind, but nothing like it was predicted, and we got lucky. But we got a good practice run on preparation for storms.
Anytime you go back to a racetrack, things have changed. The cars are a little.
All that rain went up to Jacksonville. They got clobbered.
Tires are different, so you just kind of come back like you were and make some adjustments.
Which is just an hour north. That's how different.
Right now, he's headed back for Victory Lane.
It would have been.
A lot of years of racing.
We were fretting the night before, and all of a sudden I was on bottom split stream, and I said, the storm just jogged north on the 8 o'clock report. I said, the East Florida coast is pretty clear.
A couple of drivers he brought over from the Texas area.
That was good to see, but not good for South Carolina and North Carolina. It's going to suck for them.
Every lap, put the stopwatch on and he's, within 100%.
I think they're going to have catastrophic flooding, to be honest.
And for the moment,
I remember Hurricane Floyd was just horrible
running
that area.
Slowly, bottom of the track. You can see him limping down in turn number 1 in 7th position.
Uh-oh.
Laps to go. He's been in the lead lap all day. No idea what's wrong here, but it looks like it could be an engine problem. Does not look like he's under power. I think he's coasting as well.
Younger brother Terry Labonte, Bobby Labonte, coming in. Drivetrain, they say, is going away on the Gibbs Racing Team car.
Looks like rear end.
That's hurt. When you run hard all day long and you're up there in the money, you're going to get a good finish, and then boom, 10 laps from the finish, something happens.
A lot of heat and smoke out the back of that.
And that's what they're putting on him right now. 10 fingers up from the flag stand. 10 to go. There's Jeremy Mayfield still hanging in.
He had that RCA car ride then into the next year because that's what he was driving when I flew to Talladega with him and his wife.
Maybe Darrell's flying a little better line around the racetrack.
What a fun flight. Never been on a 7-passenger plane.
I'm sure Terry's not just, backing off.
No.
Dale Earnhardt's right there. He's the next car.
He was very kind and very shy and humble.
Difference between first and second looks about 10 car lengths out of turn number 2. There you see Terry Labonte.
I asked him what it was like to drive at Talladega.
Oh, what a shot.
And he said,
Bobby Labonte.
It was like watching a movie. You get so bored. He said it's so boring until you have to stop. Then you realize how fast you're going.
Figure out what the problem is. It must be trying to roll on him.
Frustration.
We've all had that feeling.
Yes, we have.
Not many laps to go here. There's 6 laps to go.
Terry right there. He's only about 3 cars.
Somebody's running on half cylinders. You can hear that. It sounds like a Jake brake.
Straight line, 1 winner. And
that Jake brake sound is usually someone down a cylinder.
All the rest are just others.
Yeah. Second place is the first loser or something like that.
Yeah. No Fear's got a shirt like that.
Look at Earnhardt coming up. He's cut that 10 cars down to 5 car length advantage. And he's still coming on. 5 to go.
He's driving against the hardest, sliding up the racetrack quite a bit, but that's all you can do now is do or die. You've got to get by the 5 any way you can.
He lost a couple of car lengths that time in turn 2.
Right there. Like, you're not actually hearing the cars that are on the screen. You're hearing them go by the starter stand, and every now and then you hear one that doesn't sound right.
Chevrolet's back on top again. Rusty Wallace is 4.
It also could be that the exhaust system got
4 to go.
bumped or something too, making a weird noise.
A lap down. Couple laps down, 2 down. Earnhardt still giving it everything. There's not much left on those tires.
I tell you, I'm looking over at the pit, and the five-car guys are all standing on the wall. You know,
it's not over till it's
celebration.
Over.
You know,
anything can happen.
For sure.
I've had things fail on the white flag lap.
It's someone in that group right there behind.
Boy, Earnhardt took it down to the inside and looked like he scrubbed off
behind Dale that's making the weird noise.
I think his tires are about
he's killed him. He's just run the car so hard and a desperate chance to get up there.
White flag is out. Final lap for Terry Labonte, going for 2 in a row at Richmond International Raceway.
I'm actually not able to tell if it's Lake or if it's him. It's one of them making a funky noise.
Mike Wallace easing by, and those leaders have worn out everything on those race cars. Limping, but coming home in first. It's Terry Labonte, followed by Dale Earnhardt and Rusty Wallace here at Richmond International Raceway. And that means that coming up, we're back with you in September. Happy crew down there.
There you go.
Terry Labonte will go for 3 in a row on this track under the lights of Richmond International Raceway. Second straight win for Hendrick Motorsports. Gordon last weekend. Labonte here at Richmond.
That's a good one.
Figure out what springs he had on that thing.
He had the right ones, I promise you that.
Yeah.
That was a good performance.
Here's Steve Burns.
Rick Hendrick, great day today. Bring home a winner, 2 cars in the top 5.
It's a heck of a deal. We're real proud of the guys. They worked hard, you know, for the whole organization to win these 2 back-to-back and Terry to drive like this today. Hey, Jeff had a problem, but Kenny ran a good race, and we're just real thankful. It's Chevrolet and Kellogg's, everybody. We're really tickled to death.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Ken Schrader home in 4th place this afternoon. So it is a great day for Hendrick Racing. A tough day for Jeff Gordon, but you know he's going to be back in this thing before too long. And we'll be back to meet the winner, Terry Labonte of Corpus Christi, Texas, after we pause for these messages here from Richmond International Raceway.
The 5-point harness has become standard equipment on all stock cars, an innovation all of us drivers are really thankful for. Here's how it works. The left side belt goes over your left shoulder, the right side belt goes over your right shoulder, then it's connected with a sternum strap. The left side belt on the bottom goes over your left hip, and the right side belt goes over your right hip, and then they join together with a crotch belt. This is how the 5-point harness works.
Dick Berggren down in the Purolator winner's circle here at Richmond. Let's meet the winner, Terry Labonte.
Terry Labonte, until today, the furthest back anyone had started in one at this new racetrack in Richmond was 19th. You started all the way back in 24th. How'd you pass all these cars?
Well, I don't ever qualify too good, so I'm used to starting back that far. But I'll tell you what, our Kellogg Chevrolet ran super today. It was a great win for us, and you know, this is for one of our crew members, Mike Slattery. His dad passed away, and our best wishes are with them. And it was just a great run for all the guys on the Kellogg's team. Can't say enough about my owner, Rick, over here.
Hey, buddy. Thank you.
And all the crew, they just did a great job.
Rusty and Dale Earnhardt went at it hammer and tong the entire race. You seem to be just sort of watching that. Did their racing together help you?
It did. They raced each other harder, I think, than they raced me, you know, and so it kind of used their tires up a little bit, and that worked in my favor. When I was running third behind them, they were racing each other pretty hard there, and then I was able to get by them. And then our crew had a great pit stop the last time we came out leading the thing, and I didn't know if we could hold them off or not. I just didn't know. Earnhardt was awful strong, Rusty was strong, and I knew it was going to be close.
The weather was so different today than in all of the practice and testing that you had done. Did that help you? Did it hurt you? How did it play into your race?
Well, I don't know. It was the same for everybody, so I guess it really wasn't that big of a factor.
How hard you run today?
As hard as I could. We ran hard.
Randy Pemberton is with, I think,
Dale just giving some interviews in here. Dale, heck of a run. Couldn't run him down, I guess.
Well, we was doing all we could do. You know, I thought we had a good race car from the start. The car come right to the front, and that's what it's all about. But still, just wasn't the car I wanted there at the end. It was a little too tight, and I wore the right front out, pushed it away. So
we'll try on again next week, see if we can second them, first them the next time.
Did it change much during the race for you, the car itself?
No, the car stayed pretty consistent, but it's just that little bit of tightness in the middle I was worrying with.
One other thing, you came over the radio one time, you thought you might have had a broken spring. You about gave Richard a heart attack.
Well, I did, and something went through the engine or something. It sort of missed and slowed down, and then it come back and started running again, so I don't know what happened.
Okay, that's Dale Earnhardt. Another good run for the guy that's going for his 8th Winston Cup championship. Steve Burns.
Well, Rusty, a good day at the office. Not a win, but you accomplished a lot.
Yeah, we did accomplish a lot. We got a 3rd place out of it, and I just really thought I was going to win the thing. You know, beggars can't be choosy. After 2 DNFs, I'm real happy to finish 3rd today, and it was a good, fun race. I had a good time out there today.
Yeah, Rusty and Ernie and Chuck up in the booth were remarking about how much fun it looked like you were having with Dale early in the race.
Yeah, he got on the bottom of the racetrack. I was a little tight at that point, and so when he got underneath me, I just got on the top. And as Ernie and all the guys up there know that you start losing bite on the bottom when you get a car outside of you. So I just ran her up top. I guess we ran about 25, 30 laps like that, and it was a lot of fun. And I kept trying to think about the car, how to fix it, how to make it better, but. I believe we just mischose a right rear shock today that really, really aggravated me and killed me. And we still got to get our shock program better.
Thank you, Rusty.
Penske's shock program was brand new. My dad was working with the technicians as well. That's why my dad was
Winston Cup race.
really quite good at building shocks, still is.
Darlington. Back then he was
our family.
Still out there, still looking strong.
I guess
3 wins last year. Looks like
we're going to all learn how to do that.
Terry Labonte, the winner of the Pontiac Excitement 400 at Richmond, where we'll have more after these messages.
See if they're gonna. Yeah, they got a few more.
Average speed today 106.405 miles per hour, very close to the mark that Davey Allison established for the record in 1993 of 107.7 for this event. Well, there you see victory lane. Some of the 70,000 plus that have enjoyed the day beginning to saunter out of this racetrack and get ready to move on to Atlanta or come back here next September for a great night race.
Watched Atlanta not last week. Last week, I mean.
That sure makes me want to get back into that race car.
Winston Select.
Exciting race. You know, the fans got their money's worth.
Charlotte.
You know, it was exciting. Terry Labonte, you know, I was in the hospital some when he won this race, and you know, Terry's are going to be something to actually have to watch the rest of this year.
I understand we can get down with the man who had a great 4th place run today, Ken Schrader. Steve's standing by with him now. Steve Burns.
Thank you, Ken. Not a spectacular run, but you sure got the job done. Yeah, Budweiser car ran good all day. I don't like these short tracks. I don't know why, but Terry Labonte has helped me a bunch last year, and I told him when I left the shop, just put the same stuff that's underneath Terry's car, and I learned how to drive it. All right, thanks, Ken.
Sure did a good job with it, with a great finish in 4th place today. Sterling Marlin coming home 5th. More from Richmond coming up here on TBS after this.
The Pontiac
Looking for the second
is
Rich.
brought to you by Pontiac. We are driving excitement. By Cold Filtered Miller Genuine Draft.
This one, maybe?
This is not an electric bike yet, but it will be thanks to the Switch Kit.
Pocono.
Jeff Gordon at 23.
Too many Pocono.
For Human Feet to get back on track for the 1995 title. His major adversary. Today it's the Heat.
Indy.
We are live at the
We'll do that one later.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway finally come.
The banquet. Ricky,
The following
sorry.
is an ESP.
All right, Goodwrench, that was Michigan. Good Lord.
61 of 90 laps a week.
Hello, everyone. This is Benny Parsons. Welcome to Bristol.
ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports. can see the cars moving away. We're getting set for a green flag here in a couple of laps. Darlington Raceway is 1.366 miles in length.
Richmond.
Exclusively on ESPN2 onboard camera coverage.
Here it is.
The following is an exclusive.
This is the one I want.
Of Turner Sports.
Serving notice, he had a championship team. Jeff Gordon led Wallace and Earnhardt to the finish line in the Southern 500.
We were a championship caliber team today.
This is the second Bristol in 95.
This whole group of Rainbow Warriors, man.
A week before at Bristol, it was Edgeworth.
Ooh, repeat.
Earnhardt claiming this turf.
Remember that thing I said that might happen if
the race.
Oh my.
At Darlington, Wallace had a shot at revenge. Didn't take it. Question still to be answered between those two. And tonight at Richmond, both Wallace and Earnhardt call it their track. They say this town's only big enough for one of them. Who gives? When we first came here, it was called Strawberry Hill. It was a half-mile dirt. Seated 7,500. Almost. Tonight, it's a 3/4-mile racetrack. 82,000 people bought their seats 7 weeks in advance to see the greatest stock car drivers in the world. The Miller Genuine Draft 400. That's tonight on TBS.
That's what I want, was Richmond Under the Lights as well. Do a day one and a night one on the same year.
As we settle down to watch race number 24 in the 31 race series of Winston Cup.
Now, to be honest, I'm probably here.
Hello, everyone. Ken Squire.
My ex was working with Moroso.
Exciting season.
And I believe I rode in a truck up here.
It was a great example. Along comes Jeff Gordon and takes a big step. He didn't deliver a knockout punch, but he certainly has the competition a little wobbly. Dale Earnhardt.
He was with Fina.
Oh, home just a bit short.
But if they don't run,
17-point advantage over second place, 294 over third. And as much as Gordon as the story is here, a lot of people are saying, although
I'm trying to remember if it was Jimmy Spencer driving the Fina car. We'll see who's driving it, and I believe my ex worked with them. I don't know if they made the Cup race or just Busch.
Out here tonight between
on this weekend.
And so, to our analysts tonight, 6-time winner in Grand National.
This is Cup.
From Spokane, Washington, Chad Little. The question is
you might watch the Busch one after.
Where you want to do a payback.
Like another day.
Well, you know, we always talk about on and off the racetrack, the driver's a friend, but I'll tell you what, when the green flag flies, there's no friends out there. It's every man for himself, and at Richmond, you can have a lot of excitement.
You sure can before this one is over, and one of the stories that is overlooked all the time, just sort of naturally happens, is the story of the guy in second place. That's Sterling Marlin. Not only is he just 217 points back, and let's not forget that when Bill Elliott won the title back in '85, he was 206 points back at this point, won by 101. This guy, Sterling Marlin, doesn't have one DNF. And to the editor of Stock Car Magazine, the issue with Sterling Marlin, he tonight could be the big factor here.
Sterling Marlin, Ken, is having the best season of his entire career, riding second in points. He has won 3 races. But to close that 217-point gap, he is going to have to run very hard. There's only a 25-point difference between first and fifth in any of the 8 races remaining. So Sterling Marlin's strategy for tonight, he says he's going to run Richmond harder than he has ever run it in his life.
He has an ace up his sleeve when he has Tony Glover as a crew chief down there on pit road. And so, for that matter, many people say that the reason Jeff Gordon is so strong is because of those Rainbow Warriors, and one man in particular who's standing by right now with Randy Pemberton.
Well, Ken, you're exactly right. There's not a driver in the field that will tell you they can run up front or win races without a great team. And the leader of the Rainbow Warriors, Ray Evernham. The question is, Ray, you had a lot of practice here. How good are you tonight? Can you win number 7?
Well, we're going to try and win number 7. There's a lot of good cars here. We weren't as good as we wanted to be in the last practice. We made a couple of changes. Track's going to change. We've just got to keep after it. I know that Jeff has learned a lot about driving short tracks, and we've got a good pit crew. And, you know, the Lord willing, maybe we can get number 7 tonight.
Okay, good luck to you tonight. And they'll probably have to beat the guy that's on the pole this evening, and that car is prepared by the man that's standing by with my colleague on pit road tonight, Steve Burns. Steve?
Randy, Dale Earnhardt is on the pole, his 3rd pole of the year. He's in a brand new race car. Andy Petrie, the crew chief, had this car up here 2 weeks ago. They ran 314 laps, and Andy, I heard Dale say yesterday, this car is good. All he did was put his hands on the steering wheel.
Well, I don't know about that. He did a good job qualifying himself. I hate to take too much of the credit, from the crew, because he did a really good job qualifying. It's a brand new race car, and the guys back at the shop, did a real good job. Bobby Hutchins and all his guys, and really like to thank them. That's the 2nd car we brought to the racetrack, brand new, and set on the pole with this year.
You're 289 points back. Is it too late to get in this championship race?
Well, I wouldn't cut the check just yet. I'd wait till they run all the races. We're going to do the best we can. I'm sure those guys are too. They've put up a nice season and a good number so far, but it's not over yet, and we're going to keep digging until it's over.
Well, best of luck, and let's go back upstairs to Ken Squire.
And there's one of the men everybody is talking about. He is driving a car named Ronnie in memory of Ronnie Hopkins. Starting 7th tonight will be Rusty Wallace in the
Hopkins chassis builder. Was a chassis builder.
The Miller
Designer
400 is brought to you by Cold Filter Miller Genuine Draft, by Texaco.
People run Hopkins chassis still here and there.
To the Star, by AutoZone, the best parts
in some of the other divisions.
And by the cars and trucks 36 million people depend on every day. Genuine Chevrolet.
You're looking live at Richmond International Raceway under the lights in Richmond, Virginia on TBS Sports for the Miller Genuine Draft 400. 38 Winston Cup cars and drivers ready to go in just a couple of moments here tonight. I'm Rick Benjamin in the STP Communication Center. Great to have you with us tonight. We are looking forward to a terrific night of racing. These Saturday night events in Richmond, it doesn't get any better than this. It'll be tight. It'll be close. It'll be hard fought all evening long, and we're glad you're with us here tonight. Going to show you some of the things you can look forward to tonight. Among the stories we're following, we've mentioned the point battle. Jeff Gordon, the point leader, after his victory last week, now 217 points ahead of Marlin. You see Earnhardt not quite 300 back. Martin Musgrave, Terry Labonte, the top 6. This one may be settled, though, pretty much among the top 4 drivers as the season winds down. Your second 6, Rusty Wallace, who had that battle with Earnhardt the last 2 weeks. Michael Waltrip with a good year. Bobby Labonte, who's won a couple of times this year. Morgan Shepherd, Bill Elliott, still looking for their first victories, and Dale Jarrett, who has won once at Pocono earlier this year. Let's show you now our AutoZone race analysis. This is a 3/4-mile speedway. Very interesting racetrack. We'll go 400 laps, which is 300 miles here tonight. 14 degrees, the banking in the corners, and these are very different corners. We'll show you a picture of that in just a moment. The purse tonight, not quite $1.1 million. Very, very healthy amount of money these drivers will go for tonight on the short track here at Richmond International Raceway. Now, last year, the pole went to Ted Musgrave at 124 and some change.
For the teams.
This year's pole speed a little off. Dale
owner, you know.
22.5. Last year's winner, of course, Terry Labonte.
Driver gets a percentage. It's per contract.
Richmond, but the driver with the most wins active tonight, Darrell Waltrip, 6 victories for DW, and he has a very good starting position tonight. Ken Squire will talk more about that in a couple of moments. We're going to take a look now at the complete starting lineup. Ken, I think we've got a very interesting field of 38 cars lined up ready to go tonight.
Yes, and because that we had a late practice period here today, they're just a tad behind in getting the engines fired. This is the first time I can ever recall it happening here. I think that was the end of the command, and there's Dale Earnhardt reaching for the switch. Jeff Gordon ready to do business. Crowd is up, and so are the hopes of 38 drivers as we get ready to go racing. In our starting grid tonight, Dale Earnhardt on the pole for the 20th time in his career. Starting beside him, the 6-time winner this year, Jeff Gordon. In row 2, looking for his first win since 1991, Ken Schrader. And the rookie, Robert Presley, is right there flanking him. In row 3, it's Mark Martin from Arkansas. And from Wisconsin, Dave Marcus, twice a winner here at Richmond. In row 4, Rusty Wallace, a 3-time winner of this event, and Sterling Marlin, the defending Daytona.
They don't do flyovers that night, but I did it anyway.
From Tennessee comes Bobby Hamilton, and from Wisconsin, Ted Musgrave. In row 6, it's Brett Bodine, and a former winner here at Richmond, Ricky Rudd. Row 7 tonight is Kenny Wallace and Derek Cope. In row 8, a 4-time winner of this Miller Genuine Draft 400, Darrell Waltrip and Rick Mast. In row 9, it's Bobby Labonte, who won at Charlotte and Michigan earlier this year for Joe Gibbs, and Joe Nemechek from Florida. In row 10, Michael Waltrip is there and Jeff Burton. Row 11 tonight scored his first career win at Richmond in '86, Kyle Petty and Bill Elliott. Row 12, the defending champion of the Miller 400, Jerry Labonte and Ward Burton. For row 13, Hutch Strickland and Dick Trickle are there. Row 14 is Dale Jarrett, winner at Pocono this past July, and Bobby Hillen Jr. of Midland, Texas. In row 15, Bodines, Todd on the inside, Jeff on the outside. Row 16, it's John Andretti of Indianapolis, Indiana, and Elton Sawyer. Row 17, Greg Sachs and Morgan Shepherd. In row 18, Lake Speed and the rookie from New England, Ricky Craven. And in row 19, Jimmy Spencer from Pennsylvania and Jeremy Mayfield, the provisional starter in Cale Yarborough's car. Now, let's take a look at the in-cars as the field begins to roll. You're riding with Mark Martin, the Pyro Ford, rolling down pit road and out on to this 3/4 mile track. Here's Rusty Wallace.
I don't believe that I have anybody I know in this race.
Further back in the field.
Like, I don't think my husband, I think my husband was on the Busch team for FINA, which would have raced the day before.
Back in 22nd position, Ken Schrader.
And I don't think Dad was with anyone officially.
In the garage area, we'll bring you up to date on a little later. He's back in 30th.
Possibly the BGN 72 if Mike Dillon had already started that deal, but that's where he would go next after Moroso.
After that terrible crash at Talladega. Now we're getting ready for a go in a couple of laps. Let's take a look at manufacturer points. As you probably are aware, the manufacturer points pretty much decided for this.
But I know my ex was driving the FINA Transporter.
Point chase, which the three major car companies involved in Winston Cup racing put so much time and effort into, Chevrolet, Ford, and Pontiac. As you can see, Chevrolet has locked up the title at this point. 18.
And that would have been the BGN race the day before, for sure.
190 points. So Chevrolet will have that marketing advantage over the next many months until the next season gets going. One of the many side battles here at Richmond. And we'll take a look at our Chevrolet course description for you tonight as the field moves down into turns 1 and 2 behind the pace car as well. This is a 3/4 mile tri-oval here at Richmond International Raceway. You see the pace, the pit road area there, the front stretch with that gentle D to it, 8-degree banking. The back stretch, 860 feet long, and the turns have 14 degrees of banking. But they're very, very different, Ken Squire.
Yes, it is, and it's one that just is so demanding. That second turn, Chad, you're either right or you're finished.
Yeah, the second turn's one of the hardest ones here, you guys. I mean, you come out of there, you're running wide open on the throttle, and if your car's tight, you're dead.
22 Fords, 12 Chevrolets, 4 Pontiacs make up the field tonight, Dick Bergen.
And it's a really close field, Ken. There's less than 2 miles an hour difference between pole speed and the very last car in the field.
22.033 the time for the pole, and 22.382 all the way in the back. That's a pretty tight field, less than a second apart. Among those that did not qualify, Ed Barrier didn't make it, Steve Grissom not here tonight, Shane Hall failed to qualify, Jay Hedgecock, Eric Smith, Mike Wallace out of it.
Yeah, the Don Levy team, and we need to say hello to them. I'm sure they're at home watching the race. This is Judy's hometown.
Dick Trickle now will have to start in the back in the Budmore Ford. He missed driver introductions. No. And there's number 71 starting in 6th position tonight. Dave Marcus, last time he started at Richmond in 1982.
Pretty under the lights.
He's the oldest man in the field as well, and he has run more races here at Richmond than anybody else, more races in Winston Cup than anybody else at 660.
All right, the field back together. They ran them separately, front half and back half, got them into the speed pace for pit road, and now we're ready to go racing. It's live tonight on TBS. Coming up next for us will be Charlotte, North Carolina, the 500-miler, first weekend in October. 38th annual Miller Genuine Draft 400 about to come to the line.
Right now, all the drivers are gearing up for the start of this race. I mean, they're ready. The butterflies right now, believe it or not, have stopped. There's no more butterflies. Your game face is on, and you're ready to go.
Pace car is in. Ladies and
green flag, guys.
Richmond and Winston Cup stock car racing, the most competitive racing in the world. Earnhardt out in front, trying to stay in front of Gordon. down that back straight and then into that tight pinch for turn 3. Here comes Gordon back on the outside trying to lead the first lap, and it's still Earnhardt by a whisker, side by side. How about that?
Made the first lap without a problem. That's always a good sign.
You think we should tell them that there's 399 or something more to go on this thing?
Tell you what, though, Jeff Gordon isn't giving up easy, is he?
He wants to lead that lap.
Interestingly enough, is a groove that you can run almost as hard as you can the low groove. And you can see right there, Gordon is able to take the lead out running on the outside.
They were kidding with Earnhardt earlier, saying, hey, there's nobody in front of you except Elmo Langley you can tap before the thing begins. Of course, he's tapped Elmo a few times in that pace car.
Yeah, those black number 3 cars have a tendency to do that.
Elmo said the hardest he got run by Dale was at Sears Point. They get him into some area where the cameras couldn't see it, and Dale would come up and give him a couple of shots and under caution. Elmo was pretty good at that in his day, too. Here's Bobby Hamilton, 7th place, number 43. Marcus right behind him.
So many heroes in this race.
The 8, Waltrip falling back. His leg hurts a lot. They have been drawing fluid and blood all week from that leg after that crash a week ago.
He has been beaten up just terribly this year, Ken. He got hurt at Charlotte Motor Speedway earlier in the year, banged up again last weekend at Darlington.
Rusty Wallace in the number 2 on the move coming up, and Mark Martin in that Ford as well. Wallace loves this track. A lot of people are ambivalent about this track. Hamilton in the 43 car says, this is one of the tracks I really don't like. He won his Grand National race here. He always runs well, and he says, I think the reason that I do well here is because I try hard. There you see him, the number 43, closing right in on Mark Martin here in number 6. That's the battle for 6th position. How fast will you tip it off and go in? It doesn't look that fast on camera. It never seems to unless you're on board in the car. But how fast do you drop it off into turn 3?
Well, I'd say you're approaching 150 miles an hour as you get into turn 1 and 3. We use a lot of brakes here at Richmond, and later on tonight we'll be able to see the brakes actually glowing inside the wheels of these cars.
Rusty Wallace in the 5th position now, car number 2. He's on the move coming up, and here's his view as he looks out and looks at that rookie that's just in front of him, Robert Presley in number 33. Presley of a great racing family out of Asheville, North Carolina. Qualified so well in a battle of his own, a battle royal with Ricky Craven for freshman honors of 1995.
We started with a crop of a whole bunch of rookies in 1995, and most of them have dropped out, but the 2 that have remained, Ricky Craven and Robert Presley, are very strong racers. And if you talk to the car owners in the garage, they will tell you that both of these young men will be big winners in Winston Cup.
Here's Wallace continuing to try to get a little extra ground off that second turn, and he is. He's picking up car lengths on there. You see him closing down quickly on number 33, Robert Presley. Meanwhile, Gordon is up in front. Earnhardt 2nd. Schrader stays 3rd. Let's go to Steve Burns.
Ken, Darrell Waltrip has radioed into his pits that a plug wire has come off. He's going to try and ride it out until they catch a caution, but that's why he's sliding backwards.
Oh, that is just an awful feeling as a driver. You cannot race this place, or any other racetrack for that matter, with 7 cylinders, and Darrell's just going to have to ride it out till a caution and put that plug wire back on.
Wallace to the inside on Presley. Presley trying to shut him down for a moment. Out of 2, comes up a bit, and on his way is Rusty Wallace into 4th place. No, Presley back now in turn 3. Wallace is there. Gordon stays 1st. Earnhardt stays 2nd. Schrader going 3rd.
Hi, Panic.
Followed by Presley. Behind him is Hamilton in that 7th position, number 43.
I love that one. I had forgot about that.
Now from the freshman, Robert Presley.
Good old Up in Smoke, 1978.
Rusty Wallace racetrack, and part of the reason for that is that so much of this racetrack is corner, and if there is a chassis expert among these drivers, Rusty Wallace is the man. So he has had an opportunity to dial his race car into this Richmond Speedway, and he has done very well.
I don't even know how to find them. I was messing with stuff,
Working the 13th
last week,
Gordon
and tried to put my sound elements back on, and that's what that is. The sound from
making a move on Brett Bodine in the Junior Johnson
Stream Elements. So I must have did it right.
Nice position go right there.
Hey.
Ricky Rudd has the handle on the inside.
I still don't know what I did to do it right, but
here at Richmond Speedway,
I think I added
for Rudd. He used to live in Chesapeake, Virginia,
added
which
some.
is right down the street. There are a lot of people here who still consider Ricky Rudd and that red and white number 10 to be the local hometown hero.
Got a lot of tickets over in Chesapeake, Virginia to this event.
Oh, you bet.
And still even Rudd on the inside. Had a very good run at Darlington last week.
Despite running with damage.
Yeah. Got beat up early and came right back.
And here comes Sterling Marlin in that yellow number 4 car. He just has decided he is going to run as aggressively.
This is the year with the X-Pipe in that 4.
A race
on super speedways.
1.366 miles. That's Darlington.
I got to hear it at Daytona in '95.
Of the super speedways, and he
practice and speed weeks
races in order to have any hope of winning the championship.
Take a look at Kyle Petty rolling up the number 42. He's had his problems last couple of months, and he goes right around Bobby Labonte in the 18. Kyle Petty, that's back to 15th spot. And there's Rudd getting beneath Brett Bodine. Sterling Marlin getting a chance to go. Ooh, little ears there.
That's that area right in turn 2 we talked about before the race started, that the cars want to get a little bit loose if you don't have enough forward bite coming off that corner.
Right behind them, there's Ted Musgrave on the inside, Derek Hope on the outside, 16 and 12 respectively. Having a good go at it at the present time.
You'll notice on this track, even though it's just a 3/4 mile track, it has a lot of super speedway tendencies, and you'll really see is when cars are running side by side, like we've seen here a lot already tonight, it allows the cars behind to catch up immediately. The 2 cars running side by side or slow down. They probably lose a half a second a lap.
To the outside comes Kenny Wallace, and the defending champion Terry Labonte is there as well. In front as we get ready to complete 20 laps. Within a lap, it'll be Jeff Gordon for first. Earnhardt is closing in on him as Richard Childress, his car owner, looks on. From the steel aerial platform, the wildest merry-go-round you'll find, Richmond International Raceway. This 3/4 mile track has seen 25 laps of Winston Cup racing completed. And there are the leaders down the back straightaway. Gordon in front. And Earnhardt right there, closing in for second, from second for the lead.
Also notice we were watching number 5 car. He started back in 23rd position, and now he's up to 12th. So there's some guys that are running back in the back, and they're moving up through the field fast already.
Here comes Earnhardt on the inside, trying to move down and gets a hold, gets himself in there. Even across as they come down out of turn 4. Earnhardt on the bottom, Gordon on the outside. Gordon not giving an inch. Still even for the lead. Now Earnhardt slightly in front.
That's a brand new race car that Earnhardt has got here tonight, Ken. They really wanted to do well at Richmond, so they brought it here, did 2 days of intensive testing with this car. Unfortunately, not with the same tires they are using tonight. You can't do that anymore. Goodyear won't let you have the tires to test with that they run in the race. But they still learned a good bit, as you can see. As Randy Pemberton said in one of the meetings today, when Earnhardt starts on the pole, when he's that strong early in the race, look out, because Earnhardt can be strong when he starts 20th.
Personal pride on the line right here, and that's all. Coming up toward 30 laps. And now, for the moment, Earnhardt has the advantage. That's the battle up in front between Earnhardt and Gordon for supremacy in this race. And looking further back, battle what? Is 5th place back here? A little further behind that one. 71. Dave Marcus is in 7th position. On the outside of him is Robert Presley trying to take it away with Derek Hope in the 9th spot. Good, solid racing.
And if Marcus looks a little bit like Dale Earnhardt tonight, he should. The setup underneath his car is the same setup that's underneath Earnhardt's car. Andy Petrie told him what to do with springs and gears and all that, and that's what Dave Marcus put in that number 71 car. He is just flying tonight.
And the car that Chad mentioned just a moment ago, you see Terry Labonte in that Kellogg's number 5 going to the outside and trying to find some running room. He's been in the throttle hard from the outset on this one, trying to move through traffic. Now down to the bottom with Sterling Marlin alongside.
Terry Labonte runs this track so well. He's won the last 2 races here, and he won the Busch race. He's just a strong competitor here. I'm not sure exactly if he's figured it out chassis-wise or if he's just this is accustomed to his driving style, but he sure runs good.
So Terry Labonte making himself a factor with that smoothness that has carried him through 3 victories this season. Terry Labonte has been on a roll at Richmond lately. Hey, what's the secret to your success out here, Terry?
Sometimes it seems like you see people get on a little bit of a roll at different racetracks, and they do really well there. And I guess this is our place right here in our time. It seems like it's always tough. You know, it's going to be tough this weekend with the Winston Cup cars and the Busch cars both. Competition's awful close, and you know, last race up here, we really weren't the best car, and we were the best at the end of the race. So, but all day long we weren't the best, and you got to stay on top of it and have good pit stops, and things got to go your way.
From 23rd, Terry Labonte challenging for 9th, and that's it now. He closes in on Sterling Marlin. Randy?
Well, Ricky Rudd's crew chief was just talking to Ricky, who's right behind him. And he's, Ricky, the car has made up all his ground on the outside, so that lane really working for Terry Labonte. He said, go ahead and try it. Mark Martin also looking for a new line to run out there.
This is really a two-groove racetrack. They say that a lot about a lot of speedways, but Richmond, you really can run side by side, lap after lap, and neither the high groove nor the low groove seems to have any particular advantage on many occasions. This seems to be one.
Well, on sticker tires, the low groove is still going to be the fastest.
Yeah, he's one of your boys, Texas Terry.
The cars don't want to turn coming off the corners. You move your car up a little.
The Iceman.
Freer. So there they start running on the outside. Of course, Terry Labonte just ran on the inside when I say that, but, you know.
He heard you. Nobody's perfect.
As you watch Robert Presley's number 33, remember he is now 9. Rudd closing in behind him. Marcus with an outstanding run. Got a lot of help from Andy Petrie.
It's good to see Dave Marcus up there, isn't it?
Yep. Here's Bill Elliott's number 94. Trying to get...
Now, in the spring race, they ran green for a long time.
For Bill Elliott in...
And at the end of the race, there were only 10 on the lead lap.
26 getting just a little loose out there.
Maybe less. I didn't check right at the end of the race, but it was...
brother changing tires for that team tonight.
Close to it.
Yes, it is.
How much younger?
Just a couple years.
Is there going to be a bunch of littles out here like there are Bodines and Wallowses?
Well, actually, he changed his tires for me on the Busch car, too. He's a pretty good little tire change. We see Bill Elliott's brakes starting to glow already in the early stages of the race.
They're now 39 laps complete, coming up to 40.
There's Rusty's caught Jeff Gordon and is attempting to pass him right now as they come off of turn 2.
Sawing at that steering wheel going through the corner.
Second place, up for grabs right here. Wallace on a mission.
Gee whiz. Swatting flies.
This is great. Saturday night, the stock car races, night race. You're in the car as he makes the pass on the low side.
Did you notice Jeff Gordon waved him by there, too, as they went down into turn 1? That's what the drivers do in the front, you guys. The guys that are really running up front, they're professional with each other. Rusty, Jeff Gordon saying, okay, you're a little quicker than I am right now. I'm going to let you go by, and I'm going to follow you for a while.
So you now have the number 2. The Deuce is in second place. We've got Earnhardt up in front. So we got a Chevy Ford battle in the top spots again tonight. Although Chevrolet has dominated the season, taking the Manufacturers' Championship home early. Ford trying to make up some ground at this time of the year.
And you talk to the Ford drivers, and they all still say that Chevrolet has an edge here in this kind of racing. Tonight at Richmond, as was the case in the spring, spoiler rules, nose rules are the same for the Fords and the Chevrolets, but the Ford drivers say they are running a bit down to the Chevy.
So we've completed 42. We're working the 43rd lap at the present time as Earnhardt continues his run for a championship. We'll see.
Promotional fees and consideration have been paid by Auto Week, America's only enthusiast weekly. For a 52-week subscription for only $19.95, call now, 1-800-232-1522. And by Liquid Wrench with Teflon, an non-flammable spray lubricant with thousands of uses around your
Coming around to complete 37.5 miles, 50 laps down, 350 to go. Nary a sign of a caution flag to date. And out in front, it's Earnhardt with Wallace second, Gordon third. Ken Schrader having a great night in fourth, followed by Bobby Hamilton fifth, Mark Martin in sixth, Derek Cope is seventh, Terry Labonte in the 8th position, running 9th to Sterling Marlin and Ricky Rudd. Dave Marcus falling back to 11th.
Now, right now we see Earnhardt starting to get up on lap traffic, putting these cars a lap down. And I know as a driver, when you see the leaders coming up and you know he's going to put you a lap down, that's when you really got to buckle down and try to stay ahead on the lead lap, because once you go lap down, it's really hard to win the race. As long as you remain on that lead lap, you're in a position to win.
But look at Wallace in the 2 coming on as they go.
It's true, but it's not worth wrecking.
Here's Earnhardt diving.
Because you can get it back on green flag if you keep the leader in front of you, like in eyesight.
Lead between the 2 guys who had that big.
Just got to pit a couple laps early, short pit it.
Show last week in second and third at Darlington, South Carolina, and now they're in heavy traffic going under Morgan Shepherd.
Blocking leaders never works out good.
This is all happening in lap 52.
The battle at Richmond is shaping up.
And these 2 guys put out a great battle in the spring as well. They ran side by side for some 30 laps, never really touched each other, sort of slid into each other, I guess. But good show here.
Greg Sachs in the 31 going up to the outside. A comment from Randy Pemberton.
Dale Earnhardt has just radioed to his crew. The car is pushing, coming off. That's where his problem is right now. Of course, he's probably driving very hard at the moment with Rusty right on his tail. If you'd like to know, we're about halfway to green flag pit stops at 100. Steve Burns?
Well, I have a question for Chad Little. We've been monitoring the scanner audio from the different teams. Some cars, drivers are saying they're loose, others saying they're tight, they're pushing. Chad, what I want to know is how can so many teams be off in different ways with chassis setup?
Well, I think mostly this track has a tendency to be tight. You're setting your car up in the middle of the daytime when it's hot, the track's hot. There goes Rusty Wallace. Drive way down to the apron as he tries to make a pass on.
Wow. Oh, that's not good, they reckon.
Ooh, some spinning,
right
crashing.
in front of the leaders. You know, I think that's a deal where the guys that are going a lap down are trying so hard to stay ahead of the leaders.
See?
Todd Bodine.
Old wise old lady.
Bodine in trouble up in turn 2. They race back to the line, and as they come to the stripe, Earnhardt leads Wallace across. Todd back underway. First caution at lap 57.
Jeremy Mayfield was also involved in that altercation. Well, we have some conversation going on here between Rusty and Dale. Just got right side by side, looked at each other.
Well, Steve, you know, to finish answering your question there, this track has such a tendency to be tight that I think a lot of people probably overguess it a little bit. They set their car up so loose because, you know, you're really going to lose more time when you're tight here than if you are a little bit loose. So they might overguess the setup just a tick. They complain about being loose. But also remember, sometimes when you're too tight, coming off a turn, you're turning the car because it is tight, it breaks the rear wheels loose, and that's when
the cars that stayed out are a lap down. They have to pit next time by.
So here come the leaders on the pit road. And let's go to Randy.
Well, we're waiting for Dale Earnhardt, Rusty Wallace, Jeff Gordon, the entire field to come in here. Dale Earnhardt said, we're going to fix our problem with tire pressure. No report on Rusty Wallace chassis adjustments, nor Jeff Gordon. The 3 car is in, the 2 car is in, and now Jeff Gordon makes his stop as the Rainbow Warriors go to work on the DuPont Chevrolet. Right side tires are on the 3 car, likewise for the 2 in Rusty Wallace's crew. Earnhardt, they worked with the tire pressure on this one. Rusty Wallace down and away. Earnhardt makes the move first. Jeff Gordon now down and away. That's the way they'll come out of the pits here at Richmond.
Saw first, second, and third come on pit road. Saw them make their stop, and as they come back out, you have the 3, the 2, and the 24. Now running 1, 2, 3. With 58 laps complete, this time by in the Miller Genuine Draft 400 at Richmond International Raceway, live on TBS. More of the excitement in a moment. It's a harvest moon. The question is, who's going to harvest the lion's share of $1 million out here tonight at Richmond International Raceway. And there you see the standings over the top 6 at the present time. That's with the 60 of 400 laps complete, working lap 61 at the present time. Let's take a look at what the leaders had to get around in turn number 2 just a moment ago here, Chad.
Well, you see Rusty dove way into the apron as he made an attempt to pass Earnhardt going into turn 1, and this happened right in front of the leaders coming out of turn 2.
I think your point is well taken. Those guys did not want to get overtaken by the cars that were about to lap them. Put out quite an And number 33 here, he had a little fun in the pits. That was not much fun out on the track, but number 33, Robert Presley, who's a collector, he likes to pick up things at the track and so forth, and he did not want to pick that up.
We laugh about that, but I tell you what, if this was at a super speedway, his day would be over because his nose would be damaged, and that is so important on the big tracks. He'll probably won't hurt him too bad here at Richmond tonight, though.
Robert Presley ready for another go, and we're ready for green. Coming around to complete 62. Lead cars in that outside line make the break.
A big jump on the inside line. The inside line, remember now, is lapped cars here tonight at Richmond.
Ricky Craven leading that group of lapped cars. He's back there in 28th position. Behind him, Todd Ledine, 29th. Nemechek, 30th. Sawyer. We should mention again, that was Todd Ledine that got in that back up in turn number 2 that brought out this first caution of the day at lap 57.
28 on the lead lap, and they're only about a quarter of the way in, not even.
He's had some tough runs of late, but tonight, Schrader very strong at 25. Asked his crew chief earlier today if today was going to be the day to end all the bad luck Schrader had. He just sort of looked at me and shook his head as if he didn't even want to talk about it. Schrader's had so many terrible things happen to him. He's been 7 straight races without a finish in the top 10. 23rd in the Southern 500, 14th at Bristol, 26th at Michigan, 36th at Watkins Glen. He's got a lot of fans who would love to see all that end here tonight with a strong finish.
The other car involved in that incident brought out the caution. Jeremy Mayfield, we've been watching him for a couple of laps, and that car came out pretty much unscathed. Doesn't show any battle marks on it.
Craven will have that Kodiak ride the following year as well. I was at Talladega in '96 when he tumbled.
That's one of the advantages to starting up front all the time is that you don't have to run in traffic as hard, and you don't get your car beat up as much. And you see right now, the leaders right there, they're not only leading the race and getting that all-important television coverage, but they're also not taking the chances of running in hard traffic and damaging their car.
Take a look at some of that traffic out back. There you see Jeremy Mayfield's number 8, 98, making it 3.
Ooh, oh, that's not going to work.
Get back into the wall right there.
Well, that'll take another caution.
Oh,
27 around in the wall goes Elton Sawyer. And there's the second caution of the evening. This comes at lap 67.
How about that camera work, Cam? I mean, just right there as soon as that damage started.
Darn Mike Wells, he just knew that 27 was going to go down in there, dump it into turn number 1. Yeah.
Well, the hint is that you can't really go 3 wide into the corners here and make it at least most of the time you can't. Once in a great while you can, but Elton Sawyer discovered tonight that tonight was not one of those nights.
Well, I don't think he realized what was going down on the bottom. That move by the 98 was down beneath him and far enough back. He didn't have a chance. When he started to pull down, everybody was there.
Yeah.
Take a look again right here. That's Brett Bodine in the middle.
The 27 car probably didn't realize what he was getting himself into right there. Victim of circumstances as he spins around and backs it into the wall. And although he's probably not damaged the car real bad, it's going to be bad enough that he's going to be down a few laps before they can get it fixed and make it back out. It's too bad for the Hooters team.
Is that the 31 or the?
It's Greg Sachs in the middle.
Yeah, it is the 31. It's Greg Sachs.
Oh, look at him just getting squeezed. You can see Sachs on the brakes. The rear brakes lighting up, still lighting up. Smoke off the left rear corner of Sachs' car, trying to stay out of that. He had a bad crash last week at Darlington.
See, Elton's getting out of the car. He's certainly okay, but the car's going to have to come in on a record, and they're going to have to repair it behind the wall before he can make it back out tonight.
Junior Johnson's number 27, and we understand it's back to one car team, but this may be sold to the Hooters folks next year, this team.
There's a lot of teams for sale. The 26 team is for sale. They're looking for a buyer there.
Let me ask you a question. We know about Bernstein. We hear about Moroso for sale. The big announcement today, Jack Roush is coming out with a third team. Jeff Burton is going to be the driver. Buddy Parrott is going to be the crew chief on that deal. They're also going to build a truck for a few races. So what do you think is going to happen here? Will indeed Roush buy one of those teams, Bernstein or Moroso?
It's really hard to say what he's going to do.
My husband was working for Moroso when that came out, so he ended up going to Lake Speed. at the end of the Moroso season.
Three racing team.
My dad had left Moroso before the Glen. I remember he set up the car for the Glen and then didn't go.
Weekly. Last night, the Busch Grand National Series cars ran 250 laps here under the lights in Richmond. We have some highlights to show you from a great battle that transpired here last night. We're going to show you off the green flag, first of all.
That 95 year was really tough for Dick Moroso, plus he got diagnosed with cancer. He had lost his son a few years prior. It was just really tough for Dick.
Here's a jam down into
you could see the agony on his face.
And Dale hooped his car, was able to gather it back up and get straightened out. We'll hear more from him later on. A little later on in the event, Elton Sawyer gets turned around up in turn 3. So it's 2 for 2 on the weekend for Elton Sawyer. Last night in the Aiken-Sutton 38, he gets straightened out. Late in the race now, Dale Jarrett and Mark Martin. Martin had led a long time. Jarrett works his way around down on the low side. This was not the end exactly. Later on, there was a little skirmish. We'll set this up for you. Jeff Green in the 3 and our good friend Mr. Little in the 23. They showed very strong. Now, at the end of the race, Dale Jarrett did make his pass good on Mark Martin. It takes the checkered flag. Jarrett coming back to win another Busch race. Now, after the checkered flag, watch this. Jeff Green and Chad unfortunately tried to occupy the same portion of the racetrack down between turns 1 and 2. It doesn't work very well. There's Dale Jarrett in victory lane, your winner last night in the Busch Grand National event. Jarrett and Martin, Johnny Benson, the point leader, Steve Grissom and Terry Labonte, the top 5 here tonight. And we want to tell
Steve Bird was working with Johnny Benson then. I mention him a lot because he's a friend of Dad's.
Final tomorrow.
Grew up in our same hometown.
Has the pole. Brian Herta and Gilles de Ferran. Teo Fabi and Scott Pruitt will be the top 5. Villeneuve trying to lock up the IndyCar title tomorrow. Formula One runs tomorrow at Imola, Italy. David Coulthard and Michael Schumacher will start on the front row. Gerhard Berger, Damon Hill, and Jean Alesi. And we'll be back here at Richmond International Raceway. 1-800-232-1522, the number now, for a 52-week subscription to Auto Week. $19.95 is the price every week. Auto Week is first with all the inside news of racing, personalities, driving impressions, and a whole lot more. Auto Week's phone number, you see it on the screen, 1-800-232-1522. This offer ends Monday night. We'll be back to put these cars under green as we watch the fans enjoying activities here at Richmond International Raceway. 73 laps complete. We're under caution. Back in a moment.
Lap and a half completed on the green. Since they dropped it, that gets us up. We're coming around to complete, 78 this time, 2 laps. And there you have Parham.
It's a long race. Under the lights, it's different. But it seems that the track
putting a lap on the number 41 of Ricky Craven.
Well, he's X pretty much the same.
Down right now.
There are a lot more single file at night.
Stop and go penalty coming out of pit road. Now back in the pits, being held. It's going to put him a lap down.
You know, that really hurts him too, Ken, because now it's under green. Before it was under caution. So it's not only just a stop and go, it's under green stop and go. And you can, when they're racing around there 125 miles an hour compared to 45, which is pit road speed and track speed today, that hurts.
On a 3/4 mile.
But how easy is it to run that stop sign at the end of pit road, Chad?
It's very hard. I mean, it's very easy to do, as a matter of fact, because it was one of those, it's a situation where you know it's close, so you want to go, and then you pretend you didn't see it and hope NASCAR didn't see it.
Here's Terry Labonte, winner of the last 2 races on this track in Winston Cup and winner of the truck race the other night. Looking very strong as he makes that move with car number 5, Terry Labonte, whipping back up through traffic. Michael Waltrip, who's already served his time on pit road, is back out there again. Got a lot of making up to do.
He was a black flag and then had to come back in because he ran the stop and go sign.
9th spot was Labonte, as you saw a moment ago. There are the top 3. Earnhardt, Wallace, Gordon. After 2 cautions.
Epic.
Let's go to Steve Burns. There's a story on Elton Sawyer.
Elton, you look okay, but a frustrating night. What happened?
Well, I'm not real sure, Steve. The spotter said the inside, and I knew the 31 car was there, but apparently somehow we got 3 wide getting into 1. And the Sawyer family's done a great job here with this facility, but you can't run 3 wide. And it's unfortunate early in the race, Mike Hill and all the guys worked hard. We need to get some experience and run as long as possibly could, but it's not going to be tonight. We'll get him at Dover.
Tough luck, Elton. Thank you.
And it sure looks like the 27 is headed.
He is a NASCAR official
Hooters
today.
In a two-car.
In this day and age, anyway.
One, he brought Sterling along. Anyway, next year back to the single focus. Be interesting to see what happens with Travis Carter next year.
David Green is also.
Had a great pit stop this last time around. He came out fifth, and he's hanging right in there. He started well, and he's really having a good run tonight.
Bobby Allison Racing, wearing the number 12, and looking good with Blake Speed trying to duck under there in car number 9. Blake is a lap down and being shown in 29.
See Derek starting to run a real high line. And you'll notice that tonight. Cars, some of the drivers will pick a low line, some will pick a high line. It just depends on how their chassis is working, where the car feels most comfortable to them.
Wallace feeling very comfortable right down in the bottom there, Dick.
He sure is, and they are going at it. They really are. There's a lot of enthusiasm for leading this race right now. Rusty trying to take it away from her. They got along well last week, but they sure didn't get along well at all at Bristol. Rusty's comment is, we've talked it over, and I've just explained, he just better not touch me, that's all.
Well, I guess that sums it up, doesn't it?
Yep. Yep.
Maybe I better try that.
Yeah, we want to talk to you about that little incident at the end of the race with that number 3 and the 23 from last night.
I was afraid
to look at that videotape again.
I think we're going to see Rusty making a move on Dale here real soon. He's going to probably stretch some distance out. His car seems to be working a lot better through the middle of the corner. He's getting a better bite up off the corner.
Rusty Wallace.
26 cars on the lead lap right now.
Here back in March. I think they ran 20.
No lucky dogs. They have to race for it back at this
cars on the doors.
Year, 95.
Side by side is common enough at Richmond. And we asked Dale Earnhardt his thoughts about it.
You can do it. Unlike Bristol and some other places, you can race side to side here. It's a good racetrack to race like that. Rusty and I in the spring race here run 30 laps side by side. Had one of the best races of our career here. So it's a good racetrack to race on.
Well, so it was 30.
Yeah.
I thought it was 20.
Who was counting? It seemed like the whole race, the two of them ran side by side. It was a great show. And these two cars seem very evenly matched tonight, Ken. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a repeat of that.
As you watch Rusty working that steering wheel going down through here, what does it tell you, Chad?
I'm gonna take a quick break.
Real well, obviously. He's in second place.
Y'all can too grab a snack.
Well, but you see Rusty taking a little lower line into the corner. That just tells me that his car isn't as tight as some of the others might be. So that's why I just kind of guess it. In a few laps, as the tires get hot, Rusty's going to be strong. But I mean, all these cars up in the front right here are strong. You see Dale and Gordon, they're both running real strong right now. But it doesn't look like Rusty's fighting things much either. It's kind of an effortless effort to bring the car through the corner, and that's a sign of a good handling race car.
Closes right big on Earnhardt another time. Earnhardt gives him a little room, but there's coming off two. You can't take that shot right there. Here's the spot, and Earnhardt's there.
Great in-car camera look. You see Rusty looking to the outside now a little bit, and then probably check out the inside as they go down the straightaway here. But, you know, the straightaways are a little shorter here at Richmond. It's hard to pass down the straightaways. Your moves are really made in the corners.
Well, in lieu of that, on this short track racing, always consists of a lot of bumping and grinding. And here we go. Rusty Wallace, one of the masters of short track racing, gives us his thoughts on how to be successful with guys like Earnhardt here at Richmond.
You got to keep the thing out of trouble, man. You can lose your patience real quick on a short track and start retaliating against guys, beating and banging and all that. You start tearing the car up, you can't really get successful here. But the key thing is always handling. And we always seem to get our handling package real good in the race. Now, I will admit, I'm the world's worst qualifier, so don't judge me on that one. But when it comes to race time, we seem to get everything right. And that's the key. Good pit stops, good handling car.
Good handling car he has, and so does Earnhardt at this moment as these two continue to make war. The 7-time Winston Cup champion. Earnhardt in front of the 89 champion Rusty Wallace right there with him.
And you see this race. This is what these people paid to see, Ken. When they put tickets on sale for tonight's event, they lasted a grand total of 2.5 weeks, despite the fact that the Sawyer family put another 8,000 seats into this place. Every one of them is gone. They had to put a new law into effect to try to hold the scalping down. Now it costs you $500 to scalp a ticket. And I'll tell you what, there were people out there willing to risk it just in order to get a seat to this event, and this is what they want to see.
Front 2, front 3 right there. And here comes Wallace again on the inside. He's got the shot out of 2.
Like we've talked about tonight a little bit, it's hard to make a pass on the inside here. What you have to do is your car gets, the RPMs get pulled down as you're coming out of the corner. You have to pinch it off a little bit. You can't keep the motor running free. So the guy on the outside actually has a little bit of advantage, providing his car is working well on the outside. So you see Rusty getting down low. If Dale can make it through the corner strong, he can hold Rusty down low as they come out of turn 2, and it's hard for Rusty to complete the pass.
The other night in the truck race, he set up here in one of the suites, and he was the spotter for his own truck. I think he was taking notes about how to get around this thing. Look at him dive back. Now there's that move that Earnhardt is so famous for. Let him move through on the outside. I'll see you on the inside.
Now you bet when you pass Dale Earnhardt, you better watch both sides of your race car, because chances are real good he's just about to come by you on either side. He just does not give up.
You see which one of these guys exercises the most patience, as we talked about too.
100 laps complete. This time by, and we've got a war for first place. It's Earnhardt and Wallace at it at Richmond. Doesn't get any better than this. Wallace has it for the moment. Pulls away by a full car length. 82,000 people up and enjoying this one. Stay with us on TBS as Rusty Wallace and Dale Earnhardt make war in the Miller Genuine Draft 400. Back with you at Richmond International Raceway with 106 laps complete. And there you see that battle up in front. It's Wallace and Earnhardt still at it. This struggle isn't over. Here comes Earnhardt back another time. It's hard to get off this one because it's so good, but there's some other great contests just behind it. We'll try to get to them in a moment. You don't want to miss this one, however.
They're giving each other room, just enough room, but they are giving each other room. No real contact between the two of them yet. Both doing a brilliant job of driving. It's yeah, it is. Yeah, if this was lap 398, I don't think it would be quite this gentlemanly, but so far, so good.
I think they got the message from Mike Helton and the NASCAR. Bill France himself is here tonight. No nonsense. No cock-a-doodle-doo out here. We'll see. Still early.
Cock-a-doodle-doo? Yeah. Is that the polite way of saying?
Yeah, getting into it pretty good. Got a couple of roosters ready here to get at it. Look at Wallace taking that high line, and you were mentioning a moment ago, the other guy who was really willing to run much higher than anyone else, and you see he ducks down here to protect that inside, is Derek Cope. And the Cope run in the number 12 has brought him up into 4th position. Derek Cope in the Bobby Allison car had a great run back here in March. Now here comes Earnhardt another time. Just doesn't like the idea of seeing that black and gold car in front of his black and white car, and he's going to do something about it.
I think Earnhardt likes to see anybody in front of him. If there's a race car in front of Dale Earnhardt, he's simply going to pass it. That's all there is to that. In stuff like this at Richmond, brakes become a real issue. They talk about Martinsville being the real brake track, but Richmond is a real brake track too, and part of the reason for that is they're on the brakes for such a long period of time, going into 1, going into 3, and most of these teams have got 3 brake ducts, some of them with an actual electric blower on each of the brake calipers up front. They've all got brake circulating valves, so they recirculate the fluid. You can't use all that stuff in Grand National racing, though, can you, Chad?
No, in Grand National racing, we're not allowed to use any air blowers onto the front calipers or the rear calipers, and you can almost guarantee that every Winston Cup car tonight out there has got blowing air in 3 different ducts to the front brake calipers.
Look at this, still at it. Earnhardt is back into that September mode he's so famous for. Right back in here. He slipped in those races between Michigan and Michigan from June to August and fell from 1st to 4th in the standings. But he looks like the Earnhardt of old, still in here, still believing that at Atlanta in November he will be fighting for his 8th championship with whomever.
It's a different strategy right now, Ken, on the Earnhardt team. Andy Petrie, before the start of today's race, told me that they are running offensively rather than defensively this late in the season. And what he meant by that was that if there's any question at all about gear, they're going to go with a more risky gear. If there's any question about shock absorbers, they're going to take the chance. They have got to run hard as they possibly can, defend nothing. Caution is thrown to the wind.
Battle for 5th place up there, and that Ken Schrader car stays just in front of Ricky Rudd and Terry Labonte in the number 5. Here's Rudd making his way to the inside as the feathers continue to fly up in front. How about this one? And look at Bobby Hamilton in 43. What a good job he's doing again tonight.
I remind you that Terry Labonte started all the way back in the 23rd spot. Right now he is running in 7th, making 6th position.
Ricky Rudd breaking that group up, getting away. Schrader had led that pack for about 8 or 9 laps. Sterling Marlin just doing the tail end of that.
Schrader's car doesn't seem to be working as good as he'd like it to right now. He's washing way up there in the corners, as you can see, and he's gotten passed by 3 or 4 cars here in the last 10 or 12 laps.
I should mention that Dale Jarrett is just behind them in 10th. Mark Martin is 11th. Kyle Petty 12th. Dick Trickle is 13th. Musgrave 14th. John Andretti 15th out here at the present time. In 16th would be Ward Burton in the 22 car, the MBN8 car, and Bobby Labonte is in 17th. They're all in the lead lap. In fact, we have 26 cars running the lead lap here with 118 laps now complete.
Terry Labonte and Rudd going for 5th place right there. Look at that. Real good battle going on.
Just eating up lap after lap after lap. Terry Labonte is passing cars.
And that's exactly what he's done in the last 2 races here and come home a winner. Can Labonte make it 3 in a row in Winston Cup racing? Well, stay with us here on TBS tonight, because right now it's the Wallace Earnhardt Show. But that's for now.
Promotional fees and consideration have been paid by Plasticoat Spray Paint, the winning finish and the official spray paint of NASCAR. And by Exide Batteries for great starts every day. Replace your old battery with a powerful Exide battery. Available at major retail stores. And by Miller Genuine Draft. With Miller Genuine Draft, the world is a very cool place.
Rusty Wallace set the record for the 400 lap distance on this track at an average of 104.6 in 1992. He's out in front now, and after 2 caution periods, clear sailing as he continues to lead this race. Here's Sterling Marlin driving down on the inside of Ricky Rudd. Throws it in there at 150 miles an hour. They slide out of the 4th turn and down the main chute as Ricky Rudd has his hands full trying to hold on to that position. That is some scrap for 7th spot. Schrader's in there as well. Sterling Marlin seems to be getting smoother every year, Dick.
He really does, and he is very, very good on this racetrack, even though he has never won here. Schrader's still hanging in there at 25.
And there's another good battle. There is Dick Trickle. Remember, he went all the way to the rear, back to 38th, came all the way back up into the top 10. Well, now Trickle in the 15th is in the 14th position. That's car 15. That's that quality care car. And Dick Trickle having a really good run.
And he is auditioning for his ride next year, but Moore says he hasn't decided who is going to drive that automobile. And Dick Trickle surely is among the candidates being considered, but it's not sure yet who will drive the 15 in 1996.
Number 15, Trickle, with over 1,200 career wins on those short tracks in the Midwest and throughout the East. Here comes that 22, barreling down on the bottom and getting stronger. Ward Burton another time. Musgrave on the outside looking good.
Whoa, are they going to try 3 wide? No. Thank goodness.
And he thought about it, though, for a minute there, didn't he?
Yeah, he sure did.
16th position for car 16, Musgrave.
Ward Burton with a real strong run in that number 22 last week at Darlington. Look at this battle.
All right. Call me Boy Wonder, will you?
He's caught the 3 car and he's passed the 3 car.
Yeah,
of course,
well, it's not
I
over
don't
yet.
think so.
Forget it.
He's so famous for that. Move of letting the car get up on the or pass him and then slip it.
After my puppy dog took the wall down, I want to make sure it's going to stay.
As if anybody can do that. But
I'll work on that with a little bit of Velcro. It actually will work good.
You can see a lot of other drivers, some
Better than a thumbtack.
but he can make it work time after time after time.
You talk about...
Boy, I was watching this from the side.
And everything else control.
Epic photos here.
Drivers of all time when you're watching Dale Earnhardt in that number 3.
How do you feel about that, Chad?
You know, those black number 3 cars they're strong, but you know, just sometimes you just gotta say, I don't know.
Yeah, I wasn't at this track.
Real strong, and I'm alluding to
not this particular race.
That's a different.
But I went to both in '96 and both in '97.
Okay, Ray Everham has been on the radio telling Gordon, settle down.
You think that's a championship call maybe by Everham saying, hey, we don't need to be doing this right now? I kind of think
Good point.
But it's so fun.
Hey, you know, there is a championship. You know, get out of that. You don't need to be caught up. And probably the greatest psych guy in racing is Dale Earnhardt. He will get you into the darkest places if you're not careful.
No question about that.
Everham is a really good balance.
No question.
Rick Mass coming off the corners trying so hard to get number 1. A little bit of smoke just came off the back tires.
Now how about this? There's that Derek Cope car up to 4th place, carrying the Bobby Allison colors. 1990 Daytona 500 champion Derek Cope. I'd love to see Allison have a great night here at Richmond, because Allison had so many great nights on this track. And here comes Terry Labonte right with him, wheel to wheel, in this fight for 4th spot.
In 1991, he did a
Jimmy Finnick is the crew chief on this car.
personal appearance up in our home speedway. Monadnock. I met him that day. I brought my kids to get his autograph and stuff.
Pretty good. The car's a little bit too tight in the middle. So we'll wait till we get in, loosen up, and see if we can loosen up anyway, and then see what we got there at the end.
When will you make your next green flag stop?
I would say another 30 laps, I would say.
Hey, you heard it. It's the crew chief.
Now those cars are just 5 seconds back from the leader. 5 seconds away from Wallace.
I was always amazed, actually, with the fan loyalty.
And Terry Labonte, the Iceman, Mr. Cool, right down in there, just taking his time. You know he has plans to make it 3 in a row here at Richmond International Raceway.
I really enjoyed all
82,000 folks came.
All areas of the sport, to be honest. Marketing or
there was a late practice period.
Officiating, working on cars, painting cars.
Full moon racing you often see on a short track. You see a full
hospitality,
you know there's going to be 20
museums.
We haven't had that yet.
Timing and scoring.
Take a look at this. Down to the inside, it's still Labonte running wheel to wheel. One of Northwest's greatest drivers, Derek Cope.
Little wiggle coming out of the corner.
Oh, thank you, Pops. Thanks for the lurk. I'll be jumping over to you in a little while, too.
70 laps since they put on tires. Right now, it's about time to start making some pit stops. You know, if there was a caution right now, all the cars would be coming in. And I think
I decided to do both Bristols from 95. The day race I did earlier, that would have been the March race. And then this is the Under the Lights race in the fall.
Succeeded in their goal.
Indeed, they have. And it's still even across. This fight's going to go on for a while. We'll rejoin it later.
It's good to see you.
It's Rusty.
I have some things on my eyes that I freeze off now and then. And that's why I'm wearing glasses, no makeup.
Well, frickin' fracker.
But I started watching this race early, and
back again.
Actually, I was watching a modified race, and I said, you know what? I want to do Richmond's, because I know y'all iRacing something at Richmond. This would be compared to the Gen 4, though.
Down the lap. These guys are running.
I would say.
They have got this place stomping.
These were my favorite cars.
And you don't think, that's going to be it until they make the next tire stop, and then Earnhardt just zonks him. Pulls right down to the inside, then walks.
I was not at this race, but
And there's the number 24 of Jeff Gordon right behind.
I believe my
Watching the whole thing.
ex-husband's team was racing on the Saturday race, so
Ray Everham put a double bit in his.
I might check that after.
He is really riding him. He's on the radio to him, telling him to be in control. And so far, Gordon hasn't put a wheel wrong in this race. And he continues to watch this battle between these two great masters, Rusty Wallace and Earnhardt. Race ticket prices to keep this up. This is just amazing.
They've got a big pack of cars there right in front of them, and you know those guys are saying, please, let me have a caution, let me have a caution.
We're showing 50 complete. 150 down of the 400 to be run. And you're watching from Bill Elliott's vantage point. He doesn't want to get caught up in this thing and lose a lap. He's back there in 21st position at the present time. And about to go a lap down. Bobby Labonte has already been lapped. And there's a kid that's proven he can win this year, and he's going to win a lot more, I believe, in time to come. There is a candidate for a national championship. What, 2 years down the road?
It's not going to take him very long for sure. 3 wins in 1995, all big wins. Michigan, 1 in Charlotte, the 600.
Yeah, the focus of Gibbs and the sense of Makar and the driving of that young Labonte.
Yeah, and Hendrick Motors under the hood. Let's not forget that too. And they have 1 more year with Hendrick Motors. They're already developing their own in-house engine program, but they've got them for 1 more year.
Well, making horsepower right now are those two, the 2 and 3. Now, Dale Jarrett we haven't seen for a while tonight. Let's take a look at that 28 car. Dale Jarrett has been trying to make some time up out here and get himself up through the field.
He took over that ride for Ernie Irvin because Ernie Irvin had got that really bad wreck and was still recovering. So Dale Jarrett took over the ride.
He came from 27th earlier on in the race. Looks like a 2-car team coming there next year, Dick.
Yeah, it is a 2-car team, most likely. Jarrett says he will be back, and apparently they're going to field a 2nd car for Ernie Irvin if he wants one.
I think he probably wants one.
Well, he's got to get past the doctors first. I'm certain that he wants one, but whether or not he's healthy enough to do it, that's the real question.
The question really is, will there be a 2nd car if Ernie Irvin can't run?
That's what Jarrett told me yesterday.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Dale, to see that 2nd car team work out and to see Ernie Irvin in a car within the next 3 races.
Of course, you know, I think they know his desire to race, and probably everybody figures that no matter what, he will simply will himself healthy so he can get back behind the wheel again.
What's happening here? Here's 12. That's Derek Cope backing up a little, losing a spot to Bobby Hamilton in 43. And I would presume the tires.
Yeah, it's time. It's definitely time for stops. And what dictates who comes in right now is the leaders. The leaders come in, everyone comes in. Now there's a
green flag stops.
So you're running on the lead lap and you want to take a little gamble. You come in first, and then you kind of control the tempo because you're going to pick up so much speed with the new tires that it almost forces the other guys to come in. But normally the tempo is controlled by the leaders.
Now Sterling Marlin makes his move, and take a look at those leaders. Earnhardt just looking Wallace over. Randy Pemberton has a comment about this pit stop upcoming for those leaders. Randy.
You're right, Ken. They're coming. Rusty Wallace, Robin Pemberton, and the crew have radioed. They're looking to stop at lap 162. Now, that is projected. They could go a couple laps more or 1 or 2 laps less. But 162, as far as adjustment.
Says 154 now.
Air pressure adjustment. No chassis changes. Everybody else going to come soon after that. Kenny Schrader was looking to pit around lap 177. But if the leaders pit, as Chad Little said, they will all start diving on pit road.
They're working lap 159 right now, so 3 or 4 laps from now, we could see leaders on pit.
Which is basically a minute because it's about a 20-second lap.
I think been running this long, it's 4 tires.
I would think it probably is. If you put 2 on, you go down 1 lap. You put 4 on, you go down 2 laps under green flag racing here. But if one of the leaders throws 4 at the car, chances are very good everybody else is going to do the same thing. But the last time any of these cars saw fresh tires was on lap 57. That's 102 laps ago. Those tires are giving up now.
Oh, they're crying for tires.
19 cars in the lead lap. 19 as we come to lap 160. And you're beginning to see the first of them in. Car 26 on pit road. Strickland in the Kenny Bernstein Quaker State car.
Wise, he will get.
Car, he will keep the team together. He will buy the team himself. If there's a sponsor out there, all these guys want to stay together. They think they've got the right mix to win races. And look who's on pit road. It's Rusty.
Ooh, and he's the leader-ish. He's in the lead, so.
Stop. We're following Rusty Wallace in. Let's go to Randy Pember.
As we wait for Rusty Wallace, Dave Marcus said he will take 2 tires only.
We'll see if the 26 can gain anything.
Also pit this lap for 4 tires. They go to work on the Miller Genuine Draft 4 tires already on. One thing they do not want is a caution to come out right now. Earnhardt now coming down pit road. Wallace crew works on the left-hand side. Down and away, excellent pit stop. Pit road is now filled with race cars as Dale Earnhardt and Jeff Gordon follows him into pit road. Earnhardt's crew goes around to the right side. The Rainbow Warriors are working on the DuPont Chevrolet. Good pit stop going for Gordon's crew as well. Mark Martin's team pitted right behind them. They will come down pit road next. Around to the left-hand side of Earnhardt's car. Likewise for Gordon. Earnhardt's crew looks to be getting the job done just a little quicker. He's down and away. There goes Jeff Gordon. Great pit stop for both. Everybody coming down pit road now.
My guess is Rusty will end up being in the lead because of pitting that one little bit before.
I've got an unofficial here, 25 on Gordon. Let's go to Steve Burns on Terry Labonte's stop now.
Again, Labonte brings Kellog's car in. Now his lap times have been faster than the leaders the last 20 or 25 laps. They will not make any chassis adjustments. Walter Smith trying to bring the jack around to the driver's side. So far, it's a very efficient, maybe not a great stop, but a very clean one, very efficient. Gas is in, and the left side tire is going on. Terry stayed out to the lead a lap, and he's out of here.
19-3, and he's back out. Bobby Hamilton appropriate.
I wonder if Slugger was still changing front tires for him.
First, and Gordon is.
And I didn't look at the Jackman.
Stops continuing. Mark Martin is on.
The gas man on Bobby's.
Rick Mast is coming.
Trying to figure out what year Brian went to.
Jeff Bodine. Let's go back to Randy.
Martin is now hit.
Gibbs. Brian was our gas man at Nemechek.
He said, we need to get some wedge out of this car and loosen this thing up. They're on the right side of the Valvoline Ford as we continue under green.
There were 2 Michigan boys that my dad hired into Busch Grand National Racing from local tracks at Michigan, gave them their first shot on a team, and they both had successful careers afterward.
Inherits first place. You have Bobby Hamilton in, and there you see him in the.
There were a couple of short track guys. I don't know if they
Grand National
drove in. I know they definitely worked on their cars.
Performs well on
together. They were from Upper Peninsula, Michigan.
Tennessee. And John Andretti did such a great job in the first 40 or 50 laps over at Darlington last week in the Southern 500. Now being the Haas Krenifus car out of Indianapolis, Indiana on the pit road. Andretti. Steve.
John Andretti in the pits. This is a team of veterans. Although Andretti's relatively new to NASCAR racing. Tim Brewer and the guys, so far the stop very good. The Jackman comes around and slams it under.
Tim Brewer is great, actually, to work for. He was tough, though. He didn't mince words. You knew where you stood.
19.9 seconds.
He was always kind to me. Him and his wife both were very, very kind to me.
Talk about a good pit crew. Those guys have a.
He was the nicest guy that actually had to let me go because it was easier to hire a scorer than another truck driver. But I did work the whole season except for Atlanta. Things got crazy in Phoenix. The team didn't behave too well. Behind the scenes. There was a lot of
tire change for
stuff.
It's Rusty Wallace leading. Earnhardt now second. Jeff Gordon back to third.
When we get to that Phoenix race, which is 97, I could
175 or 400
explain, but context-wise, it just doesn't fit unless you're in Phoenix.
2 cautions for 14 laps, and after the green flag pit stop,
I had flowed far, far away from home, and
lap to 12. They are Wallace in number 2 in front, followed by
Stuff all went down that weekend.
Jarrett.
Totally unknown to me.
Hamilton 8th, Cope 9th, Schrader, Martin, and John Andretti 12th.
My husband and I separated at Martinsville, and unknown to me, he had his
He loves Richmond Speedway.
new girlfriend at the track, and it was making all the team uncomfortable.
Richmond. Rusty
So it was really weird.
second in 2 of them.
Lots of stuff went down.
One of them. He's won 2 of them. Of the
I was like, what the heck is going on?
11 of them. 1,520 laps on top since they redid this racetrack in 1988. Nobody has led more laps here than Rusty Wallace. He is a master at this racetrack, and he leads right now. Earnhardt running second, trying to run him down. Has some traffic to go through before he gets to Rusty.
The 89, 92, and 93 winner of this event, as well as some events in the spring, Rusty Wallace, in the car that they named in honor of Ronnie Hopkins. One of the very best. The car they've had PR-18 and Midnight, and they're so proud of Midnight, but they think this is as good a car as has come out of the shop.
Yeah, this was originally PR-16. Ronnie Hopkins was the fellow who did an awful lot of the chassis design work for Rusty Wallace team. He passed away not so long ago of cancer. Tragic loss for the team for sure. They really miss Ronnie Hopkins.
Well, he's out there tonight, and he's leading this race with Earnhardt second, Gordon third, Labonte in fourth. 2 caution periods.
See how much pitting that one lap prior gained him?
A hard crash down here.
A whole second on everyone.
27 of Junior Johnson. And earlier in the going, a double spin. We saw Jeremy Mayfield going around with the number 75 of Todd Bodine in turn 2 right in front of the leaders, somewhat reminiscent of...
They always say pit when the leaders pit, usually.
Almost caught the guy that eventually won, Jeff Gordon.
If you're running 15th, you might want to not do what the leaders do and try to see if you can shake yourself into a better position.
Wardbird, we've got a spinner. I think Spencer. Maybe it is Spencer.
It's always chance, but if you do the same thing, you're going to get the same thing.
One little blemish on it. Now you begin to see...
Y'all pitting P15, you're going to come out P15.
Here at Richmond tonight. Caution is out. Third one of the night comes at lap 182. Too much stopping on the pit road at this point.
I wouldn't be surprised, but you never know. Just looking across right now, you just never know. There's been 20 laps. If they want to have 20 lap fresher tires, they may just come in.
20 for some of them. It's 20 laps for Rusty Wallace.
If the cars are optimal, they won't want to save that set for the last pit stop.
83. He's only got 13 laps on his tires, and this
because it's not even halfway.
Darrell Waltrip to make up some of that lost time.
Not only that, Dick, what I think you'll see is cars that aren't quite right yet. They had 20 laps to see if the chassis adjustment helped, and here come some of the leaders down pit road.
They're going to do it.
They're all, the front 3 are all in.
And here come the rest of the leaders.
Wallace, Earnhardt, Gordon, Terry Labonte.
The cars a lap down have to wait.
You see Jarrett.
A lap before they can pit.
Hamilton, Cope, Schrader, Martin, all taking advantage of this quick caution after that stop.
And they will line up on the inside or whatever track they're at, the slower lane.
The tracks are Richmond ranks up there and doing a real physical track too.
On the restart, and they have to race to get their lap back.
Earnhardt in first pit still.
Uh-oh, Earnhardt had issues.
Jeff Gordon only went with 2 tires and came out the lead.
Oh.
Ray Everham's done that a lot this year, hasn't he, Ken?
And won some races that way, too.
Yeah, he's
why, I wonder?
And when some people have taken 4, he's taken 2. And other people...
Playing with the stagger, maybe.
And we'll take a break and then be back with more live from Richmond International Raceway.
The Miller Genuine Draft 400 is brought to you by Texaco Clean System 3 Gasolines, by Burger King, where you get your burgers.
So those are the kind of gambles that they do for different reasons, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. changing 2 instead of 4, you got to remember the 2 you don't change.
Live on TBS.
Whatever they measure,
Communication Center with me is Jim Gilmore.
you got to adjust your other side for the same.
Visit to a Winston Cup event.
Because they've already growed.
Here at the Winston Cup, it's really a great event.
So it'll be hairy at first, but then in anticipation of them growing,
See why so many.
once they come up to temperature, which is about 4 laps, it'll be more stable.
Pleased to have you with us tonight, Mr. Gilmore. Thanks for stopping by. Jim.
What happened?
Attorney General of the state of Virginia. We're green, Ken Squire.
Yes, we are, and you can see number 31, Sachs, look like he's in a bit of trouble, backing up and
Yeah.
taking some evasive action around him.
Didn't go in gear or blew something on the restart.
He's back in front of
Motor.
leading over Earnhardt and Wallace, second and third. Terry Labonte fourth, Dale Jarrett fifth, Ricky Rudd.
Listen for that Jake brake sound and we'll find out.
Bobby Hamilton ninth, Cope in 10th, Mark Martin 11th, and John Andretti in 12th. Those are the cars in the lead lap. And we
Crash.
in the main straightaway. Sachs is in the wall. Another car's been gathered up.
What the heck?
Robert Presley took a bad hit. He's gone all the way into turn 2, and the car is still running sideways down there.
Did a spotter not say the middle line was backing up?
Starter waving his caution flag. Oh, look at Presley's car, all torn up. He had such a...
That's one good driver that just, man,
he will not have a good finishing.
never could get out of that bad luck run.
On Ricky Craven in this battle for rookie honors this year. They were separated by the smallest of margins, 194 to 187 coming into tonight's race. Craven just barely in front. What a bad break for Robert Presley in the Charlie Presley crew chief car that's now down there being worked on. Let's see what happened.
Well, Sachs really never got out of the 3-wide problem. He stayed in the middle and
got punted by Burt.
Low side for the better part of a lap. He obviously had some mechanical problems with that car, and finally the 3-wide stuff just caught him.
Let's see if we can find what caught him up.
Just look for the 3-wide.
There it is.
Boom. There he goes. Right there. There's Presley on the low side getting caught up in it. Boom. Sachs hits the wall.
You know, that's one of the times when you really
31 ass-packed him.
high above this track in turn number 1, and when they come over the radio and they say car 31's got problems, watch out for him. He's running low, he's off power, he's off the pace. That's when you really need the help of your spotters, and obviously didn't do a good enough job there.
Yeah, Greg just couldn't get down.
That was my thoughts. Looked like spotter error.
33 still out there and still showing a lot of smoke off the front end of that car. It looks like tire smoke, doesn't it?
Yeah, it probably
Maybe we can
is.
see it again. Know where to look, follow it here.
He just got caught up in the slow car of the 31. There wasn't anything he could do, and he just didn't know, that it was going on, and didn't check up enough and anticipate that. And again,
well, the 31 got aspect. Somebody
something like that
is going to have a busted up nose for hitting him.
Is that Robert Presley has also developed an oil leak. Maybe the oil cooler was damaged when he was hit there going down the main.
See it spraying on the door.
And indeed, that seems to be where that smoke may have come from. And that's maybe more work, and hope they can get him back out here and keep him in this rookie battle. Take a look at the end of that number 31 car.
That's the second week in a row that Greg Sachs has been through a big wreck.
Here's Randy with Sachs.
Yeah, Greg Sachs sitting in the car. We'll try and get a word with him. I know he certainly can't be thrilled. Greg, I know you're not too happy about it. What happened out there?
Felt like we had a tire going down, didn't know it. And on the restart, I just kept trying to get back. They went both ways, inside and outside. And no one will cut you a little slack and let you get out of the groove, and just trying to get out of the way. No one will cut you any slack out there. Tough break for the hardest team.
Tough break for Greg Sachs. You can see the damage on the car. It's quite extensive. They might be able to get back out, but it doesn't look very good.
Greg Sachs just taking over from Ward Burton, number 31. A couple of races back. Not good, and not good here for Robert Presley. Getting toward halfway, 194 laps have been completed at Richmond International Raceway in the Miller 400. And we'll be back with more in a moment.
Hey, race fans, Budweiser asks, who won? October 10th, 1993 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. After taking the first pole of his Winston Cup career, Jeff Gordon and the DuPont 24 engaged in a ferocious battle with the Black 3 of Dale Earnhardt. While these two drivers battle side by side, Ernie Irvan is pulling away in the 28. In his usual fashion, though, the 6 car of defending race winner Mark Martin was sticking close to the leaders. And also having a strong run, the Budweiser Ford, with 2-time Charlotte winner Bill Elliott on board. But who won? Take a look at the contenders. We'll be right back to show you the winner.
I remember a lot of blown engines.
In an overwhelming display of power, Ernie Irvan dominated the Charlotte Classic. Jeff Gordon put together a strong run, but the outstanding rookie contender couldn't keep up with the hustling Irvan. The same was true for Mark Martin and Dale Earnhardt. They battled for second. It was the highlight of the day. Martin took the spot, but at the end of 500 miles, Irvan led all but 6 of the 334 laps, earning his 9th career Winston Cup victory and the 2nd win for Robert Yates Racing. Who Won? Brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers. For that clean, crisp, cold taste, nothing beats a Bud.
Toward the halfway mark in 2 laps. 12 cars in the lead lap here as we work the 4th.
12 in the lead lap, and it's only halfway.
Leading Earnhardt and
that's not good.
Terry Labonte 4th, followed by Jarrett, Rudd, Martin, Schrader in 8th.
Not ideal.
From his camera.
So that's what I mean. I mean, you can still get a top 10 and be on a 2 laps down.
Getting the report, and Hamilton would be 9th, Cope 10th.
But true, you
Mark Martin 11th.
probably wouldn't win.
1 lap down is Musgrave.
We've come from 2 laps down to win in a Busch Grand National race at New Hampshire.
And the number 42 of Kyle Petty up to 17th position. So that's how matters stand as we get to the halfway point, and the speed continues to fall. It's down to about 98-mile-an-hour average now as we pick up on those caution flags.
Well, I mean, that's just because of the caution flags. It has been a fast race. There's been so many green flag races. And Derek Cope just pulled down on the pit road. We'll have to find out if he has a problem or what the deal is there, because he was running way up front.
Dave Marcus also pitted just a few moments ago.
Continue to work on his car. They say the wheel has come off car number 26 out there.
Uh-oh.
Wheel off Hut Strickland's car. Is that that's the report we're getting from NASCAR. Let's get a report from Randy about the leaders out here. We'll catch you up to date on Hut Strickland. Randy?
He documented the fact that Jeff Gordon took on only 2 tires. I went and talked with crew chief Ray Evernham, asked him if there were any chassis adjustments. He said absolutely not. So it's 2 tires. He got out front. Dale Earnhardt asked for a half a pound of air pressure up in the right rear. A half a pound. That's amazing. These drivers can feel that. That's all they did. They took on 4 tires. Rusty Wallace, no chassis adjustments, but 4 tires. They only need 1 more stop to go the distance.
Well, we see 26 back out and coming into the tail end of the field. Let's get a report from Steve Burns.
And to update our 4th and 5th place cars, Dale Jarrett in 5th place took 4 tires, no chassis adjustments, and the same for Terry Labonte. Terry Labonte has been talking to his crew chief, and actually these guys are pretty loose. Terry's saying it's a real mess out there with the lap traffic, but we're going to take this thing serious and go ahead and win it.
So we see Mark Martin coming around after he pitted at the last moment to take on some fuel. Hut Strickland pitted. Wheel came off as he drove down pit road. Now we didn't get all the lug nuts out, so he's back out there again and going. Extra lap caution was really helpful to him.
Warner to green with some speed.
Halfway.
Turn number 1. I hope that doesn't cause a problem for some of the teams.
Whoa, big jingle back there.
On short tracks,
that was a oopsie.
Speedy dry in lap after lap before they turn them loose here. They put it down and they go racing.
Well, you know, a lot of times you see it down there as the cars, the camera pans are going to turn number 1. It absorbs some oil, but it does take a couple laps sometimes before you have a lot of traction. And the drivers, you know, sometimes we say, well, I hope it's okay, but everybody's stomping on the throttle. There's not much more you can do.
There's a stop and go for car number 12. Derek Cope is going to be assessed now. Derek Cope's car number 12 being hit for a stop and go out here.
What Derek will do is he'll ride it out for 3 laps. You have 3 laps and you can disobey a black flag from NASCAR. After the 3rd lap, they'll pull your scorecard and then you're done dealing for the day. So what you do is you hope that you have a caution during those 3 laps, and then you can come in and do your penalty, and doesn't hurt you as bad as it would under green.
They pull your scorecard from people that did what I did. Like, if we didn't obey it, they'll
surprise statistic on your
just reach their hand out. You know you got to give it, you know.
Until today.
And then when he serves a penalty, they hand you the card back to continue scoring.
I making up for it now. Yeah, I checked that one several times. I couldn't believe that. Here comes Cope in now to pay the price. Cope on pit road. Gordon, your leader.
Derek just did a stop-and-go penalty, and actually just stopping right now, and he's on his way. But under green flag racing, that's he killed the motor. So now they've got to push it. Started under green flag racing. That's gonna hurt him. It's gonna probably cost him a lap and a half. And he was running so good today. I mean, he was up there in the front all day long, had a shot at the lead or at the win.
And there goes the leader by him. He has gone down a lap as a result.
Jeff Gordon out in front, dominating here. Had to fight his way, spun at Darlington last week, about better than halfway in the race, came back from 13th position, tail end the lead lap, then had that last 10-lap shootout to defeat Wallace and Earnhardt. And for the moment, the Rick Hendrick car still looking very healthy.
And talk about dodging some bullets, Ken. In addition, he also went through 2 spates of flat tires. When he spun, there were actually 3 tires down, and later in the race, he had another flat tire. And yet, between Gordon and his crew, they got it all back together again. Jeff Gordon got himself to the front after all that and still won the race.
Well, I think Jeff summed it up in victory lane, and he said, you know, this team is a championship team, and I think this race showed it. I think it showed it too. You can tell he wins after spinning out and having flat tires, like you just said. I mean, that's the qualities of a championship team. They come back from things like that.
Battle for 7th position right here. Schrader. Let's go down to Randy quickly.
The story on Derek Cope, he passed a couple of lap cars as they were trying to line up for the restart. He passed them too late, therefore NASCAR penalized them.
Oh, that's a harsh penalty.
That is a harsh penalty.
You know, NASCAR's realigning the lap cars. The lap cars sometimes are waving you by. It sounds to me like, from what Randy said, is Derek passed some cars that he had a right to pass, but he passed them too late. There's a white line as you drive into turn number 3, and you can see it on the racetrack. You're supposed to make your passes.
Some new Instagrams.
You should be in front of it. If you're not supposed to pass.
I don't go on there a lot. I'm going to do better with my social media. I've got, like,
just saw that stripe back.
Almost every platform.
So go.
That's old. I don't do TikTok.
That's put him back in 13th position, 1 lap down. For
Threads or anything.
At this moment, the 2014, just having some year to remember. But has Jeff and this Rainbow Warrior team taken the time to savor any of what they've accomplished, the moment they've pulled off?
You know, right now I don't want to think too much about it. You know, it's been a great year, and we know that. But at the end of the year, when it's all over, no matter what happens, championship or no championship, we're going to be able to sit back, relax, and just say, man, what a great year. And wonder if you can ever duplicate a year like this, because, you know, this has been a phenomenal year for us. And you know, right now I just feel like things are so hectic. I'm doing so many things away from the racetrack, but I'm so focused on the race car when I'm at the racetrack that I don't even think one bit about, you know, what's happened so far this year, and I don't want to think about it till it's all over.
And what a year it has been for young Gordon. He has led 33% of the miles this year, some 3,000 miles, won the most poles at 8, won the most races at 6, won the most money, over $2 million, the most bonus points, but has he sold the most T-shirts?
It's only his 3rd year in Cup. And 4th year in NASCAR at all. He was a USAC champion.
This year. In fact,
it's crazy. The kid was like, what a talent.
And that was Sears Point.
Here's Schrader looking back at Marlin and Bobby Hamilton as they double up out here. That's 7th place looking back. Schrader in the 25. Wouldn't you like to see him have a good run all the way to the finish, be right up in there?
I think everybody in the garage area would put their hands together and applaud to just see Ken Schrader break out of this slump and get where he ought to be, which is victory lane. Ken House, too, the crew chief.
Who would have thought back in '95 Schrader would have been racing all the way up until last year? Actually, I think he did the IROC.
Here he comes.
If I'm not mistaken, he did an IROC. The exhibition stuff. Could be wrong, but I thought he was there.
Night races, you can actually see inside the cockpits of the cars as they come off the turn and watch the driver move the wheel. It's hard to see in the daytime.
There you see Sterling Marlin. He's running in ninth.
For me to know what the car was doing, I always watched the front tires. That would be what you could tell what the driver was doing, but my dad always watched the driver. He could somehow
218
tell everything by what the driver was doing.
John Andretti in that number 37 has yet to win his first Winston Cup race. Tim Brewer, his crew chief, says, well, if we can't win one, we'll steal one. If anybody knows how to do that, Brewer's the guy who knows how. They're just very, very smart about how to run their race.
Now, what do you mean by steal one?
Well, do smart things. You know, when other people pit, you don't pit. When other people take 4 tires, you don't take any tires. Tim Brewer's an absolute genius at running a race from the pit area, and ask the drivers who have driven for him, because he has won many, many races by intelligent strategy on pit road. Tim just called it stealing a race.
I see. Like a bandit in the night. Yeah, here comes Rusty Wallace. Down on the inside, puts that Ford right up against the Chevy. They've got it going again here tonight in Richmond. Wallace fighting for the lead, and I mean fighting. Gordon's not giving him an inch.
They even sound like race cars, don't they?
He wants to go at it with Rusty Wallace tonight. But Wallace, you see that car look just a little twitchy going down in that corner? Great shot from above. He had so much power on as he came into that turn 1, but he was able to sustain it and now draws away by a car length. Rusty Wallace taking command. How about this? Here's Schrader on the outside, Sterling Marlin on the inside. 7th position here. John Andretti there.
Yeah.
Close racing right there.
And John's on the lead lap. This is for position. All 3 of those cars looking for the same spot.
John Andretti's dad is here. He says he has a hard time because his younger son running another series out in Indiana these days. But look at John and how he's coming on. 8th, 9th, and 10th here.
Nice.
7th is the Hamilton car. I believe I said that battle for 7th. That is a battle for 8th. Stand corrected and just enjoy. Watching Sterling Marlin. And here comes John Andretti tucked to the inside. Boy, Tim Brewer has that car working tonight.
John Andretti's doing his job very well, too. This is only John's 4th race ever at Richmond as he takes...
Tim Brewer worked for Jeff Bodine the second half of '97. And that's when I was scoring for his car.
10th? That was back in March.
I was going to races prior, but officially
towards the back of the field,
scoring
back in the 31st position
when Tim Brewer took over.
Many cars have been lapped tonight under green flag.
Pat Trison was the crew chief prior.
Leaders the whole time because of the amount of green flag racing that's been going on.
When Pat left,
wheels on it.
His wife was the scorer, so that was why I
is responsible
was asked to score, since they already it was cheaper for me to have like a room with my husband at the time for them on the team and all, and travel with him as much as I could, so it was cost effective.
Anyway, y'all. Can't hardly hear anything down here, but John's doing a great job for us tonight. Track position, way down here in the pits, we're not hadn't had all that good a night, but John's doing a good job for us.
You see, Chad, there is an advantage to being up in the booth.
Well, I can tell you about that because I worked pit road here for many years, and this is one of the loudest racetracks on pit road of all of them. And the more grandstands they put up here, the louder it gets. It just takes the sound and bounces it right into the infield.
Tim Brewer's last win, 1990.
Pretty true.
Atlanta with Bill Elliott driving. And they pull it off tonight. Hey, hang around. There could be some surprises before this one's over. You're riding with Mark Martin right now in the Miller Genuine Draft 400 on the 3/4 mile Richmond International Raceway, live on TBS. Our next telecast, Charlotte, North Carolina, 500 coming up early October.
Now I know I was at that one.
Let's take a look at a recap thus far. Lead changes 13 among 7 drivers. Slow speed 98, well under the record. 4 cautions, 30 laps of yellow, and 2 cars have officially retired from the race. 2 cars withdrawn. We had that as I think 4 cars withdrawn a moment ago. That's Elton Sawyer and Greg Sachs for sure out of the race. There are your lap leaders. Earnhardt for a moment, and Jeff Gordon trying once again get a top 10 finish out there. It'd be his 11th consecutive top 10 finish and stay out in front in this one tonight. Oh, Dave Marcus, Olive Garden number 71. Winner back here in 82, had a pretty good night, qualified in 6th, gave it his best shot, got a lot of help, he said, from Andy Petrie, and really wanted to give it a run. They're still working on it. They may get it back out. Here's your Rita Waltz.
He did give it a good run, too. He got a little help from Earnhardt as well. Earnhardt gave him some mental help, helped him with the line here at Richmond Speedway.
And that. Oh, it's pouring rain. That's why Stella come running in.
Be done.
Must be thundering.
This guy, he seems to have it all figured out.
And this guy's got it figured out pretty well. He just went by Marlin.
Yeah, he's a quick study, isn't he? 4th race here. Look how well he's running.
He's up to 8th.
That's really a good run for that team right now.
That's a good, solid team. It's a brand new team, but you look at the personnel who are there, and there is a considerable amount of depth in that team.
Winning the Darlington pole was a step in the right direction for John Andretti. Hey, what's the next step in the Kreniffus-Haas race team?
If we can get a win this season, that's on a timetable that we like to do, and we think that, you know, we might be capable of doing. It just depends. Like, you know, you need to have your day come to you, and we think that that can happen still this year. We've got a pole behind us now. We're in the Busch Clash and got in the record club at Darlington, so a lot of good things have happened to us, but still want to get that first win, because once you get the first pole and the first win, they all seem to flow a lot easier from there on out.
Nice guy and a whale of a racer, John Andretti.
I think he was being a little modest there, because he's actually had a great year, and you can tell he's just a little shy, but he's a strong race car driver, and that's a good team right now.
As we watch the man in 8th place, Mark Martin is back in 11th position. And the story on Mark Martin is he is about 4 seconds away from falling a lap down to Rusty Wallace, just about 4 seconds, as Wallace is blistering this 3/4 mile track.
You know, the 6 car's been off, as Dick said earlier, all day long, and they've been fighting the chassis, and it looks like the car is just a little bit tight, can't get it freed up enough, and as you can tell, he's going to go down a lap if he remains green here another 30 or 40 laps.
And I put my money on him finishing 6th. Why? He finished 6th in 3 of the last 4 Richmond races here. Finished 6th in the spring of 1901. And in 1990, when he won here, he started 6th. Car number 6 seemed just fine, didn't it? I thought 6 was going to be the lucky number.
I heard lightning in my ear headset, so I don't know. I heard it.
Yep. By number 6.
Heard a little, like just a little click.
All right, here's Wallace in that 2 car.
If I lose power, you'll know why. Storm rolling through.
Presley back after that crash, running well. Look at him, he's fast after all the damage on that car.
You can also notice on the 26 car there, they had a wheel fall off earlier, and you can tell it was the left.
Rusty was just lapping Martin.
Get a tight shot of that.
Or coming up on lapping Martin.
Why so many things happening with
and
in the past?
Trying to see if he did.
I mean, that's
a look at the ticker up top.
Team's trying to have an ultimate pit stop.
Randy?
Dave Marcus is pulled behind the wall, as we said. Dave, what's the problem?
Well, we got a very bad vibration, and I thought maybe a rear gear or transmission was going out. Dale says the rear gear seems to be okay, and it don't seem to be excessively hot. We're going to put another set of tires on and try that. We thought maybe it could be a loose wheel. They checked the torque. The wheels were tight.
Tough break, man. You had a great start tonight.
Well, you know, we had a good qualifying run, and, you know, the folks at the Olive Garden restaurant were very happy, but when we got behind on our first pit stop, I raced hard after that trying to keep up with the leaders, and, you know, just ripped the tires. I was not able to keep up, so we give it a good try.
Okay, Dave Marcus, a two-time winner before they changed the configuration of this Richmond International Raceway.
Yeah, and set on the pole here back in the early 70s, Dave Marcus. We'll take a look at number 5. That's Terry Labonte. And he is doing some kind of job. He's closed up on Earnhardt at the present time.
And you were asking about lug nuts a couple minutes ago, Ken. And part of the problem is that they make the ratchet, whatever you want to call it, the socket. The way they make that thing is real loose, and it doesn't fit the lug nuts particularly well, so it's easy to have the thing not go on all the way, spin around. One company makes the socket, another company makes the lug nuts, and of course everybody's doing everything to be fast, and sometimes reliability is sacrificed.
You think there's an opportunity for enterprise here?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, there are a whole bunch of things underway in terms of some very clever sockets that some people have come up with to try to resolve the problem.
Here's 18 and 81 getting at it here. That's Kenny Wallace. And right with him is Bobby Labonte. A couple of Busch graduates having a pretty good run out of it tonight. As we look further back, Kenny Wallace being shown in the 22nd position. Bobby Labonte right with him, 21 and 22.
You know, Kenny Wallace and Bobby both ran great here in the Busch Grand National Circuit. They're just off a little bit tonight, went a lap down earlier in the race when we had so many green flag laps, and right now they're just kind of hanging with it. So many of these cars are beyond the lead lap and running up front, except for so many laps under green, and how strong Rusty and Gordon and Earnhardt have been running this whole time.
Let's not forget that Darrell Waltrip's in this group, and he's 23rd. That's 21, 22, and 23 right there, with 250 of 400 laps complete, and DW is going to make a move on the inside.
Nice to see. He's only one lap down. Don't count Darrell Waltrip out. Remember how he's such a good finisher. End of the race, you may not see Darrell Waltrip all night long, but those last 100 laps or so often Darrell Waltrip comes in and he gets it.
Darrell Waltrip is hurt once again. His leg is paining him. Told these people he's going to bring his truck up here. He came up here and ran on Thursday night. Boy, I give him an A for that.
It's no wonder he's got so many fans.
28 and the 10 car having a good battle of their own right now, too.
That's 5th spot. That's been going on for a while, and for the moment, 28 takes that 5th spot.
A lot of sentimental attachment to the number 28 car out there right now. That car was first debuted in the 1992 Coca-Cola 600 by the late Davey Allison, who went on to win here at Richmond in that same car, and Ernie Irvin won here in that same car.
And one of the people so responsible and a great TV commentator these days for this car and for racing in general is standing by on pit road.
Larry, you were in the broadcast booth last night and watched your driver win the Busch Grand National race. He just took 5th position. What's your perspective now?
I tell you, I can't hardly hear you down here just in the pit road, but, you know, we unloaded the car yesterday and we was not right, and we have worked on that thing. We were standing at the gate 30 minutes ahead of time this morning, get in here and just change everything on the car. Used some stuff from Dale Busch car last night, and finally paying off, it looks like. You know, it takes about 20 laps for our cars to come in. That's when Rudd went by us. But like, once we get to running, we finally keep coming back to it.
1993 Daytona 500 champion Dale Jarrett riding, going around Bobby Hillin with 75, 8 seconds back from the leader. Dale Jarrett in the 5th position. With the 95 Winston Cup season winding down, teams and drivers finalizing plans for next year, Dick Berggren talked earlier, had a chance to ask Dale Jarrett what's in store for 96.
I'm going to drive on the Winston Cup circuit. What else?
Whose car are you going to drive on the Winston Cup circuit?
I'm going to drive a car for Robert Yates Racing. Be a second car here. And just looked at everything. Obviously, it got too late for me to do my own deal because sponsorship-wise. And this looked like the best situation for me for 1996.
Well, there you have it, right from the man. Started, 31st tonight and still on the move. Great move. He and John Andretti. They've been on the charge all night. And the 28 car in 5th spot. A factor right in front of him, Terry Labonte in 4th. And up in front, it's Wallace, Gordon, and Earnhardt. We're 257 laps in to the Miller Genuine Draft 400.
Innovations in Racing, brought to you by Peerless Faucet. Get more out of your faucet than just water.
I can probably...
Speeds can easily turn loose debris into life-threatening missiles. What innovation in racing protects drivers from this dangerous everyday reality? the answer in a moment.
The still aerial platform giving us this shot of the Wheel of Fortune, and we're not sure whose number is going to come up tonight. But right now, if you're down on number 2, you're riding pretty fancy. Rusty Wallace has the advantage over Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt, with Terry Labonte in 4th and Dale Jarrett in 5th. There you see Wallace putting a lap on Bobby Labonte. Continues to fall back. Hamilton is just past Ricky Rudd. Pulled himself up into the 6th position. There you see 2nd and 3rd. There's Gordon, followed by Earnhardt, and there's Terry Labonte closing in. Still closing exactly as he did in the last race here.
Exactly as he does so many times. That's how he got the nickname Iceman, is he's really calm, he's relaxed, nerves of steel, just takes his time, and look at the end of the race. Terry
Melting
Labonte.
away the competition.
That's right.
Indeed, he is closing down about half a car length a lap at the present time, and even a little more there.
You know, everybody puts so much emphasis on qualifying. I guess these guys,
Marlin's off the pace.
Oh boy.
Sterling Marlin drops to the inside going into turn number 1. Car number 4 is in trouble. That's your 9th place car. In trouble, eases down to the inside. No caution on the track.
You know, Dick Bergman talked about he hadn't had any DNFs. Dick, please don't mention that how people are doing anymore, because it could be a bad sign.
Like the cover on Sports Illustrated, huh? Well, racing
raining hard.
I don't like the looks of the smoke coming out of the back of that thing.
Yeah, it looks like it could be an expired motor.
Ooh. Report on that in just a moment. Could be a rear end. We'll see on car number 4, Sterling Marlin coming in now down pit road.
Maybe just overheating
tonight.
That whatever on the front.
The garage. There's the guy in 2nd place in the Winston Cup points. Let's go to Randy.
The initial report we've got on Sterling, we haven't got it confirmed yet. We'll check with him in a moment. He is out of brakes, guys, and I don't know if you can do it here without brakes, but it wouldn't be done very successfully. There was a lot of smoke, but that's the claim. Out of brakes to the garage. We'll check on it further.
Crew going back to...
The one thing they didn't have was a circulator to circulate the brake fluid in it. The teams used that. They didn't. Don't know if that had anything to do with it or not.
That's interesting, though, because a lot of these, for instance, Earnhardt won a lot of races on short track and Wallace without brakes. And Richard Petty never had any brakes. And
you know, I'd be a little surprised if he's actually, and I'm kind of going on a limb here, if he's actually out of brakes, because they're in 2nd place in points.
Yeah.
He might be better just to ride around here, let his brakes cool down, see if his pedal comes back instead of pulling in the garage area, jacking the car up and fix right now. But you don't know for sure. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll find out. So there you have it.
Boy, it's raining like hell.
Gordon, Earnhardt, Labonte, Jarrett, the top 5. Bobby Hamilton, Rudd, and Reddy.
Can you hear it?
Back to 9th. Then Mark Martin in 10th, a lap down. Here's Randy.
Grease pouring from the rear end of Sterling Marlin's car. I suggest that is the culprit. It is pouring out. You can smell it. It's a rear end of Sterling Marlin's car, but we'll try to get a word of a tough break for Sterling Marlin.
Sterling Marlin ran so many races at Nashville, and there's one where you really have to pump him a lot. And I'm sure he ran some of those 150-lap races there and ran the last part.
With the weather going on, I might want to skip to the next incident.
Seemingly the issue, and we'll keep following that story. Here you see John Andretti.
They're going to talk to Sterling.
7 car still in there tussling with Ricky Rudd. This is for 7th spot. It's been a good fight for a while.
Ran like hell.
Ooh. John Andretti had a handful and then some. Down on the inside, and that car didn't want to stay there. Did that time. Did that time. Yep. So John Andretti picks up a position. Now that's a car in the lead lap around Rudd and puts him into 7th position.
Remember we had Tim Brewer on camera a couple of minutes ago, and you saw that big grin on his face when they first put him on? I bet you got it again.
3 cars in here together for 2nd spot. Gordon there.
Saw the flash of the photographer there. That must be an epic photo, too.
We're getting along. 275 of 400 laps are complete. And Terry Labonte
winner the last 2 times out. Jiggles that steering wheel through the corner. Let's go back to Randy for another report on the second place man in the standings, Sterling Marlin.
Well, they're working on the gear. Sterling Marlin's car. Sterling, that's a bad deal there. What happened?
Looks like we burned a gear up. Started vibrating real bad and stinks real bad. So got to put another gear in it and get back out, try to get some points.
Okay, the thoughts of Sterling Marlin, second in points. Boy, what a heartbreak. They're going to catch Jeff Gordon now.
Indeed it is for Sterling Marlin and for this McClure team. They have certainly put a show on for us all season long. Season's far from over, though. Charlotte's going to be fun here on TBS. More from Richmond coming up.
The Miller Genuine Draft 400 is brought to you by Hardee's. Try Hardee's new $1.99 breakfast combos, fresh from the kitchen at Hardee's. And by Purolator. Legends live on Purolator.
Promotional fee.
Relying completely then on your spotter. You don't know exactly where anybody is, and when your tires are getting worn out and people are passing you, that's a tough situation.
Well, it's only a tough situation when
Looks like
everybody's got mirrors.
pit stops are starting.
Mirrors at all. So, you know, they're sort of used to it, but by the same token, some of those guys drive by Braille. You know, somebody hits you, you know he's there.
That's just like an editor of Open Wheel Magazine.
Isn't it, though? Yeah. Ricky Rudd is on pit road. 7th place car pulling in.
Dale Jarrett.
Now on the tail end of the lead lap as
Yeah, just before you get lapped, go pit, and you can stay in on a lead lap if you have a good pit stop and you gain that extra second on the leader.
So he's going to stop being the crew chief on that team.
In fact, I talked to Billy Engel this morning in the pit area about that, and said he wants to go to work for a team where he can they can use his knowledge, and then in exchange they'll help him run some limited bush and truck races. And tell you what, I know a team that just might be interested in that.
Yeah, whose team?
I can't say right now.
if you're going to do this, you can't keep secrets. They say they're going to keep Wallace out another 6 laps before they bring him on pit road. We now have 6 cars in the lead lap. They are Wallace, Earnhardt, Terry Labonte, Hamilton, Dale Jarrett, and John Andretti. Ooh, stacking them 3 deep into turn number 1. This gets kind of fun.
Come on, don't nobody wreck.
Sorted out. Schrader in the 25 was one of those cars that was involved.
You never want to be the bozo that wrecks when people are halfway through green flag stops.
New tires at a place like this, when you've been running over 100 laps on the same set of rubber, it's like night and day. You just can't believe it. It's like getting a new race car.
Does it feel more stable, or is it just faster, Chad?
Oh, it's more stable. You know, you can go in harder, you get on the gas earlier, less braking. I mean, it's completely a different deal as far as racing goes. And that's where you also have to use a little caution, though, because you're coming up on lap cars so much quicker.
294 laps complete, and Bill Elliott on pit road, number 94 in 14th place. Steve?
Bud Moore crew is beside them.
It's going very smoothly. We put the gas in. The gas can goes flying back across the wall. Jackman comes. The left side goes up.
Oh no.
Rolls over to him. This is a very important stop for Bill Elliott.
Was it?
A little bit slow on the right.
Yeah, it was.
Finally down 22.8 seconds.
They also killed the motor.
It's away.
Bill must have been a little tight too there, because you saw him adjust a little bit of wedge there in the right rear.
Mayfield in, and here's Dale Jarrett running 5th at the time. He pulls on the pit road. Here's Rusty Wallace, leader, making his stop. Just in front of him, Ricky Craven coming down. Craven, the rookie, right behind him is Wallace.
Craven, Dale Earnhardt coming in right behind Rusty Wallace.
Go to Randy.
Rusty Wallace had to go to lap 296 or he wouldn't make it the rest of the way on fuel. So Jeff Gordon has picked up a little time with 2 tires out there at last pit stop. 4 tires stop for the 2 car. He's down and away. Earnhardt is in. Left side tires going on with a 4-tire stop for the 7-time champion. Great stop for Earnhardt down and away. Terry Labonte follows him out.
17.6, good stop on the Wallace car. The 22, Ward Burton, is on pit road. He'd been running an 8th a lap down. Here's Bobby Hamilton, another of those cars in the lead lap. Had taken the lead briefly here in this green flag stop, the second green flag stop of the race. Jimmy Spencer pulling in.
But that was really close on pit road.
John Andretti getting 4 tire change here.
Everybody's sweeping is already done.
At 19.3. At 19.3 comes John Andretti back on the track.
Totally what Tim Brewer did was make it in 2 stops instead of 3.
What's new? It happens every time you come here. 298 laps into the record book. And they can go home from here. How to get fun. Those tires get a little loose here. The final moments of this one. Steel aerial platform giving you a view of the Richmond International Raceway with the 82,000 folks who are all around this 3/4 mile track. Don't get quite the angle you're getting, but they sure get to see it all in this beautiful racing facility. Sterling Marlin has returned to the track after repairing the rear end. It was 14 minutes and 16 seconds that the car was behind the wall. It's back on the track, and
I wish they'd let them do that now.
Still out here trying to score some points. 36 laps now to be exact.
Well, that's the important thing is, you know, it wasn't brakes or he'd have stayed out there like...
They can maintain a minimum speed. Let them go out and get a lap or 2.
306 laps now complete. Michael Waltrip is on pit road. And again, the U.S. Air car comes in, number 77. That's Bobby Hillen, who's being shown in the 33rd position. Here you see Dale Jarrett closing in behind Ricky Rudd. And let's review the front of the field for you. It's Rusty Wallace leading, Jeff Gordon in second, Earnhardt in third, followed by Labonte, Rudd, Dale Jarrett, Bobby Hamilton seventh, John Andretti in eighth, and Ken Schrader in ninth. And those 9 cars are in the lead lap. 1 lap down is Musgrave.
Yes, it is annoying.
11th is Robert. Now take a look at this. This is the rookie battle. It's
welcome.
4 laps down.
Thank you for chatting.
Same lap. Ricky Craven, number 41, then Presley in the 33. They're back there in 28th and 29th position. This is a battle for a spot on the track. And as I mentioned earlier, the rookie battle, each of them has 10 finishes that were up on top for the rookies. And they scored them that way. And the other, the other 3 were to Randy LaJoie. There were 10 leading rookie finishes for Craven, 10 for Presley coming into tonight. And here they are. Presley got bounced around earlier. He's right back and attacking on Ricky Craven in the Hedrick car.
I'm surprised at how well Robert Presley is able to run. That car was pretty seriously damaged, Ken, but the crew is very experienced. They may have a rookie driver in this series, but the crew is very, very experienced and obviously did a good job.
I remember there was so much whining, Ford versus Chevy, they're faster, no, they're faster, no, they're faster.
Bobby Hamilton just...
They wind themselves right into getting that next-gen car.
In the D shape here.
What do you think? Richard Petty enjoying this tonight?
You know he is.
I bet he is.
Wonderful feeling to see his car run.
Yeah, for what you wish for, huh?
You know, it's happened this year. They've had a good season, and it just is another run for them running up front. And who knows? We might
wind themselves right into charters. And
Hamilton up into the 6th position. They just switched here as they went down that last lap.
That's why racing back here, you build it in your shop, you make it go fast, and if you get beat, you make it go faster. It was so much nicer.
312 of 400 complete.
Back then, I loved racing back then.
So, Bobby Hamilton continues to run this track with authority as the king on his throne here. Looks up.
See Bobby Jr. right down there.
Happy folks in Richmond, Virginia tonight, and for good reason.
We've got a battle royal between Wallace, Gordon, and Earnhardt, and there's the man leading it.
It got even better, too. 96 was better, 97.
He has a...
Then I didn't pay much attention for a while.
Jeff Gordon at the moment, but there's a long way to go in this one.
Yeah, there really is an awful long way.
When I stopped
still some 82 laps
working and racing in 97, I didn't
strong all night long. I
didn't see much racing for a while. I took a break.
Right behind Gordon. He's
till about 2000.
He knows how to get around here. He knows
six maybe.
Here.
Earnhardt back there in third, then right behind him you see Rick Mast in the number 1 car. He's a lap down in 13th position. Good run tonight for Rick Mast.
Mast always seems to run well here, but here's the guy who for the last few races has run so extremely well. Steve Burns.
With Gary Dehart, Terry Labonte's crew chief, your car seems to be better on longer runs. Can you get up to the front?
Yeah, it is a little bit better on longer runs, but Rusty's pretty strong too. Right now we're about the same speed as the leaders, but we just can't get no closer to them.
Gary Dehart, who first got together with Terry Labonte back in '84, and was on that championship team when Terry Labonte became the youngest Winston Cup champion at 27. Will that change this year? This race could really be a big factor in that. Here you see Gordon continuing to stay out in front of Earnhardt in that battle royal for the point standings.
In that picture you just saw a little white car on your right going very slow with smoke coming out of the back of it. That's Bobby Hillin in the 77, and he's trying to make his way to pit road, obviously having a serious problem with that car.
Actually, he just pulled it right in the garage area. He took the little short turn there before pit road. I think he's done for the night. Might have expired a motor.
Boy, Bobby Hamilton looks
a lot of gears.
He does.
6th spot and still with it. Now here's Earnhardt making his move on Gordon.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this.
And here comes number 5. Defending champion Terry Labonte getting into it now.
For second, third, and fourth.
I don't remember how this ended.
Go to the radio now and say, just a second, Jeff. Remember now, we're fighting for a championship.
Earnhardt is certainly fighting for the win. No question about that. He's doing nothing to protect points at the moment.
Still even across. Greg Fielding says, don't worry about him. Wexford, 1950. He was 23 when he won the championship.
I had no idea Fielding was that
Greg
old.
Fielding. Yeah, no. Greg is in.
Gordon making time on the high side. He's got by Earnhardt again.
And here's Earnhardt right back again.
Yep. Second, third, and fourth, all being contested.
Allowed Terry Labonte to get right up there, and Earnhardt makes his pass. Terry might just get the easy pass and follow right underneath there.
Question is, are they doing anything to dent that lead that Rusty Wallace has at the present time as we watch this fight for second?
I'm sure running side by side, they're probably losing ground to Rusty.
Sure, this is exactly what Rusty Wallace needs, is for the guys behind him to be racing. By the same token, they've got no choice. They've got to go at it if they have any hope at all to win this race. Laps are winding down. Less than 75 to go.
And there's a little thing called the point battle, a little bonus, $1 million or more at the end of the season. So those two right there are in it pretty heavy. Earnhardt wants to break that mark of 7. Richard Petty, 200 races in his career, 7 championships, national titles. Earnhardt trying to best that mark this season. Fell back to 4th. He was up on top back in June. Now he's coming back up through the points, and for the moment, he's come back around Gordon.
And Earnhardt's driving as well as he has ever driven in his entire career. The thing that's hurt Earnhardt this year, he's got 2 TNFs, but he's also got a bunch of races where he's finished at the back of the pack. He's got a 25th and 19th. He was 20th in the July Pocono race, 22nd in New Hampshire, 23rd at the Glen. That's what's hurt him.
Yeah.
Earnhardt's as sharp as he ever was, and that crew is as sharp as they ever were.
It's about 4 seconds between that leader, Wallace.
Tell you how fast Rusty is running. He just put our 9th place car down a lap.
Yeah, I was going to say 9 cars on the lead lap now.
Randy is with that crew chief.
Well, this team, Robin, you've had a lot of good runs this year, but not a lot of good luck. Can it hold out for you tonight?
Yeah, the fuel issue's out of the way for a change, and the car's doing pretty good. So we've only had to adjust on it in the first stop, and we'll see. We still got the 5 back there, 24 and 3. They're pretty good cars. We'll have to ride it out.
Hey, you didn't run in the last practice session. How come, and maybe are you glad?
He didn't have to. He said he was ready, and when he's ready, he's ready.
Okay, I guess so. I have to throw in that if they win this thing, we're going to have a great time on the lake tomorrow. But if they don't, we'll just have a time on the lake.
They are brothers, Randy Pemberton, your announcer on pit road. Robin Pemberton, the crew chief.
Ford has only won 4 races this year, going for number 5 with Rusty Wallace.
Robin, Ryan, and Randy.
Wins for Ford in 1995. Trying for
Robin's the only one. No, Ryan's the only one left.
400.
Lost Randy 2 years ago. And Robin last
Promotional
year.
fees and consideration have been paid by Steel Power Equipment, makers of a full line of leaf blowers, trimmers, and chainsaws. Quality you can depend on in steel territory.
Or Ryan.
Back another time. 3:38 complete. 8 cars in the lead lap. Wallace, Earnhardt, Terry Labonte, Gordon,
I
Jarrett.
think we lost Ryan last year.
Run 7th and ready.
I'd have to look it up for sure.
In 8th.
There's a lot of documentaries on them.
Earnhardt there in the number 3, followed by defending champion Terry Labonte. Interval between first and second has been cut to 3 8/10. It was 4.5 a little while ago. So they're chewing up a little on Wallace's advantage in this race.
The one they just interviewed is still alive, I believe. I don't want to use any devices and look it up at this point. Mess something up.
Now he's moving to the inside.
With it storming out.
As Terry Labonte has always been. Wonder what Andy Petrie is thinking right now as he gets ready to run with the new team of the Jacksons next year. Wonder what's going through.
Well, that's a good question. Ken will ask him, hey, you're real.
Going to Leo Jackson's.
A caution would help, but can you get him before this race closes?
Well, I don't know. It just depends on how the run goes. That's all they good. That 5 car looks like it's pretty good right now. You know, it's hard to tell.
Okay, that's the thoughts of Andy Petrie. A caution would certainly help, but as we said, we've hit the shots on him. He's reeling him in. But how hard is Rusty running right now?
342 of 400 now complete. And Earnhardt earns himself about a 1-car length advantage.
60 to go would be about 10 minutes. If it goes green.
Hamilton 6th, Rudd 7th, and Reddy 8th. 9th a lap down to Schrader, followed by Musgrave 10th. And Ward Burton in 11th. There's your leader. Trying to put another lap on Ward Burton. You know, incentive to win things out here. The sponsor of that car number 2 put $5,000 down for the cerebral. Whoa! Bouncing contact.
Easy now.
Keep that thing smooth and gliding.
It's good to see Rusty's taking it easy right now.
Yeah, he's obviously comfortable in the lead, isn't he?
Sponsor put $5,000 down for the Cerebral Palsy Association. Said, we'll put $5,000 more down. We'll sign a check if our driver can win. They went over and told Rusty that, and he said, you better write the check now before the race because I'm going to go out there and do it. Apparently, he took it to heart.
He must have been confident. We heard a report earlier he didn't even go out the last practice. That's a confident driver with a good race car.
And that's Earnhardt a lot of times. He'll quit, you know, run a couple of laps in happy hour and say, hey, this is okay.
Well, by the same token, the practice sessions today will run under a hot afternoon sun. Look at this. Change of position. Labonte
for second place.
And right now we're...
The Iceman cometh again.
You can adjust yourself right out of the show by practicing on a hot day when you're going to race under the stars.
Dead right, because you got a stable track for the whole show here tonight. It doesn't change once they drop that.
It's only about...
Track can make it a little cooler.
What, 50 laps to go now?
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier with the track wanting to be a little bit loose this the heat, and then tonight it's cool and the track tightens up. So do we loosen it up and go too far, or do we hit it right? Rusty probably said, hey, I don't want to go out right now. The track's hot. This car felt good. I'll leave it alone, and it's ready for tonight.
Waltrip said after the truck race, that halftime intermission, I said, gee, you ran a great
Hear the background noise? It's rain on my roof.
break. And he said, yeah, the only problem is that darn intermission.
Rumbling out there.
You can make it run a little better. He said, I ran myself right out of the race. I needed Frank Rader, his father-in-law, here to help him. Pardon? Okay. We are up to lap 349, one lap, and we'll have 50 to go. And look at this, still going on.
Well, this is when Labonte went under Earnhardt. They go down into turn number 3, and Labonte didn't slide up this time.
Good racing then, wasn't it?
Move and get underneath him. He stayed down low, and Earnhardt stuck in third.
Snooze these ads. If I see them, if I can snooze them, I'll snooze them.
And look at Labonte's putting some distance between.
I don't like to have ads at the end of a race.
Going to see Labonte win another one of these things from the.
I mean, yeah, there's
question is with 50
laps.
We're on lap 350 right now. Can Labonte catch Wallace? That's a long ways to go under green. I think we need a caution for that to happen.
I don't know. He's done some pretty impossible things so far. He won the spring race at the spring race here at Richmond, starting 24th. At Pocono, he won after
Shouldn't be any ads for 30 minutes.
After starting 19th.
I think that's enough time to get us to the end of the race.
Look at second, he's closing in.
Yeah, look at him go.
2 laps ago, it was 3 and 8. Now it's 3 and 4. 3.4. Last year's finish in this race, Terry Labonte won it with Gordon second, Earnhardt third. Tonight,
Terry won the spring race I did earlier too.
Wallace was 4th.
Listen to the rain. Oh my God! If I lose power, have a great weekend.
The same quartet.
I'll be on R.J. Williams YouTube this evening at around 8 o'clock.
Somebody forgot to tell him
I will be in the chat
code from
moderating that channel.
to win the race.
That's RJ_W21.
The end of the race, and here he is again.
So Terry Labonte is closing.
And that will be on YouTube.
Rusty Wallace as we close down.
He has a Twitch channel, but he uses the YouTube right now.
400.
Go give him a follow. He's trying to get to 1,000 follows.
Glorious sight here tonight. The Richmond International Raceway from the steel aerial platform. The end of the last 40 laps and another lap or two here. Getting down to the end of this one tonight. We'll be up to 360 next time by and 40 to go. There's your leader, Rusty Wallace.
In case you don't know who R.J. Williams is, he is a crew member on the Huffman Racing team.
Pretty clean, 30 laps.
And they run several different teams out of that stable.
15 changes among 7 drivers in tonight's race. Nemechek in the 87.
And he was part of the 2022 championship
story here from
crew.
Bill Elliott fighting with Bobby Labonte back in 15th position.
And he's one of the dudes in the painting I did, if you ever watched me doing a painting last year.
Remember, he is in 7th in the lead lap, number 10.
Good shot of Bill's in-car camera there, looking back at the Ricky Rudd car and the Bobby Labonte car.
Hey, in the last 3 laps, Rusty Wallace has picked up a little. It was 3.3. He's gone back to a 3.5 advantage.
Sounds like a car wash.
Campaigner Labonte.
Rusty got through some traffic and then was encountered by Labonte. So it's kind of a, shake me, shake you. Got to get through it. Your turn now, buddy.
Traffic making the difference in those times, so they're pretty steady between the two.
Shortage of caution flags has spread this field out considerably, so the leader has been in traffic for a long time, and so has Terry Labonte. Everybody seems to have somebody in front of them they're trying to put down a lap. Right now, John Andretti is in danger of going down a lap in that number 37 car.
8th place spot.
Yeah.
Rusty Wallace says he's going drag racing next year, pro stock. You hear about that?
What?
Yeah, he is. He is going to get together with Paul Candies. They're going to form a team. They're looking for drivers. They're interested. I hear they're talking to Rusty Glidden. They got Ricky Smith in mind. Maybe Kirk Johnson. Have you ever been in drag racing?
No, well, not since the high school days. But I guess, someone like Rusty just doesn't have enough things to do.
You thought all those
bored.
Air Wallace, they had enough airplanes to keep him, but no, he went out and says, hey, that's the hot trick. He wants pro stock.
Well, that's a switch. We had so many drag guys come in here into stock car racing. Now I guess it's time for some stock car guys to drag racing.
Need to move around more.
very close to falling off that lead lap right now. He'd like a caution at this moment.
Yeah, you sure would.
8th place, but still an excellent run for Pranifus Haas and Tim Brewer's effort.
He's got every right to stay out there, but once Rusty gets underneath him or over the top of him, they'll just let him go. He's not going to mess with the leader, I'm sure.
Schrader back in 9th, a lap down. Musgrave 10th. Ward Burton 11th. Rick Nass 12th. Jeff Burton 13th. And then it's Martin 14th. Elliott 15th. Bobby Labonte 16th. Kenny Wallace 17th. Dick Trickle is 18th. 19th would be Brett Bodine.
Little Caesars let up for that lap car.
He got that thing bobbling coming off the corner, trying to get a good shot on John Andretti.
Close call coming up to take another look at Ward Burton and the number 5 car, Terry Labonte, trying to move underneath.
You can see him driving off of turn 4 there, and it looks like Ward got a little sideways.
Oh boy,
a little too hard.
Little.
Could have collected Terry in that one. That would not have
He's
been
probably like, oh my
Sure,
no.
in the dirt track races, hanging the tail end out like that.
Here we go back to those open wheel dirt races.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good you're back. Hi, Pops. Good to see you. I'm just about done. This is on its final
Goes to work on Bobby Labonte.
final laps, final 10 minutes or so.
And Rusty Wallace drawing away.
And then I'm going to get off of here and get something to eat.
4 seconds between first and second.
But I appreciate everyone hanging out so much.
Champion Terry Labonte, the 3-time winner of this race. Wallace trying to make it 4.
I'll try to find somebody to raid.
2 seconds. Now it's 4.20 seconds. So it took a full 10 laps for Rusty to gain a second on Labonte. Here's Labonte. You can see how close he is.
These later stages of the race, it's really hard for a driver to keep his concentration right now, especially when the cars aren't quite right. Your neck is extremely tired. Richmond is very hard on driver's neck because of the D-shaped front straightaway. Legs are getting tired, arms and so on. And the cars that are working good, it's not quite so bad. So Rusty and those guys running up in front, you know, they're in a real good zone and they're running good. But the guys right back in the middle and the cars aren't quite handling good. This is the kind of the late stages of the race where you might see an accident develop because the drivers lose his concentration.
The tires are tired too, so that goes into the mix. Makes it very easy between driver fatigue and tire fatigue for something to happen.
Like him or dislike him, Earnhardt always seems good in the end of these races.
In the beginning, in the middle.
Yeah, but I mean, he's one that does not mentally seem to wear out these things. I mean,
nope. He just doesn't seem to get tired at all, does he? Rusty either. When they get all done with the race,
yeah, I'll be able to raid out.
There's
enough people on.
You think they'd be exhausted. But they look just as fresh as when they first got into the car. That's physical preparation, mental preparation, and experience as well.
You know, I think one other factor, too, that we don't talk about very often, that is how relaxed the veteran drivers are inside their race car. They're so comfortable, whether they're...
Did both the early Richmond and the late Richmond.
Whatever, they're always so comfortable, they're relaxed, and you know, when your muscles are relaxed, when you're thinking more clearly, you're also not using as much energy as you would normally if you're tensed up.
It's one of the big keys to racing these days is making the guy that's in the cockpit as comfortable as you possibly can. Hey, folks, I think we'll take a break right here, then stay with you right through to the finish as we get a caution, as we watch the runoff of this one with Rusty Wallace commanding.
I haven't been talking a lot for this race because there's just a lot of interesting things that they're saying.
Ricky Rudd, the 7th place car, as he begins to hone him real tight. This one looks like Wallace all the way, unless something untoward happens, and heaven knows we've seen a few of those. Now there's 2nd place. That's Terry Labonte, who's won the last 2 400-lap races on this track that continues to grow and expand. This Richmond International Raceway. There's Earnhardt.
Right behind Terry. I mean, that interval hasn't changed very much. But the one between Rusty and Labonte remains at about 4 seconds. It's going to be tough. We're down to 20 laps left. It's going to be tough.
20 to go, about 20 seconds a lap.
Got this one in the bag, providing, you know,
about 6 minutes.
We don't have a caution or we don't have the mechanical deals that go on here.
No.
20 laps to go for Rusty Wallace to become a 4-time winner here at Richmond International Raceway in this event. Trying to put a lap on Bill Elliott another time in the 94 car.
Doing a wiggle coming off the corner. It's got to be hard to hang on to right now.
You can tell how good Rusty's car is still working, though. They're coming up on 100 laps on these tires, and he's still staying right on the very bottom of the racetrack. You can tell he's getting a lot of good bite coming off the corner.
His brakes were cherry red going into that first corner. You could see it in that shot.
Look at Dale Jarrett going after Gordon here.
And this is for fourth. He's going to get him.
Go.
Maybe a little go-ahead deal going on there. What do you think? It looked like
go either one. I don't care. I can't remember who wins.
Might just be that he's been running the tires off that car, and he knew Dale was coming.
And Dale's there. Dale Jarrett picks up a spot on Jeff Gordon. That's for fourth. Gordon falls to fifth. I think he'd want to give it away with 17 laps to go in this event.
Jarrett from 27th spot up to fourth. What a run.
Yeah. And Gordon had pitted maybe 10 laps earlier than Jarrett in that last pit stop. Would that make that much difference in those tires?
Probably.
Oh, yes.
If they have 60 or 70 laps on them, but, you know, it could make a little bit. I think as you're getting this many laps on them, 10 laps.
They said they're optimal at like 18 or 17.
In the 14th position, car number 6. And they announced today that now there are 2 other drivers, a 3-team deal. And I thought Martin handled his press conference very well. Everyone said, now, how do you feel about having a third team?
Oh, okay, great, Pops. You guys have a good time, and thank you for both of you.
Jack Roush says,
for spending some time here.
Really, you know, he felt as a driver, I still don't think he likes it.
Well, I kind of read between the lines there a little bit, and he said, I'll be the first one to congratulate Ted Musgrave when he wins a race. He also kind of said that I'll make sure that the team is clicking, there's no jealousies, and I'll speak out if there is.
Yes, and he believes it, too.
Well, everybody's looking at Rick Hendrick's organization and seeing the tremendous success that they have had by sharing information, and that's a key element to it.
Sharing 7th place, Ricky Rudd and Michael Andretti for the moment. Here's Ricky Rudd trying to come around, and this is a lap down between these two. 7th place is available. John Andretti hooks it to the bottom and holds it there. Nice easy line by Ricky Rudd up on the outside, who's tasted victory here in the spring race. John Andretti stays right on him. 7th place. And here comes Bobby Hamilton under Gordon. So Gordon is no question about it. He's got some problems with those tires as he continues to back up. That puts Bobby Hamilton up into 5th spot.
So he's not just giving this stuff away. No question.
It just goes to prove you don't have to like a racetrack to run well on it. This is not one of the favorite tracks in the Hamilton scrapbook, but he sure runs it beautifully. So I think it makes me work harder. Down to 10 laps to go. There's Darrell Waltrip in the 17. Still out there, still giving it a go.
Gordon's responsibility here will be to keep that car in one piece for these last 10 laps so nothing goes wrong. Protect that points lead no matter what.
21st position for Waltrip. Keeps it on the bottom, and here again, here comes Ricky Rudd closing in for another time on John Andretti in their struggle for 7th. Meanwhile, up in front, Rusty Wallace. Only once since his '89 championship has Rusty Wallace been out of the top.
Tell you what, Andretti is driving the wheels off that car.
That's a pretty phenomenal statistic when you think about it. One time in that many years that he's been out of the top 10 at this race.
Top 5 11 times. There he is.
There's the 3 right car. Back up with Labonte. Might have a race here for second as we come down to the last few laps.
4 1/10 seconds to the
VW looks really slow.
Has him covered.
Slower than
for 2nd spot.
Normal.
Terry Labonte and Earnhardt.
You saw in that aerial shot how Labonte took his car right out to the wall. Earnhardt followed him right out there. That's kind of dangerous territory with tires as tired as these are.
Tired tires.
Yep. Booped. Look at that. I mean, really, there's just nothing there between the wall and Labonte's car except a little tiny bit of air, but he just gets it right out there, and that is a reflection of a lot of...
It's good to see Lake running 22nd.
Just him and his shadow out there, and that shadow shrinks when he gets to the wall.
Well, that shadow hits the wall
Shrinks
every
back
lap.
under the car is
Yeah.
what it does. Terry Labonte.
We'll go to that team next year in 96.
And Rusty Wallace has driven his shoes off out
I'm
here
still middle of 95 in my
up through the
research.
make himself a candidate to win it. Came from 7th, was much further back, fought his way up with 5 to go. You've really got to have a roll of the dice that's snake eyes or boxcars to lose from here, huh?
Well, something's got to happen for Rusty to lose the lead, but by golly, second spot is long from decided, and here is the race for second right here with Terry Labonte, who had won 2 in a row in Winston Cup here at Richmond, currently holding it. Earnhardt looking for that position. Just 4 to go.
And Earnhardt nipping away in that old point battle. Yeah, he may have come in 294 down, but he's been that far down before when you got to Dover. The season is far from over. Hey, don't forget to be with us here in October. Be at Charlotte, North Carolina on the 8th. It'll be a great show. 500 miles.
Yeah.
And you'll see it on TBS. Now we are to those final
Goes Earnhardt
moments.
making a move. Oh, great bite coming off of turn number 2.
You could see just a little bit of a struggle. Swirling was number 5 for just a moment, and that's all Earnhardt needs. He comes up even.
Probably run side by side like this down to the wire.
Earnhart with 2 wheels under the yellow line.
Terry Labonte right back up.
Ah, look at that.
A little more RPM as you go in. A little better bite on the inside coming out.
Nice.
What it's all about.
Yep. This is Saturday night stock car racing right here. Under
White
the lights.
flag is down on those leaders. White flag is out. Wallace is going to come home. Battle is right here. Labonte and Earnhardt decided for second position. Checkers about to fly for the 4th and 41st Winston Cup victory coming out for Rusty Wallace.
Rusty's gonna win it.
There he is waving as he crosses the line.
Listen to the crowd.
Battle for second at the stripe. How about Terry Labonte? Gordon now has a 279-point lead over Earnhardt.
Rusty, Terry,
7th in the points.
Deal, Jeff Gordon.
Oh,
fantastic.
let's get downstairs to Rick Benjamin quickly here.
All right, thank you, Ken. The Plasticoat Winning Finish Award will go to the crew chief of car number 2. Rusty Wallace, the winner tonight here at Richmond, the Miller Genuine Draft 400. Plasticoat, the winning finish of NASCAR. And let's meet the crew chief of car number 2. Steve Burns,
We
are you
got
there?
a bath down here, folks, on pit road. We're a little bit wet, I guess. Now, your brother said you're going to have a big time on the lake tomorrow, but you're already wet.
Yeah, I've been called worse than that, I guess. We're going to have a good time tomorrow. I had a great time tonight. This is how the season should be going all along. We've just had a real rough year so far, and everybody did a great job. This means a lot. It really does to the team and everybody here.
Thanks, Robin. Let's go to Rick Benjamin.
Congratulations to Robin Pemberton and the entire 2-car crew. Plasticoat, the official spray paint of NASCAR, proud to sponsor the Winning Finish Award. And Plasticoat presents $2,000 to the crew chief of the winning car, the highest finishing Winston Cup team participating in Plasticoat's award program. At the end of the year, the crew chief with the best average finish wins $25,000 from Plasticoat. We'll talk to Rusty Wallace when we come back. Welcome back to Richmond International Raceway. The checkered flag has fallen tonight at the Miller Genuine Draft 400, and Rusty Wallace has taken his Ford to victory lane. Want to show you the liquid wrench slickest move of the race tonight. This goes to the 3-car, and Dale Earnhardt will show you what happened. There was trouble on the racetrack. Couple of cars tangled in front. Look at the move Dale Earnhardt makes to go low and get by the cars of Jeremy Mayfield and Todd Bodine in that situation. The liquid wrench slickest move of the race goes indeed tonight to Dale Earnhardt and the 3 team, and our congratulations to that team and that driver. Rusty Wallace happy to win tonight. Randy Pemberton standing by in victory lane.
Well, Rusty Wallace celebrating already. Rusty, hard to believe, 16 races since you've been to victory lane. It was Martinsville, but I had to say you had him covered tonight. Great job in the car.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, yeah, it's been a long dry spell, but I'll tell you, this Miller Genuine Draft Ford is a really been strong the whole time. I mean, we've been leading a lot of races, you know, almost won the Brickyard, almost won this, almost won that, but today we got everything together. I'd like to thank Robin for a great job he's done with the crew and a good pit stops, and I'd like to thank all my sponsors, Fleetwood RVs and Mobile and Miller and Bosch and Ford Motor Company. Finally got a win for those guys, but it wasn't easy. So just a great day. I'd like to thank everybody, and time to go home. Hello, Patty. I see you in a little bit.
You're 5 out of 15 races since this track has been reconfigured here. A great percentage at this place.
Well, you know, we work hard. We don't lay around. You know, we work hard on our shock program. We work hard on our aerodynamics. We're operating at a pretty big deficit this year, and we had to really work hard to overcome that. But I'm proud of all the guys, and they did a good job.
Thanks for winning. We're going to have a good time at the lake tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to go to the lake tomorrow. We're going to splash up the water tomorrow, I'll tell you that.
Rusty Wallace, victorious here at the Richmond International Raceway.
And Rusty Wallace certainly worked hard himself tonight to score the victory here at Richmond International Raceway. We'll come back, show you the order of finish and where the Winston Cup points medal lies in a moment.
The Miller Genuine Draft 400 has been brought to you by AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And by Goodyear, #1 in racing, #1 in tires.
That come out wrong. I hope. Let's see. Oops. Somebody's hijacked my computer.
I care about what touches my skin.
Alright. There we go. Get that off of there. And I am on a little different setup, so I'm not so sure I can raid out. Raid / you. Oh shit. What the hell happened? Are we going? Yes, no? I can't read it. Anyway, I will check on that. I'm going to have to just shut it down because I'm on a different screen than usual. I'll figure it out. Anyway, guys, I gotta let you go. I'm just gonna kill it because I gotta figure out what's up with my OBS and crap.